Lord of Mystery, The Undead Don't Die from Passing Fire by author Ni Di Xun Zong. Chapter 401-431. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 401, Just the Master's Orders. In the astral world, the hidden sage undoubtedly completed his godhood ritual. The light blooming from the torrent of complex information completely enveloped his figure, making his true form indiscernible. He had ascended to a true god. The god of steam and machinery stared intently at the light cluster, the great wall, formed by torrents of complex information that had separated him from the hidden sage had collapsed, and there were no longer any obstacles between them, but he did not act rashly. Because whether the hidden sage successfully ascended to sequence 0 or not, the god of steam and machinery had no reason to continue attacking him. If the hidden sage failed to ascend, his further action would only accidentally injure an ally. And if the hidden sage had already ascended to sequence 0, then the god of steam and machinery, also a sequence 0, would find it very difficult to win this divine war. Continuing would benefit neither side, with mutual destruction being the best outcome. Fortunately, when the light receded, what appeared before the god of steam and machinery was Aemon, wearing a pointed soft cap and a classical black robe. And in the palm of this blasphemer, a phantom orb of light was still coiled. That was the hidden sage. Or rather, his remaining essence. This former king of angels, on the first day of 1351, died at Amon's hands during his own godhood ritual. What a pity. Aemon looked at the essence in his hand and said with considerable regret. This was a complete Beander characteristic of a pathway. If he could successfully fuse it, he could become a true god of two pathways, greatly increasing his strength. It was just a pity that the hermit pathway was not adjacent to his own pathways. Forcibly fusing it would only lead to loss of control. Aemon, tisk ed, and casually tossed the phantom orb of light to the god of steam and machinery. The latter did not hesitate either. The moment he received the orb, he immediately transformed into a faint shimmer and vanished into the astral world. He needed to return to his divine kingdom and quickly fuse and digest the hermit pathway. The great serpent, lurking in the void, watched the phantom orb of light with extreme greed. It wasn't until the god of steam and machinery left with the phantom orb that the great serpent abruptly turned its furious gaze toward Adam. Every time he was called upon for work, he never got a share of the spoils. If this continued, who would work for Adam anymore? Adam ignored him, his figure in the astral world silently vanishing. When he reappeared, he was inside the bone cathedral, where a giant cross stood, watched by countless skulls with hollow eyes. Adam, dressed in a simple white robe, seemed to sense something and looked up, seeing a giant scarlet eye through the stained glass window. The undying great serpent was clearly not so easily appeased, its massive body coiled around the cathedral, seemingly intending to force Adam into submission. Adam's expression remained calm. This was why he was unwilling to give Lekad even the slightest benefit. The undying great serpent was too unpredictable, capable of turning hostile over minor issues, and not just once. Even though Adam had paid him before, this greedy great serpent was never satisfied. Such a creature, no matter how powerful, could not be considered an ally. Otherwise, this ally would certainly not mind flicking its tongue behind their backs and swallowing its other allies whole. And all along, Adam had only ever seen him as a useful tool. Adam naturally didn't care about a tool's dissatisfaction, because Lekad had no choice. Having betrayed once, he could not return to his former faction, and the only one who could offer him protection was Adam. Intis, Trier, St. Russell Cathedral. This city had undoubtedly been taken over by Rosal, and even the Steam Church was powerless to stop it. Even when faced with the complaints and accusations of their high-ranking and influential believers, the only thing the Steam Church could do was appease them. Until their god sent down a divine oracle, they could only try to restrain conflicts with Rosal. But this attitude also made the Steam believers increasingly uneasy. They began to suspect that Rosal might have already reached some level of consensus with the Steam Church, and that they, the believers, might become sacrifices. Under this suspicion, even the name, St. Russell Cathedral, which had been used for over 100 years, became proof of a cooperative agreement between the two parties in their eyes. Inside St. Russell Cathedral, Archbishop Holomic Haydn had been waiting outside the sanctuary until he received a summons. Holomic quickly entered the sanctuary. On the high platform stood a mechanical puppet composed of countless gears, screws, chains, bearings, and other mechanical parts. He wore a triple crown inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems on his head, a grand red sage robe, and held a uniquely shaped scepter also made of mechanical parts, clearly dressed as a great sage. Holomic couldn't help but ask, "Great sage, does my lord have any instructions?" The mechanical puppet looked down at Holomic from above, scarlet light emanating from his mechanical eyes, his mechanical voice devoid of any emotion. "My lord has sent down a divine oracle, instructing us to cooperate with Rosal in rebuilding the Intis Empire." Rebuilding the Intis Empire. Holomic's breath hitched. He was not an Intis native, but a born and bred Lonus. However, due to the Steam Church's incorrect stance during the war, all Steam Church members, including him, had been expelled from Loan. But even though Holomic was not an Intis native, he knew very well that the people of this country would absolutely not accept the restoration of the Intis Empire. But why would God send down such a divine oracle? Furthermore, Great Sage Call extended his right hand and, grasping from the void, produced a book with a mechanical texture, handing it to Holomic, his tone still completely unfluctuating. "This is the new edition of the Steam and Machinery Bible. You must replace the old edition as soon as possible, so that all believers can feel my Lord's blessings. Go and execute it." Holomic was silent for a moment, then whispered, "I will go and do it now." He turned and walked out of the sanctuary, without any questioning throughout, not even asking for the reason. He knew that Great Sage Call and Emperor Rosal had an old acquaintance, and his orders were almost entirely biased towards Emperor Rosal, but Holomic did not feel that he was being partial. Because even if Call truly acted out of old affection, being able to become the great sage of the Steam Church already proved his piety to the god of steam and machinery. And with such devout faith, he would absolutely not act partially by falsely transmitting a divine oracle. In other words, the great sage's command was the divine oracle of the god of steam and machinery. Although Holomic was still unclear about the reason, since it was a divine oracle, he only needed to execute it. Gods do not make mistakes, and even if a mistake truly occurred, it must have been a problem in the execution. With this thought, Holomic left the sanctuary. But in the corridor outside the sanctuary, Holomic hesitated slightly before opening the new edition of the Steam and Machinery Bible, and the words immediately caught his eye. In ancient times, the world was yet undivided, shrouded in a great fog. Everywhere were gray rocks, towering trees, and immortal ancient dragons. Then, one day, the first fire ignited. As the fire rose, the world began to differentiate. Quote. Trier, White Maple Palace. In the dining room, Rosal sat at the head of the table, Bernadette to his left, and Bonneva to his right. This was a family dinner, but it clearly lacked the atmosphere of one. Bernadette cut a medium-rare black pepper steak, elegantly bringing a small piece of beef to her mouth, allowing the aroma and juices to linger in her oral cavity. But from beginning to end, she did not look at her father or her brother, as if they were two familiar strangers. Rosal looked at his daughter's alienation, feeling deeply hurt. Just 2 days ago, she risked her life to save him, so why did her expression change so quickly? Am I no longer your favorite old father? Rosal sadly poured himself a glass of red wine and tilted his head back, downing it in one gulp. Bitter wine down the throat, pain in the heart. Pain. It hurts too much. Rosal finished his drink, picked up another bottle of red wine, and suddenly looked at Bonneva, asking, "Do you want a glass?" Bonneva remained silent, as he always did, proving with his actions that silence was golden. But facing his father's question, he had no reason to refuse, so he pushed his glass closer to Rosal. Rosal glanced at him and asked indifferently, "Pour the wine." Bonneva looked up at his old father, then at his sister across the table, and seemed to understand something. He stood up, picked up the wine bottle to pour his old father a glass, then poured himself one, and took a sip. Suddenly, Bonneva and Bernadette simultaneously stopped their actions. The former put down the glass he had brought to his lips, while the latter placed the cut steak back on the plate, both looking up at the sky at the same time. Even Rosal seemed to sense something and looked out at the night beyond White Maple Palace. Bernadette said softly, "The hidden sage has fallen." The hidden sage was not an ordinary angel, his essence was the uniqueness vivified by the Moses Ascetic Order's philosophy. And it was precisely based on the Moses Ascetic Order's philosophy that the hidden sage was more generous than any other god. He never stinted on imparting knowledge to his believers, to any Beander of the hermit pathway, whether they desired it or not. Any Beander of the hermit pathway would feel a pair of eyes constantly watching them, attempting to impart the world's most hidden knowledge to them. As a Sequence 2 angel, Bernadette was no exception. In fact, due to her strength as an angel, she received even more attention. But just now, accompanied by the anomaly in the astral world, the eyes that had been watching her suddenly vanished without a trace. There was only one explanation: the hidden sage had fallen. The only question was, who could kill this existence, who was only one step away from being a true god? Bonneva was silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to Rosal and slowly said. My lord has already sent down a divine oracle. The Steam Church will fully support you in restoring the Intis Empire. What do you mean, restore? Rosal snorted. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Whether it's the Intis Republic or the Intis Empire, they are all your old man's, masterpieces. But now, the Intis Republic has deviated from the direction I originally intended. This country needs to be corrected. Bonneva did not reply, neither expressing agreement nor opposition. Rosal looked at him, at his youngest son's eyes that seemed to disregard everything, and suddenly sneered. The Steam Church, huh? The Steam Church had two angels, at least overtly. One was Bonneva, the other was Great Sage Call. The former was his youngest son, who had been preordained by the god of steam and machinery at birth, to be used as a tool to check him. Of course, on another note, it was also because Bonneva indeed possessed extremely high talent and could go very far as a Beander on this pathway. Had it not been for Bonneva's exceptional talent, the Steam Church would have abandoned him long before his fall. In the latter, Belisarius Call. He was an orphan, adopted by the Steam Church. And during Call's growth, Rosal had a huge impact on his life. At that time, Rosal was still very naive, still holding the idea of, he can be replaced, and Call was a nail he left behind. But unfortunately, he underestimated the power of faith and overestimated his own position in Call's heart. Even so, Rosal still had an indelible influence on Call. For example, the reason Call was able to ascend to a Sequence 2 angel and become the great sage of the Steam Church in just over a decade was also thanks to Rosal. He had been contaminated by the mother goddess of depravity at the time, but with the help of the Dark Moon, he was still able to regain occasional lucidity. Before ascending to Black Emperor, he had risked infiltrating St. Russell Cathedral, killing the then Triple Crown, the first great sage of the Steam Church. And the Sequence 2 Beander characteristic left behind after the other party's fall ultimately brought about the current great sage Call. He made Call, but Call could not in turn make him. Just as he created the Steam and Machinery Church and the god of steam and machinery, yet the Steam Church betrayed him, so Rosal had long been prepared to contend with the Steam Church. He could already foresee that he would face immense resistance from the Steam Church in the process of rebuilding the empire. However, the god of steam and machinery now personally sent down a divine oracle, instructing the Steam Church to cooperate with him. This, of course, could not be the god of steam and machinery having a change of heart. It could only mean that the other party had more important things to do and could not be disturbed. And combining this with the fall of the hidden sage, the god of steam and machinery's purpose naturally became clear. He was seeking to become a true god of two pathways and did not wish to be disturbed during this period, thus not hesitating to make huge concessions from the Steam Church to Rosal. Rosal's azure eyes suddenly deepened, and he said in a low voice. Although the hidden sage is not a true god, he is not far off. If he were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been active from the fourth epoch until now, so someone must be secretly helping the Lord of Steam. Adam. Chapter 402 Praise the God of all things. Adam. Rosal frowned slightly. The existence capable of helping the Lord of Steam hunt the hidden sage must also be a Sequence 0 true god. In the current world, there are quite a few existences that can do this, but not many have the motive. The only ones Rosal could think of were the Twilight Hermit Order and Adam. Before his resurrection, Adam was already a true god of the visionary pathway, and even the eternal blazing sun had died by his hand. The current Adam is likely a true god of two pathways. If he had made a move, it wouldn't be surprising that the Lord of Steam obtained the hidden sage's Beander characteristic. But this was not necessarily good news for him. Admittedly, the god of steam and machinery, to avoid being disturbed, allowed the Steam Church to compromise and cooperate with him in rebuilding the Intis Empire. But once the god of steam and machinery completes his digestion, as a true god of two pathways, he will likely find it difficult to tolerate Rosal sharing authority with him. The conflict between them is almost inevitable. In other words, Rosal must advance to Sequence 0 before then. Only then will he be qualified to contend with the god of steam and machinery. And to achieve this, he must employ thunderous methods. With the full support of the Steam Church, this is not difficult. The only problem is, Rosal looked at Bernadette, his eyes showing some struggle. Bernadette asked softly, "Are you going to become the Black Emperor again?" Yes. Rosal was silent for a long time, then nodded with a solemn expression, saying in a deep voice, "I have no choice." Bernadette's deep blue eyes flickered, as if she was lost in a long memory. Her voice was soft but devoid of emotion. "I used to hate you very much. To advance to Black Emperor, you did too many things that went against the tide of the era and harmed innocent people. I couldn't accept my father, who was like a hero in my heart, turning into a mad tyrant. Rosal remained silent, seemingly unsure how to explain. But Bernadette's expression softened, and she said softly, "But this time, Dad, I will support you, no matter what you want to do." Rosal's madness in his later years was visible to the naked eye. He had almost completely lost his mind at that time. This was not slander, but something Bernadette witnessed firsthand, which is why she abandoned him and detested him. But now, she understood his predicament at the time, understood that he was enduring despair, pain, and loneliness, understood that he was like a drowning person, merely struggling instinctively and desperately. So for such a long time, Bernadette had been regretting if she had detected the corruption on Rosal earlier, if she had realized earlier that his madness was not his true intention, if she had stayed by Rosal's side instead of leaving, if she had been more rational, perhaps everything would be different now. She couldn't solve Rosal's corruption, but at least she could make her father's later years less lonely and despairing. Rosal's eyes were a little moved, and he looked at Bernadette with a somewhat complex expression. After a long time, he whispered, "Bernadette." The lady tilted her head in confusion, just like when she was little. "You've grown up," Rosal said with a sigh of emotion, full of lament. In his memory, Bernadette was still that sweet and considerate little cotton-padded jacket. She was beautiful, obedient, and smart from a young age, knowing how to be filial to her old father, care for her younger brother, and sympathize with her mother. Sometimes, she was also particularly upright, appearing a bit foolish. Several times, he secretly cheated while playing chess or games with Bernadette to tease her, but she didn't even notice. Such a temperament made it difficult for her to accept the things he did in his later years, and now all of this could be blamed on the mother goddess of depravity. It was all her corruption's fault. On this point, Rosal even had to thank her. However, even though Bernadette could forgive his past actions, it was because everything was attributed to the mother goddess of depravity. Everything he did was caused by the mother goddess of depravity's corruption. It was all the mother goddess of depravity's fault. But this did not mean Bernadette would support him in becoming the Black Emperor again, because in Bernadette's eyes, this might be equivalent to repeating past mistakes. So from the beginning, Rosal had not expected Bernadette to support him. In fact, Rosal thought Bernadette mostly came back to dissuade him. It wasn't until Bernadette personally said, "I will support you," that Rosal suddenly realized his daughter had truly grown up. Facing her old father's pleased praise, Bernadette showed no reaction, only saying softly, "However, I still don't like war." Rosal immediately raised both hands and solemnly promised, "There will be no war, I guarantee it." Setting aside whether Intis, having just gone through a war and being defeated, could support him in launching another war. Even if Intis had the spare capacity to wage war, who could he wage war against? The Faesak Empire has been fully taken over by the Church of the Night, and the Fainapater Kingdom has also defected. Looking around, the North Continent is full of his own people. How can he fight? Could it be to wage war against the natives of the South Continent? It's not impossible, just unnecessary. After all, war is the main theme of the Red Priest pathway, not the Black Emperor pathway. 0. Of course, no war does not mean no bloodshed. Ultimately, what Rosal is doing now is essentially a coup d'état to restore the monarchy against the Republic, and how can a coup not involve bloodshed? And Bernadette was clearly somewhat psychologically prepared for this, which is why she wasn't going to stop Rosal. Just as Rosal said, she had grown up and was no longer as naive as before. She had become more rational, and also more pragmatic. Rosal felt somewhat relieved. His daughter's understanding made him happy, yet inexplicably a little sad. He still missed the considerate little cotton-padded jacket she used to be. Clang! The steak knife cut through the steak and gently landed on the porcelain plate, making a crisp sound. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet atmosphere, it seemed particularly noisy, even having a sense of being deliberate. Rosal and Bernadette simultaneously looked towards the source of the sound, while the perpetrator himself was completely unaware, leisurely bringing a cut piece of steak to his mouth. Rosal immediately glared, looking like he was angry at his son for not living up to expectations. Couldn't he see his dad was bonding with his sister? Was he trying to cause trouble? Bonneva swallowed the delicious, juicy steak in his mouth. Facing Rosal's angry expression, he still looked bewildered. They were talking, what did it have to do with him? Rosal looked at his son like this, and his anger instantly dissipated by more than half. He sighed deeply. Forget it. Why should he bother arguing with someone who didn't understand human emotions? Ultimately, wasn't it partly his fault that Bonneva became like this? Rosal pushed the plate of roasted lamb leg in front of Bonneva and said gently, "Eat more." Bonneva did not refuse, picked up the roasted lamb leg, brought it to his mouth, and took a bite. Rich gravy seeped out, bringing a slightly hot sensation that cleansed his palate. Rosel's feelings for Bonneva had always been complex. On one hand, he was cold, disappointed, and hateful, while on the other, he would occasionally care in secret. He still remembered how cute Bonneva was when he was a child, in the first few years after his birth. If it weren't for the Lord of Steam's interference, he should have been his good eldest son, not an emotionless angel. As soon as Rosel thought of this, his expression instantly became somewhat gloomy. The god of steam and machinery is seeking to advance to a true god of two pathways, but he does not need all the Beander characteristics of the hermit pathway. He only needs the uniqueness and one sequence 1 Beander characteristic. In other words, there will be two extra sequence 1 knowledge emperor Beander characteristics. These two sequence 1 Beander characteristics would, without exception, be given to the two angels of the steam church, Bonneva and Call. Rosel turned his gaze to Bonneva and asked, "You just said the steam church would fully support me, right?" "That's right." Bonneva put down the roasted lamb leg and nodded gently. Rosel immediately said, "I want two knowledge emperor Beander characteristics, and I want them now." While the Lord of Steam could still send down divine revelations, he had to make his demands early, lest the other party play dead. Bonneva was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "I will consult my lord." Rosel said without hesitation, "Consult him now. I'll only give you 1 minute." He was determined to have these Beander characteristics. The Lord of Steam had to give them, whether he wanted to or not. Bonneva quickly received a divine revelation, looked at his father, and asked, "What price can you pay?" "What price do I need to pay?" Rosel scoffed, and said with a sneer, "Tell the Lord of Steam, you don't want to see the Steam Church annihilated by me, do you?" Bernadette's eyes were subtle, while Bonneva showed no reaction, merely relaying the message truthfully. And this threat was clearly quite successful. Since the Lord of Steam intended to digest the uniqueness of the hermit pathway, he would inevitably be affected by the First's revival, which meant he would have to expend more energy to suppress the First's will. And in doing so, he would be unable to send down divine revelations or look after the Steam Church. And the Steam Church, being only sequence 2, clearly couldn't contend with sequence 1 Rosel. If Rosel truly intended to annihilate the Steam Church, even at the cost of mutual destruction, then the Lord of Steam would have to face a difficult choice. Either abandon, digestion, and suppress Rosel with his divine power. But in that case, everything would be for naught. Not only would the Firsts will further revive, but the digestion of the hermit pathway would also have to start from scratch. Alternatively, the Lord of Steam could choose to fully digest the hermit pathway first, but the consequence would be the annihilation of the Steam Church by Rosel. And in that case, the Lord of Steam would likely lack enough anchors to resist his divinity due to the annihilation of the Steam Church, causing his humanity to be crushed and him to become a vessel for the First's revival. Of course, the Lord of Steam could also choose to act against Rosel before he begins digesting the hermit pathway, nipping the threat in the bud. This is currently the optimal solution. As long as the person who poses the problem is dealt with, there will be no problems. But the problem is, a sequence 1 angel is not that easy to kill, even if he is a sequence 0 true god. What's more, Rosel is not alone, he has the support of other true gods behind him. If the Lord of Steam rashly attacks him, the ultimate result is likely to be a divine war. But before digesting the hermit pathway and becoming a true god of two pathways, a divine war is undoubtedly something the Lord of Steam desperately wishes to avoid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent down a divine revelation, allowing the Steam Church to compromise with Rosel. This divine revelation seemed like a gesture of goodwill, and even a sign of weakness. The Lord of Steam clearly didn't want any further complications. And since he had already hit the Lord of Steam's soft spot, it was only natural to press the advantage. Bonneva closed his eyes for a long time, then slowly opened them, saying calmly, "My lord has promised you one knowledge emperor Beander characteristic. The other one has already been bestowed upon me. If you want it, I can give you this one too." Tisk. Rosel immediately felt annoyed. The god of steam and machinery was still using the same old trick, only threatening him with his son. "One it is." Rosel extended his hand towards Bonneva and said indifferently, "Give it to me now." Bonneva did not shy away and immediately prayed to the god of steam and machinery. Soon, a illusory orb of light appeared in his palm. Bernadette subconsciously looked at the orb of light. It seemed to be composed of countless illusory symbols, each containing a vast amount of complex knowledge, inevitably making one yearn for it, greedily craving this knowledge, even if it was enough to burst their brains. Rosel took the orb of light from Bonneva's hand and casually tossed it to Bernadette. Rosel said in a deep voice, "Prepare the ritual as soon as possible." "Okay." Bernadette nodded silently. She vaguely understood what her father intended to do. Rosel quietly watched Bonneva. He had obtained another knowledge Emperor Beander characteristic through prayer. The latter handed the Beander characteristic to Rosal, his expression incredibly calm, seemingly unmoved by this sequence 1 Beander characteristic. Rosal stared intently at his son, not taking it. 2 sequence 1 Beander characteristics are enough to support the birth of a king of angels. But even a king of angels cannot contend with a true god of 2 pathways. Therefore, there was no meaning in Bernadette refining 2 sequence 1 Beander characteristics. In comparison, as long as he could kill the god of steam and machinery, then the Beander characteristics of the Paragon and Hermit pathways would fall into his hands. At that time, Bernadette could completely follow the Paragon pathway to become a god. Of course, Rosal knew that killing the Lord of Steam wouldn't be easy. He needed to return to sequence 0 first, then, through the Justiciar pathway, become a true god of 2 pathways. Only then could he contend with the Lord of Steam and have a hope of killing the other party. Don't ask why he must kill the Lord of Steam, because Rosal holds grudges. The grudge from over 100 years ago is still vivid in his memory. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. If you, the Lord of Steam, can sit on the throne of the god of all machines, why can't my daughter, Rosal, sit on it? Chapter 403, Rational Selfishness. Deep within the forsaken land of the gods, at the peak of a mountain, stood a massive cross, suspended between reality and illusion. A blurry figure was hung upside down there, with several ancient wooden stakes piercing his body, stained with still flowing but non-dripping blood, nailing him to the frame. At the base of the cross, Ouroboros, the fate angel, dressed in a simple linen robe with silver hair reaching his waist, sat slumped, his expression gentle and pious as he closed his eyes in prayer. After an unknown amount of time, the inverted figure on the giant cross suddenly faded, spreading into a curtain of shadow that connected the sky above and the earth below. Behind the curtain, a pair of indifferent eyes seemed to be watching the entire world. If anyone could witness this scene, they would be terrified by the gaze of those indifferent eyes, thus overlooking the truly important thing. Within that curtain of shadow, a strange stone was enshrined. Its dimly revealed surface was mottled and ancient, inscribed with a kind of text that no one had ever learned but could understand at a glance. This script seemed to be the origin of all current languages, including but not limited to Giant, Hermes, Fursak, and Duton of the South Continent. That was the first blasphemy slate. Beneath the shadows, viscous but illusory black liquid surged and dispersed, and an boundless sea, seemingly encompassing all colors and possibilities, emerged. It appeared within reach, and the faint sound of illusory tides echoed from it. This meant that the true creator had completed his initial control over the first blasphemy slate in the Chaos Sea. Although he was still far from fully accommodating the Chaos Sea, it was enough for the true creator, with the blessing of the first blasphemy slate, to possess strength surpassing that of a dual pathway true god. Such strength was sufficient to allow him to contend with Adam in their competition. Coupled with his natural advantage of possessing a Sephira, he could steadily suppress Adam in the competition. And if they wanted to merge, both he and Adam would inevitably have to make sacrifices. Either one side's self would completely perish, or both sides would give up some of their self. Therefore, all along, both Adam and the true creator have been competing for who would gain dominance after the fusion. Adam hoped to use the Chaos Sea as a source, and himself as a pillar, to imagine 3 uniquenesses and incorporate them into this system. Under this premise, the newborn them would transcend the limitations of sequence and become a half-outer deity. By then, they could crush gods like the Lord of Storms with their own power and reclaim their authorities one by one. The pie was well drawn, but the true creator wouldn't eat it. Because he didn't need to use imagination as a pillar, using Hanged Man as a pillar could also achieve the same goal. It could even be said that using Hanged Man as a pillar was the optimal solution. Because the outer deity corresponding to the Chaos Sea is God Almighty, the Creator, the all-knowing and all-powerful, the Lord of the astral world. And the key here is, all-knowing and all-powerful, only the all-knowing and all-powerful is God Almighty, the Creator, and the Lord of the astral world. In other words, it was destined from the beginning that, all-knowing and all-powerful, would be the most excellent cornerstone. White Tower corresponds to all-knowing, and Hanged Man corresponds to all-powerful. Furthermore, these 2 pathways inherently have a certain corresponding relationship, all-powerful because of all-knowing, and all-knowing because of all-powerful. And whether it is Sun, Tyrant, or Visionary, they are merely supplements to all-knowing and all-powerful. Just like the former, God Almighty, he used all-knowing as the cornerstone and all-powerful as a supplement. Therefore, when the ancient sun god fell, his plan was to use Dark Angel Saucerer as the cornerstone to re-accommodate other pathways. In contrast, Angel of Imagination Adam, though also part of the resurrection plan, was merely a minor move arranged by the ancient sun god in the current era. For thousands of years, the focus of the true creators and Adam's struggle has always been on the first blasphemy slate. Whoever could obtain the first blasphemy slate would thereby control the chaos sea and gain the initiative. In other words, when the true creator obtained the first blasphemy slate, this competition had already ended. Because the initiative was already in the true creator's hands, it was undoubtedly most appropriate for him to obtain the dominance of the fusion. But Adam didn't want to admit defeat so easily, so after becoming a visionary, he didn't immediately seek to merge with the true creator. Instead, he privately hunted the eternal blazing sun, seizing his authority to become a dual pathway true god. This way, Adam would have enough strength to continue contending with the true creator, instead of actively offering himself up for fusion. Because Adam represents the pure divinity of the ancient sun god, while the true creator is the embodiment of negative personality and extreme emotions. Although this also allowed the true creator to inherit humanity, in Adam's eyes, this was precisely the fact that the true creator had gone mad. Divinity often also implies absolute rationality. Under this rational thinking, Adam actually didn't care about his own survival. So he didn't care who would dominate after the fusion, even if the merged Adam perished as a result, it didn't matter. However, Adam's rationality kept telling him, the true creator has gone mad, and letting a mad, true creator gain dominance is absolutely not a good thing. In the fusion of the two, only by letting the absolutely rational him gain dominance is the most perfect choice. That's why, even though he knew that all-knowing and all-powerful was the most excellent cornerstone, he still insisted that using visionary as the cornerstone was the optimal solution. Because all-knowing was not in their hands, and all-powerful was already mad, only the absolutely rational imagination was qualified to inherit everything. From the true creator's perspective, Adam's actions were somewhat unsporting. He was unwilling to admit his defeat. But in Adam's eyes, he had not yet failed, and obtaining the sun pathway was the best proof he still had enough competitiveness. But the more he acted this way, the more the true creator felt he couldn't accept defeat. The former ancient sun god had long since figured out one thing. That is, there is no ritual to become an outer deity, because no ritual can change the awakening of the primordial one's will. But the order of accommodation can, to some extent, enhance self-cognition and increase the success rate of the matter. Becoming a sequence 0 of one pathway first, then controlling and integrating the Sephira, and finally accommodating the other uniqueness, is the optimal order. Becoming a dual pathway true god, controlling and integrating the Sephira, and then accommodating the remaining uniqueness is a neither good nor bad order. Integrating the Sephira at the very last step is the worst choice. And the true creator chose the optimal solution. He is a sequence 0 of the hanged man pathway, and he has also completed his control over the Sephira. Under this premise, he can easily integrate pathways such as visionary, and return to being an outer deity. And Adam is already a dual pathway true god, he can only take the second path. In fact, because neither he nor the true creator was willing to back down, he might even choose the third path. First find a way to accommodate the tyrant pathway, and then, with the strength of a triple pathway true god, force the true creator to compromise. However, the true creator represents humanity, even the fallen and mad human form in Adam's eyes. Therefore, he cannot think as rationally as Adam, nor can he abandon himself and actively make sacrifices for Adam when he has the advantage. Therefore, the more rational Adam was, the more it angered the true creator, and the more he was unable to accept Adam's dominance. That's why he disregarded the erosion of the first, strengthening his control over the Sephira again and again, thereby completely overwhelming Adam in the future. This is an insoluble death loop. And Adam, of course, knew this. And he knew very well that although he was lucky enough to obtain the sun pathway, it was because the eternal blazing sun was too foolish. He didn't even know which side he should stand on. God of Combat and Lord of Steam were on the same front because Adam was brokering the deal. Adam promised to help the God of Combat hunt the Evernight Goddess and help the Lord of Steam hunt the Hidden Sage. Regardless of whether he delivered, at least he fulfilled his promises, and both the God of Combat and the Lord of Steam believed his promises. Only the eternal blazing sun was an exception. He naively believed he had the initiative in the God War, thinking that the Lord of Steam would help him hunt the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. But he never considered that the ally he thought he had was actually his enemy, which is why he fell into Adam's hands. Compared to the eternal blazing sun, both the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Lord of Storms had a common backer. And this backer was too strong. Even if Adam and the true creator merged, they weren't entirely confident they could kill the Lord of Storms under the protection of that backer, even if they had corresponding allies. So, this is almost the limit now. Adam's own limit is a dual pathway true God, there is no possibility of further advancement. Therefore, if he wanted to gain an advantage in the future competition with the true creator, he had to start from other directions. For example, flame. Under the giant cross, Ouroboros suddenly looked up into the distance. Due to the god war that once erupted, the forsaken land of the gods was almost reduced to scorched earth, shrouded in eternal night, with only occasional flashes of lightning across the sky bringing some light to this world. The periods of frequent lightning were also considered daytime by the people of the forsaken land of the gods. Such a situation, let alone Ouroboros, even the true creator had no way to solve it. It's not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. For the true creator, who was ostracized by the seven gods, the number of believers was crucial. And the vast area of the forsaken land of the gods was undoubtedly a blue ocean for developing believers, but the premise was to transform the forsaken land of the gods back into the East Continent. However, the current situation of the forsaken land of the gods was entirely caused by the concerted efforts of 6 of the 7 gods. Therefore, to resolve the dilemma here, they 6 must personally take action. But since the 7 gods jointly sealed the true creator in the forsaken land of the gods, how could they leave him a prosperous East Continent? And such a continent, enveloped by the pollution of the 6 gods' divine power, had no development value, no matter how vast its area. The living people within it were even fewer, with the city of Silver and Moon City combined having only tens of thousands of people. The true creator didn't care for such a small number of people. Instead of developing a pitifully small number of believers in the forsaken land of the gods, it was better to let organizations like the Aurora Order secretly proselytize in the North Continent. Moreover, if the opportunity arose, he could also gain a large demographic dividend through the painting world. For example, during the war, he used various unknown methods to add over 100,000 permanent residents to the painting world. But now, the situation had changed. Because Ouroboros saw the sun, slowly rose in the forsaken land of the gods, its intense light almost completely illuminating the entire mystical land. That rich, indelible darkness was also invisibly scorched and evaporated, and countless monsters born in the darkness tragically died under the sun's light. Lord Ouroboros's expression was indifferent, but his eyes grew solemn. The sun pathway had already been obtained by Adam, had he come to attack. That is not the sun, it is fire. An equally indifferent voice echoed in Ouroboros's mind, and the tall phantom nailed to the cross also looked up at the sky. But he saw more than Ouroboros. That sun was actually a flame, emitting light. That was not Ember, but the first fire, who was cooperating with Adam. The question was, what did he want to do in the forsaken land of the gods? He couldn't possibly be here just to help him purify the pollution of the forsaken land of the gods, could he? This would, of course, be of great benefit to the true creator. As long as the pollution of the East Continent was removed, he could develop hundreds of millions of believers and his state would be further stabilized. However, the true creator didn't think Adam would be so kind. The first fire's purpose for being here must be something else. Suddenly, the eyes beneath the shadow curtain seemed to think of something, and their lids drooped slightly. West Continent. The direction where the first fire was located was the easternmost part of the continent, where an area was shrouded in gray mist. Both above and below ground were covered by a dense, impenetrable gray mist. Even when he was at his peak, he couldn't break through the obstruction of that gray mist. Just as the barrier outside the world was set up by the first for his own resurrection, the gray mist covering the West Continent was also set up by the celestial worthy for his own resurrection. The first attracted the 9 Sephiroth to Earth, wanting to become unique again with the help of these 9 Sephiroth. To eliminate interference, he excluded other outer deities from Earth. And the celestial worthy, to ensure his resurrection was unaffected, sealed other Sephiroth in the West Continent, leaving only Saphira Castle and the Chaos Sea. The former was the cornerstone of the celestial worthy's resurrection, while the latter was because the Chaos Sea was also a symbol of pillar, and the celestial worthy could not seal it. And the purpose of the first fire appearing there became obvious. He wanted to release the sealed Sephiroth. Chapter 404. Rationality is accidental, madness is inevitable. He really has gone mad, the true creator said, gazing at the sky, which had been stained red by the first fire. A hint of mockery seemed to flicker in his eyes behind the curtain of shadows. Adam had always thought he was mad, because he had inherited the ancient sun god's negative personality and extreme emotions from before his death. In Adam's eyes, this was depraved humanity, and madness was inevitable. And indeed, it was true. The ravings heard by the Aurora Order's followers were the best proof. The true creator had long ago realized the essence of his own madness, but his consciousness had always been clear. Therefore, he knew that his madness was only temporary. Once divinity and humanity merged into one, the madness would become a thing of the past. However, isolated yin cannot thrive, and isolated yang cannot generate. Since he, with only humanity, had gone mad, how could Adam, with only divinity, be an exception? From the moment he was born, Adam was a lunatic, just like Amen. They were both pure divine beings, born with only divinity. To maintain his self, and to resist the will of the first, Amen chose to split himself into countless avatars, using these avatars to form his anchors. This approach was unique in the entire world. Neither Pallas Zoroast nor the ancestors of the Jacob family, who were all angels of the Marauder Pathway Sequence 1, ever formed their anchors in such an unconventional way as Amen. It wasn't because they didn't know the benefits of doing so, but because they clearly knew the drawbacks. Admittedly, using avatars could indeed form effective and stable anchors, eliminating the worry of enemies targeting one's anchors, because as long as the main body lived, countless avatars could be recreated. However, while the anchors were stable, it also led to another consequence: it made them unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. Theoretically, every angel and gods needed to use anchors of faith to resist divinity, thereby seeking and stabilizing their humanity. Yet, both divinity and faith were essentially a form of pollution. If one were to use Freud's theory of personality structure to describe it, then humanity is the ego, while divinity and faith, or both the superego, divinity, is the superego, from the Creator, and faith, stems from the superego, of believers' perfect image of gods. If any one aspect grows too strong, it will cause humanity to deviate, and the ego to be believed by the superego, from which point, I am no longer I. Therefore, neither divinity nor faith can directly contact humanity. Only when the two superegos counteract and cancel each other out can humanity maintain its ego. Thus, for most beings, their divinity, faith, and humanity coexist yet remain distinct and separate. Only in this way can the ego avoid being polluted by the superego. Amon's approach, however, was fundamentally different. For him, divinity was still the superego that needed to be resisted. However, faith no longer originated from believers, but from his own avatars, which is to say, from a part of his self. This approach seemed plausible, because if Amon's self-awareness was profound enough, and his avatars also developed the same awareness, it could allow the self to be maintained more stably than others. But in fact, Amon's method was to forcibly merge the originally distinct faith and self. The function of faith was no longer to resist divinity, but merely to exist for the purpose of shaping the self. But in doing so, divinity would lose its restraint, and with the passage of time, amidst increasingly chaotic self-cognition, it would gradually merge with faith in the self. From then on, the two spirits would be completely stitched together, inseparable. In other words, madness was almost Amon's inevitable outcome. Adam was the same, he would slowly go mad as time went on. And after Adam was replaced by the ancient sun god's divinity, becoming the current Adam, this madness became even more apparent. Adam considered himself the embodiment of divinity, a symbol of perfection, believing that he, representing absolute rationality, was more suitable to be the dominant consciousness than the true creator. But this was precisely the manifestation of Adam's madness. And now, Adam's madness had made him dissatisfied with the status quo, prompting him to incite the first fire to forcibly destroy the barrier set by the Lord of the Mysteries, attempting to bring back the sealed Sephira. To release the sealed Sephira before the apocalypse arrives. This approach is neither good nor bad, but it is definitely insane. Adam knew he was powerless to reclaim the authority of other pathways, could not control the Chaos Sea, and also did not want to merge with the true creator so quickly, leading to the loss of his self. Therefore, Adam's path had reached its end. A dual pathway true God was his limit, and his strength would only stagnate from now on. Releasing the Sephira at this time would only benefit other pathways. Because among all Sephira, only the Chaos Sea originated from the same source as Adam, and the Chaos Sea was in the true Creator's hands. If Adam were to forcibly accommodate other Sephira, loss of control would be inevitable. But unlike Adam, these Sephira held entirely different meanings for other beings. Once they obtained the corresponding Sephira, they would truly possess the ticket to advance to outer deity. With sufficient cost, it was not impossible to advance to outer deity before the apocalypse. But in the end, the release of these Sephira was ultimately just preparing a wedding dress for others. What good would it do Adam? Indeed, if the Lord of Steam and the primordial demoness obtained the Sephira, they would have a chance to advance to outer deity, and both were staunch allies of Adam, who would undoubtedly side with him. But so what? Adam could not control all the released Sephira. While the Lord of Steam and the primordial demoness could advance to outer deity with the help of the knowledge more in the City of Calamity, the Evernight Goddess, the Earth Mother, and even the Black Emperor also had the same opportunity. Calculated this way, the best-case scenario would still be 2 against 3, with Adam still at a disadvantage. In less tenebrous world, the eyes behind the curtain of shadows flickered slightly. Adam had collaborated with that great snake from the abyss more than once, and that entity precisely represented the abyss pathway. Although the uniqueness of the chained pathway, adjacent to the abyss, was in Ember's hands, that great snake could never advance to outer deity through it in this lifetime. But that didn't prevent the great snake from using this to control, or even devour, the Sephira. And in that case, the only Sephira left would be the Key of Light. The curtain of shadows, which was subtly expanding to cover the entire forsaken land of the gods, suddenly paused. The true creator stopped his previous actions. He had intended to stop the first fire, but now, it seemed unlikely. The true creator cast his gaze towards Ouroboros, his eyes full of profound meaning. Among all 22 pathways, Mother, and the Moon, were the most special, because neither of these pathways directly originated from the creator, but rather from the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The Mother Nest, one of the 9 great Sephira, is also the same. It was once part of the Sephira owned by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, but was torn and attracted by the Creator's resurrection, thus descending into this world. Of course, since Sephira have the ability to complete themselves, even though the Mother Goddess of Depravity's Sephira was once incomplete, it has now been completed, and she is still a genuine outer deity. The separated, Mother Nest, can also create an outer deity, and these two are now of equal status. So, once the Earth Mother becomes an outer deity, she might even hope to contend with the Mother Goddess of Depravity for the ability to symbolize a pillar. And for the Mother Goddess of Depravity, to reclaim the pillar symbol, she must also re-merge with the Mother Nest, which is precisely why she covets this world. But if we disregard the Mother Nest, and the corresponding Mother, and the Moon pathways, as well as the pillar pathways corresponding to Sephira Castle and the Chaos Sea, among the remaining 6 great Sephira, the most special is undoubtedly the Key of Light. Other Sephira correspond to at least 2 pathways, and only by accommodating both pathways can one become an outer deity. But the Key of Light is different, it only has one corresponding pathway, the Wheel of Fortune. This means that anyone who can become a sequence 0 of the Wheel of Fortune pathway can directly accommodate the Key of Light and become an outer deity. And beside the true creator, the fate angel Ouroboros happened to possess 2 Beander characteristics of sequence 1 from the Wheel of Fortune pathway. As long as he could successfully hunt down another snake of fate, he would have the opportunity to advance to sequence 0 and then become a true outer deity. In this regard, Ouroboros's path would be much easier than that of any other being. Of course, provided he could obtain the Key of Light. And to obtain the Key of Light, the seal set by the Lord of the Mysteries must be broken. Based on this prerequisite, the true creator naturally had no reason to stop the first fire. Undoubtedly, all of this was clearly within Adam's calculations. Adam knew the true creator well, and the true creator likewise knew Adam. After all, no matter what, they were once the same person. As the true creator hesitated, the situation of the gray fog became increasingly grim. The gray fog, scorched by the first fire, grew thinner and thinner, with cracks appearing all over its surface. These fissures were initially scattered, scratches, but as time passed, more and more cracks spread across the gray fog's surface, like a dense spiderweb. The gray fog, like a mirror, continuously collapsed under the pressure of the cracks, as if it could completely shatter at any moment. And beneath the gray fog, one small hill after another rose up, as if in a fish tank sealed with plastic. Small fish eager to breathe were struggling to break free from the plastic's confines. Pop! Finally, one small fish pierced through the plastic seal. A large hole was torn open on the surface of the gray fog, and the sound of rushing water poured out, as if the water of the Milky Way was gushing forth. The true creator gazed intently. From within the broken hole, a deep, colorless, insubstantial current, imbued with a strong aura of eternal stillness, flowed out. Though separated by a vast distance, the true creator seemed to see death, eternal slumber, his end, his ultimate limit. And although these river waters poured down, they did not reach the ground, but abruptly vanished in the air, flowing into the depths of the spirit world. That was not a real river, but the river of eternal darkness, one of the 9 great Sephira. The river water was not literally water, but an abstract concept and symbol. The true creator was not surprised by the escape of the river of eternal darkness, because although the Lord of the Mysteries was powerful, he was ultimately not the creator. As time passed, the seal on the west continent was gradually weakening. Those Sephira, either instinctively or consciously, used the uniqueness and high-sequence Beander characteristics within their symbolic domains to indirectly erode them and influence the outside world. Among them, the first to permeate with power was the River of Eternal Darkness, which had already formed a tributary in the outside world through Gregare in the second epoch. By the fourth epoch, more Sephira began to appear in the North Continent, South Continent, and the 5 Sea Islands, such as the City of Calamity, and also the Tenebrous World. Of course, these Sephira were of too high a rank, and far from being as active as the Hidden Sage. Their instincts were more due to a tendency for aggregation, rather than the birth of self-awareness within themselves. And now, once freed with external help, the Sephira would, due to aggregation, travel to the areas where they had previously permeated power and merge with their branches. The River of Eternal Darkness was the first, followed by the Mother Nest, the Knowledge More. The true creator watched all this quietly, because he knew this was just the beginning, and it was already too late to stop it even if he wanted to now. He silently watched as one Sephira after another broke through the gray fog's shackles and gained freedom. He neither tried to stop them nor tried to seize them. The Sephira were of a higher rank than him. Unless he forcefully used the power of the Chaos Sea, he couldn't stop them. And using the Chaos Sea to intercept the Sephira would mean that these Sephira would likely be devoured by the Chaos Sea. The true creator did not want to bear such a cost, so he planned to do nothing. And at the same time, although the gray fog instinctively filled the gaps to prevent the escape of these Sephira, it was ultimately in vain. Because by the time those gaps were filled, the Sephira had long since escaped, like birds soaring into the sky or fish entering the sea, no longer bound. Eventually, the gray fog barrier returned to its original state. However, it was not as thick as before, but much thinner. From a great distance, the true creator could even faintly see the scene on the other side through the gray fog in some areas. On the other side, large crowds stood at the boundary of the gray fog, looking with worry or excitement at the desolate world on the other side of the gray fog. Above the sky, the first fire had disappeared, but the sky remained bright, and the sun still hung high in the sky. Because when the first fire ignited the gray fog, the darkness and lightning that enveloped the world were also ignited. By the time the gray fog became incredibly thin from continuous burning, the darkness and lightning had already been reduced to ashes, and bright sunlight streamed down upon this land that had been shrouded in darkness for thousands of years. Perhaps in a few years, the forsaken land of the gods would once again revert to the East Continent. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise. Chapter 405, Squeezing Out the Value. January 2, 1351, another Monday. Emmeline White stepped out of his carriage, glanced at the sun obscured by clouds and light fog, and put on his semi-tall silk top hat. As he walked towards the church entrance, he lightly rotated the ring on his left hand. The core of this ring was a Beander characteristic of a Sequence 3 High Summoner. For Emmeline, who was preparing for advancement, he could completely obtain the Beander characteristic needed for advancement by crushing this ring. But he didn't intend to do so, because this ring not only represented a powerful sealed artifact, but also served as proof of him being a favored one of the ancestor. This was a mystical item personally bestowed by the ancestor. If he crushed the ring, wouldn't that mean his faith in the ancestor wasn't devout enough? So even if he couldn't advance to Sequence 3 in this lifetime, Emmeline felt he would never crush this ring. With this thought, Emmeline walked into the Harvest Church and automatically took off his hat. At this moment, Cassimi, O'Neill, and other sanguine from Backland, who were waiting for Bishop Utravsky's sermon, successively stood up, looking at the ground in the aisle, and spoke in a low voice. "Good morning, Earl." Emmeline's gaze swept over the sanguine. He knew that their respect was not from the heart, and was even somewhat unwilling, the reason being simple. People can always understand a stranger unrelated to them achieving success, but it's hard for them to tolerate someone close to them also achieving success. Because strangers are irrelevant to them, merely subjects of gossip and jokes after tea. But friends are people closely related to them. A friend's advancement creates a sense of disparity, leading to envy or even jealousy, and dark thoughts like, why him and not me? Or, he was just lucky, I could do the same. This psychology is normal, most people are like this. Of course, it didn't matter what these sanguine were thinking, whether it was envy or jealousy. Because Emmeline didn't care. No matter what they thought, it couldn't change the fact that he, Emmeline White, was already a Sequence 4 demigod, a genuine sanguine earl, and moreover, a favored one personally appointed by the ancestor. Even if other sanguine found it hard to accept, they still had to bow their heads and call him Earl when they saw him. Rather, Emmeline actually wanted to see their expressions, that look of both envy and forced respect as they called him Earl. Emmeline White felt a secret delight, but on the surface, he looked straight ahead, nodding almost imperceptibly. Mistral hasn't arrived yet. Earl Mistral has set up a small church at home, O'Neill simply explained. Emmeline didn't comment on this behavior, but just walked forward, casually saying, "But during Mass, one still has to come here." After glancing left and right, he added, "Where is Bishop Utravsky? The bishop is waiting for you at the back. The church's messenger has arrived." O'Neill controlled his facial expression and answered Emmeline's question with great respect. The church's messenger. Emmeline twisted the light red ring on his left hand and walked towards the back of the church. Byam, Wave Church. Alger wore a bishop's robe embroidered with lightning and wave symbols, and a metal storm holy emblem, standing atop the bell tower, gazing at the city not far from Byam. That place was once a primeval forest, but now that forest, along with the surrounding hills and small mountains, has been leveled, replaced by a city of bold and rugged style. In its center, two tall towers stand side by side, one domed, one pointed, both appearing in a strange silver, reflecting a slightly dazzling light under the sun. Around these twin towers, many concrete roads have been laid out, leading either to buildings made primarily of stone, or connecting to wide plazas and training grounds. Trees have been planted along the roads, giving a sense of vibrant prosperity. That is New Silver City, a city of miracle built by the followers of Mr. Fool. This is not a metaphor, but a city genuinely built by miracle. Every building and every street there was obtained by the residents of City of Silver through prayer to Mr. Fool. It can be said that New City of Silver experiences miracles almost every moment, showcasing the divine signs of the Fool. It was precisely by relying on these divine signs, visible even to ordinary people, that the residents of Byam instinctively began to believe in the Fool. Because the natives of Blue Mountain Island have deeply realized that Mr. Fool is a true god comparable to existences like the Lord of Storms, and this true god is incredibly benevolent and extremely generous, he even bestows houses and food upon his followers through divine signs, saving them from hunger and cold. For ordinary people, they don't understand the meaning of faith to gods, nor do they comprehend the differences in the authorities held by gods. They only know that the Fool is so benevolent, so generous. Can other gods do the same? Since other true gods cannot, why should I believe in the true God you speak of instead of the Fool? Such views are not only circulating among the natives but are also rapidly spreading among the residents of the Lord of Storms. As the cardinal of the Rorstad archipelago, Alger was well aware of this. After all, the number of believers who have recently come to pray at the Wave Church has already decreased by 1/3 compared to usual. And it should be noted that the Wave Church is the main church of the Rorstad diocese, and those who can come here to pray are the upper-class people of Byam, mostly wealthy and noble. If even the number of these elite believers has decreased by 1/3, the loss of lower-class believers will only be more severe. If it were an ordinary cardinal, they would probably have already taken measures. Even if they couldn't directly attack the Fool's church, they would certainly try to curb this trend. But Alger was clearly no ordinary person. Although he did report the situation here to headquarters, he never took any active steps. After all, Alger was already inclined towards the Fool's church, and was an old acquaintance of Derek, the Archbishop of the Fool's church, even considered half of Derek's teacher. For example, most of the intelligence about the mysterious world that Derek knew was basically given by him. Under such circumstances, expecting Alger to deal with the Fool's church was purely a pipe dream. So, even though Alger is still with the Storm Church, this is only temporary. The reason he chose to stay was simply to maximize his benefits and drain the Storm Church of its value. For example, as a cardinal who governs a diocese, Alger could easily save a sum of money for himself to spend, and in the previous war, the mines, plantations, spice estates, and factories on the Rorstad archipelago were being sold at prices below their actual value. As long as one had the means to buy them, they could make a huge profit after a while. More importantly, the Storm Church headquarters also had considerable interest in the Beander characteristic and potion formulas sold by City of Silver and Moon City, providing a large sum of money for purchase. As for the intermediary, it was undoubtedly Cardinal Alger Wilson of the Rorstad diocese, and some losses in such processes were unavoidable and understandable. And secretly, Alger had already planned out his complete, job-hopping, plan to the Fool's church. Not to mention, he also had the promise of Derek, the Archbishop of the Fool's church, that as soon as he switched over, he could immediately transition into an Archbishop of the Fool's church. Of course, Alger had another reason for staying. He needed to complete a task for Mr. Fool. Alger was incredibly familiar with the first fire creation theory. After all, although this theory was not proposed by him, he had personally experienced the world created by the first fire through the dream world, and he also participated in the compilation of the record of the Fool's holy words, so he was thoroughly familiar with this theory. It was precisely for this reason that no one was more suitable than him to complete the task of revising the Book of Storms for the Storm Church. Of course, mere compilation was not enough, he also needed to confirm the circulation of the new version of the Book of Storms within the Storm Church. The ideal scenario, of course, would be for the Storm Church to fully accept the new version of the Book of Storms. But as of now, opinions within the Storm Church have not yet reached a consensus, with a small number of stubborn factions resolutely resisting the new version of the Book of Storms. Of course, such rhetoric can only deceive ordinary believers, but it cannot deceive Alger. As an organization that believes in the Lord of Storms, the Storm Church naturally prioritizes the Lord of Storms in all matters. As long as the Lord of Storms personally sends down an oracle, there can be no discordant voices within the church. And with the first fire creation theory being promoted worldwide, the Storm Church, as the only exception among the true God churches, its chaos displayed throughout the process actually represents the attitude of the Lord of Storms. He, on one hand, wants to show goodwill to Mr. Fool, subtly considering joining a united front, but on the other hand, he is wavering, seemingly considering other options. It can be said that the internal divisions within the Storm Church are actually a manifestation of the Lord of Storm's own ambiguous attitude. Alger made no comment on this. Although he found the Lord of Storm's hesitation somewhat foolish, he would not casually judge gods. Especially for the Lord of Storms, who is known for being irascible, the words indecisive should not appear in his dictionary at all. So when Alger witnessed the current chaos in the Storm Church, he even once suspected whether the Lord of Storms had changed. Because Alger did not believe that the Lord of Storms would be foolish enough to be indecisive, yet the facts were right before his eyes, forcing him to believe. Perhaps the Lord of Storms truly became indecisive, or perhaps there were hidden reasons he was unaware of. In matters at the god level were too distant, even if Alger guessed the inside story, he would be powerless to intervene, merely causing unnecessary worry. Therefore, compared to the Lord of Storm's attitude, he cared more about the immediate matters. Alger gazed at the city that exuded vibrant vitality, a keen sense of crisis growing within him. As cities capable of rooting themselves in the forsaken land of the gods, almost all residents of City of Silver and Moon City are beyonders. And the number of demigods is also considerable, with 7 when they left the forsaken land of the gods. After the war with Fursak, City of Silver obtained a considerable number of Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristics, and now the number of demigods has reached 13, with even 4 Sequence 3 demigods. Unconsciously, Mr. Fool's influence has grown to a level comparable to that of a true God church. Even if there is a certain gap, it is only in the accumulation from a long history. If I hadn't personally experienced these changes, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Alger sighed inwardly, his heart not so calm. Because while the growth of the Fool's church was what Mr. Fool hoped for, it was not necessarily a good thing for Alger. Because the Fool's church having 13 demigods meant that even if Alger switched over, he would only be one of 14 archbishops, 1/14. And as time passed, the denominator would grow larger. By the time he joined the Fool's church, more demigods would have been born, 1/15, 1/16, or even 1/20. The more people there were, the more Alger's authority as an archbishop would be diluted. Therefore, he must, as much as possible, improve his strength and accumulate merits before going to the Fool's church. Only then would he have the opportunity to become the chief archbishop of the Fool's church, or even the pope of the Fool's church. If the son can be the pope, why can't I, the hanged man? Cardinal. A Punisher's squad leader walked up to the bell tower and respectfully said, "Someone has arrived from the abyss of storm, it's Archbishop Yarn Cottonman." The hanged man subtly frowned, and calmly said, "I'll go over now." 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the ancient palace above the grey fog. On both sides of the mottled long table, crimson lights simultaneously rose, solidifying into the figures of tarot club members such as Justice, Lovers, Hanged Man, Sun, Magician, and Hermit. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey looked around, and as usual, stood up and curtsied, bowing to the top of the mottled long table. "Happy New Year." Then, with a faint smile, she completed her usual greetings to the other members. Thiessen, Derek, had not counted time by silently counting heartbeats for a long time. He only needed to look at the wall clock to know exactly how long until the tarot gathering. At this moment, he waited for Miss Justice to finish her greetings, then stood up with the other tarot club members and bowed to the top of the bronze long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The moon, Emmeline, glanced left and right and said, I want to know if the planter and moon pathways have any special characteristics compared to other pathways. After posing the question, he made no attempt to conceal it, quite frankly adding, I recently learned that the Earth Church's internal system is different from the norm, divided into two parts, God-blessed and God-favored. After the moon, Emmeline, finished his brief description, the hanged man, Alger, the hermit, Catlia, the star, Leonard, and others exchanged glances, all unable to provide a reasonable explanation. Of course, every member present, including Thiessen, Derek, could hear the abnormality of the Earth Church's internal system. Because for other churches, they usually vigorously cultivate beyonders of the same pathway as their true God, but the Earth Mother Church is just the opposite. Chapter 406, Not Good, Not Bad. In the former 7 Orthodox Gods churches, major churches almost always prioritized cultivating beyonders of the same pathway as their gods. For example, most beyonders of the Church of the Night are sleepless, most beyonders of the Storm Church are sailors, and most beyonders of the Steam Church are savants, and so on. This phenomenon occurred, firstly, because the churches had a sufficiently complete grasp of the corresponding pathways, possessing not only full potion formulas but also monopolizing the corresponding beyander materials and ritual conditions. For instance, when a beyander of the sailor pathway advances to sequence 5, the required ritual is to consume the potion inside the belly of an Obnies. This is because after consuming the potion, the beyander will hear the voices of all living beings in the entire sea, which is enough to explode a sequence 5 beyander's brain. The Obnice's belly can block these sounds, allowing only relatively blurred sounds to reach the ears, thereby minimizing the risk of the beyander losing control due to advancement. Furthermore, during advancement, the beyander's body will be transformed by the potion, and invisible sound waves strong enough to burst the beyander will be generated. This will cause the beyander to involuntarily desire to vocalize, releasing these excess sound waves to prevent their body from truly exploding. However, vocalizing simultaneously tears the spirit body, which then diffuses outwards with the sound waves. These torn spirit bodies will leave the beyander in an extremely weakened state, and may even result in irreversible after effects. Conversely, the mucus within the Obnice's belly will rebound the spirit body fragments back into the beyander's body, allowing the spirit body to be preserved while the sound waves are released. In this process, the beyander's body is refined and shaped like material in a furnace. Therefore, for the sailor pathway, advancing to sequence 5 requires finding an Obnies and consuming the potion in conjunction with the ritual, otherwise, the probability of losing control is as high as 99%. However, almost all Obnies are raised by the Storm Church, and the few wild Obnies are found only outside safe, rarely traveled shipping lanes. This situation ensures the Storm Church's monopoly over the sailor pathway. The reason Alger was able to advance smoothly without the Storm Church was because he had the help of Mr. Fool. But for most beyonders, they clearly don't have such opportunities. The other churches are the same, they all monopolize the beyander materials and ritual conditions for their respective pathways, and even extend their reach to other pathways. For example, the Church of the Night not only monopolizes the sleepless pathway but also interferes with the seer pathway, raising mermaids, which are needed for advancement to sequence 5 marionettist, in the Serenity Chapel and in Sleep Chapel. Even in the perception of Erodes, the magic mirror, wild mermaids only exist in the area east of the Gargaz archipelago. For this reason, Klein had to delve into the God War ruins, enduring hardships to finally find a mermaid. However, the internal system of the Earth Mother Church appears somewhat unconventional. On one hand, the Earth Mother Church, like other churches, monopolizes the Earth pathway, also known as the planter pathway, and uses this as a foundation to cultivate a large number of beyonders. For example, His Holiness Roland, the pontiff of the Earth Mother, is an angel of the planter pathway, and most of the dozen or so archbishops of the Earth Mother Church are also of the planter pathway. Within the Earth Mother Church, they are all considered God-blessed. It can be said that these individuals hold the highest positions within the Earth Mother Church. Yet, beyond this, the Earth Mother Church also has a special system called God-favored. The strength of the God-favored is generally not high, but almost every clergyman is accompanied by a God-favored. For example, His Holiness Roland is accompanied by a demigod-level God-favored. Any command issued by Roland must be personally confirmed by this God-favored, only with the God-favored's permission can Roland's commands be effectively transmitted. The same applies to archbishops, most of them are accompanied by a sequence 5 or sequence 6 God-favored. And just like His Holiness Roland, every one of their commands must be confirmed by these God-favored to be successfully conveyed. If not, the archbishop can refuse to execute the pontiff's order, and the bishops and deacons below can refuse to execute the archbishop's order. Those unfamiliar with the inside story might assume that the Earth Mother is using the God-favored to check the God-blessed, thereby achieving a certain balance that allows the Earth Mother to better control the Church. But any Beander of a slightly higher sequence knows that the so-called checks and balances are nothing but nonsense. Because the Earth Mother is a god, and the purpose of the Church is to serve her. Even if the Earth Mother were to suddenly order the dissolution of the Earth Mother Church, believers might be confused, bewildered, and feel despair at being abandoned by their God, but they would never show any disobedience. Excluding this possibility, the only thing that might seem relevant to the answer is the composition of the God-blessed and God-favored. The God-blessed are Beyonders of the Earth and Moon pathways, while the God-favored can be of any pathway other than these two. Once you understand this point, you will know why the Earth Mother Church's system is divided into God-favored and God-blessed. Regarding this, I might know the answer. While others were still making various conjectures, Justice Audrey slightly raised her hand. This immediately drew the attention of the others, and Audrey inquired, "Where do you think the 22 Beander pathways originate?" This is one of the 3 core questions in mysticism, and there has never been a universally accepted answer. Each school of thought has its own theory, and no one can convince anyone else. Without waiting for others to answer, Audrey explained on her own. The most widely accepted theory is that Beander characteristics originate from the first fire of creation. The first fire created the world, and he manifested as all things, including gods, humans, the sea, the land, and Beander characteristics. This is recorded in the Holy Scriptures of various churches. Audrey said, blinking subtly. And the others understood, because it was indeed true. Even a few months ago, the Scriptures recorded, Creator, but now, the major churches have indeed, by common consent, changed, Creator, to, first fire. The Moon Amelin was noncommittal, adding, as one of the masters of the second epoch, we sanguine believe that Beander characteristics indeed originate from the first fire, and then different characteristics accumulated, giving birth to ancient gods, who in turn created different races. Audrey nodded gently, affirming his statement, and then continued. But Karula once told me that not all pathways originate from the first fire. Karula. Upon hearing this name, Hanged Man and the others instantly became solemn. Although they had never met Karula, they knew that Karula was an angel of the visionary pathway, and that she had intricate ties to the first fire. For example, the dream world was Karula's masterpiece, and Mr. Fool also had a considerable understanding of the dream world, never showing hostility towards Karula. At the same time, this Karula was not an angel under Mr. Fool. All of this indicated that a god on the same level as Mr. Fool stood behind Karula. And this god, Hanged Man and the Hermit looked at Ember in unison. In their hearts, they had already concluded that Lover was the god behind Karula, only this could provide a reasonable explanation. The Moon didn't think too much, and eagerly asked, so the Earth and Moon pathways don't originate from the first fire. Where did they come from then? Audrey said very seriously. The cosmos. The cosmos. The Moon Amelin was startled, realizing that the situation might be more serious than he had imagined. The Tarot Club had already shared information about the pollution from underground and the dangers of the cosmos. All members knew that merely understanding these concepts could lead to erosion. So they were only warned not to touch the underground and the cosmos, but they didn't know what the specific dangers were, what concepts they represented, or how they manifested, because only sufficient ignorance could prevent them from being contaminated. So, there's something inherently wrong with these two pathways. The Moon Amelin was silent for a moment, then collected his thoughts and said, other pathways are more or less affected by the mental imprints of past owners remaining in the Beander characteristic, and since the Earth and Moon pathways come from the cosmos, they are more susceptible to pollution from the cosmos. Yes. Justice Audrey nodded gently. This is a test for me. The Moon Amelin sighed inwardly, then said, I have mastered the names of the high sequence potions for both the Planter and Moon pathways, and I'm a bit confused about two of them. After becoming a Sanguine Earl and a senior deacon of the Earth Church, he gained corresponding permissions to access much information that was previously inaccessible. Seeing the other members of the Tarot Club looking at him, Emlyn pondered and said, Sequence 3 of the Moon pathway is called High Summoner, Sequence 2 is called Life Giver, and Sequence 1 is called Beauty Goddess. Sequence 3 of the Planter pathway is called Pallbearer, Sequence 2 is called Desolate Matriarch, and Sequence 1 is called Naturewalker. What I'm more confused about is that the potion names, Beauty Goddess, and Desolate Matriarch, have a certain gender implication. What are your thoughts? For a moment, no one else in the Tarot Club spoke. They looked at each other, speechless. After a few seconds, Justice Audrey controlled her gaze and said, carefully choosing her words. I remember that Sequence 7 of the Assassin pathway is called Witch, and assassins who consume this potion eventually become witches. This is, for me, a test. Emlyn's lips moved slightly, unable to speak. When he saw the potion names, he already had a certain premonition, but he was reluctant to accept it, hoping to get another explanation at the Tarot Club. Hanged Man deliberated and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much, because you probably won't become an angel." Emlyn's breath hitched. "Are you trying to comfort me? But why do I feel like you're being sarcastic?" Justice Audrey helped explain. "Mr. Hanged Man probably means a Sequence 1 angel. There can be at most 3 Sequence 1 angels in any pathway, and Sequence 0 and Sequence 1 cannot coexist. So, whether the Earth Mother wishes to bestow the Sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the Moon pathway upon an angel of the Earth Mother Church, or the Beauty Goddess wishes to advance to Sequence 0 through this, there will be no extra Sequence 1s available. So for ordinary Beyonders, the limit of the Moon pathway is the Sequence 2 feet angel." Emlyn's expression brightened considerably. A Sequence 2 angel wasn't bad either. Unlike the Sequence 2 Desolate Matriarch of the Earth pathway, the Sequence 2 Life Giver of the Moon pathway has no clear gender implication, and isn't Duke Ulmer at this level too. As for Beauty Goddess, Emlyn neither longed for it nor hoped for it, though he liked puppets, sex reassignment was out of the question. As the discussion gradually drew to a close, Mr. World Gairman Sparrow looked around and said in a low voice, "Everyone, I must remind you of something." When the Tarot Club members all looked over, Klein, controlling the puppet Mr. World, said in a deep voice, "The apocalypse will arrive in a few years, and everyone may be destroyed, including the gods." A few years. The hearts of the Tarot Club members suddenly sank. At their current sequence, they had all heard rumors of the apocalypse to varying degrees. But they mostly dismissed them as groundless rumors, paying no attention at all. But now that Mr. World had said it himself, it was a different matter entirely. This was the Tarot Club, and in the presence of Mr. Fool and Lover, 2 gods, Mr. World actually stated directly that, even gods will be destroyed. What did this mean? The Star Leonard was the first to recover, asking, "Why would the apocalypse suddenly descend? There are no signs at all right now." Mr. World chuckled. "It's just that you haven't discovered the signs. Do you think God War would erupt without reason? These things should not have been revealed to them, for even if they knew, what could they do? As demigods, they could not change anything. Moreover, with Ember present, the apocalypse might not even occur. But it's always better to be safe than sorry. There are more than 10 outer deities eyeing the cosmos, and even if Ember can protect this world, he certainly cannot protect everyone, just like Lordran once was. As for the lucky few, they can enter the painting world, a sanctuary. And in the coming apocalypse, someone will always die in this disaster." So Klein still decided to tell them part of the truth in Mr. World's voice. This would at least allow them to prepare early. Although they were destined to be powerless to control the final outcome, they could at least avoid some disasters that would otherwise occur. This is not a bad thing. End of chapter. 407 Tarot Friendship Club. Chapter 407, Tarot Social Gathering. Above the Fool, inside the ancient palace. Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool, with only Ember on one side of the mottled long table. As for the other members, they had already left the moment the gathering ended, not even leaving behind his avatar, Mr. World. Silently, darkness infiltrated the Fool. The gray fog, already at a disadvantage under the scorching flames, was instantly enveloped by darkness, concealing the boundless silver river and the scarlet stars within it. However, this situation did not last long. The gradually compressed gray fog refilled the area enveloped by darkness. This was not because darkness was dispelled by the gray fog, but because darkness had condensed into a slender figure wearing a black robe and a hood, appearing within the ancient palace. She slowly walked to the mottled long table, pulled out the high-backed chair belonging to Miss Justice, and sat down. The arrival of darkness seemed to be a signal, as more and more beings subsequently appeared in the ancient palace. The gray fog silently distorted, becoming like servants welcoming a returning emperor, greeting the middle-aged man in black armor, a matching cape, a black crown inlaid with various gems, and holding a scepter. The ground grew countless vibrant flowers, transforming the ancient palace above the spirit world into a garden. From within the garden, a petite girl with dazzling golden hair quietly appeared, smiling as she walked towards Ember, intending to sit beside him. But suddenly, the space in front of her opened, with indifferent brass-colored eyes. At the same time, an invisible darkness swept over, enveloping the golden-haired girl. When she reappeared, she was already in Miss Magician's seat. Beside her, a lady in a black robe elegantly sat in Miss Judgment's seat. The crown-wearing middle-aged man sat in Hanged Man's position, placing the scepter he had been holding on the mottled long table. And with their appearance, more and more figures appeared one by one above the Fool, but they all sat at the far end of the bronze long table, maintaining a distance of several seats from those who had arrived earlier. This is a true divine council, but the pressure is not ordinary, Klein muttered silently to himself. He was only familiar with Ember, and had very little contact with the others. As for the angels they brought, he had almost no contact with them except for Bernadette. And now, Klein had to preside over this meeting as the host, with 4 true gods participating, while he himself was only a sequence one who had just been promoted not long ago. How could the pressure not be immense? Klein muttered to himself, not daring to speak rashly, but quietly observing the subordinate gods they brought. Evernight Goddess did not personally attend, as she was busy digesting the uniqueness of death and god of combat pathways. This meant she had to simultaneously contend with the remaining the first will in both pathways, making it difficult for her to be distracted in the short term. So, the lady in the black robe came in her stead. According to Klein's understanding of the Church of the Night, this should be Irina, the Pope of the Church of the Night, often respectfully referred to as Saint Irina within the Church of the Night. She often appeared as the Evernight Goddess's representative in reality, and she was the only one present who did not bring other angels to this tarot club gathering. And judging from her methods just now, she probably not only represented the Evernight Goddess, but could also use some of the Evernight Goddess's power herself. At the same time, her name inevitably made Klein think, it was the same name as Saint Irina from Dark Souls 3. If the Pope of the Church of the Night is Saint Irina, then who is the Evernight Goddess? Klein did not dwell on it, as neither the occasion nor the time allowed. He turned to look at the 3 ladies brought by Earth Mother. All 3 were dressed luxuriously and had graceful figures, but their hair colors were distinctly different and easy to distinguish. One had silver hair, one had sky blue long hair, and one had fiery red long hair. The silver-haired lady should be Ornia, the beauty goddess of the sanguine. Her silver hair feature is simply too obvious. As for the latter 2, their hair color features do not match Roland, the Pope of the Earth Mother Church, so they should be 2 of the 3 sanguine dukes. Emmeline White also mentioned that among the 3 sanguine dukes, besides Duke Olmer, the other 2 are female, one named Elena and one named Alyssa, and by their names, they seem to be sisters. In the second epic, Alyssa was the goddess of life, and Elena was the goddess of love. Among the native angels and gods, these 2 are also among the oldest existing ones, even older than the king of angels and most of the gods under the ancient sun god. After all, the prosperity of the sanguine was in the early to mid-second epic, when the ancient sun god had not yet been born. It was not until the late second epic, when the blood ancestor Lilith fell, that the ancient sun god first emerged in history. The god of knowledge and wisdom also brought 2 ladies with human upper bodies and spider lower bodies, one white spider and the other red spider. Clearly, they are the demoness sisters from Dark Souls 1, Crag the red spider, and the unnamed white spider from the game. After all, the features of these 2 are too obvious, it would be difficult for Klein not to recognize them. Their spider-like lower bodies were caused by the erosion and infection of uncontrolled chaotic flames. Similarly, the demoness's only son was even more tragic than his 2 sisters. He was infected by chaos at birth and thus continuously festered. One of the demoness sisters created a ring to alleviate his festering, and when escaping the bed of chaos, the finger wearing the ring festered and fell off, turning into a centipede demon, while he himself became a continuously festering creature, guarding the tomb of the demoness sister who helped him escape. In comparison, the Red Spider sisters were quite fortunate. Since the identity of the demoness sisters is so clear, the identity of the god of knowledge and wisdom is naturally self-evident, Demoness Clana. Compared to these 3, Rosal seemed a bit shabby. He only brought 1 angel, his daughter Bernadette. But this couldn't be helped. Compared to other true gods, Rosal simply lacked a deep foundation. After all, Rosal had been corrupted long before becoming a god, and the first thing he did after becoming a god was commit suicide, leaving no time to develop his believers and subordinate gods. Even Bernadette becoming an angel had little to do with Rosal himself. If Bernadette hadn't actively shown face for her old father, Rosal would probably have had to attend the banquet alone. Of course, Rosal's other son, Bonava Gustav, is also an angel, but this son is a believer of the Lord of Steam, and his relationship with Rosal is not to say like strangers but at least destined to be hostile. This tarot club was also completely different from usual, because 4 true gods are their representatives, and nearly 10 angels were present. Such a lineup was undeniably luxurious, but Klein secretly felt a little regretful. He should have brought a few people to support him. After all, although Fool is not a true god, he has many angels. Mr. Door, Grossel, Miss Messenger, Mr. Azik, and the little snake that was just born. Well, although bringing any of these few would be enough to support the scene, Most of them couldn't be brought up, otherwise it would be easy to reveal the truth, and Klein hadn't notified them in advance, so he could only deal with this somewhat awkward situation alone. Presiding over a meeting as the host in front of several true gods, any normal person would feel intimidated. Perhaps sensing his fellow countryman's predicament, Rosal the Great lightly tapped the table and said, "Since no one is speaking, I'll start. I need the uniqueness of the seer pathway. Does anyone have any clues?" Since the fall of Eternal Blazing Sun, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had disintegrated, and the Steam Church became the only Orthodox church in Intis. Rosal had now gained the assistance of the Steam Church, and there would be no further obstacles to rebuilding the Intis Empire. Of course, the high-ranking officials of the Intis Republic would strongly oppose it. Holding them back would be minor, and they might even stab them in the back. Rosal deeply knew that it was impossible to manage the country well with these parasites, so with his rich experience in political struggle, he didn't mind using the most straightforward methods to make these people shut up forever. Furthermore, when Rosal was resurrected, the remaining uniqueness and Beander characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway had already converged into his hands, and these Beander characteristics originally belonged to him, so he didn't need to digest them again. He now only lacked enough faith. With the excellent domestic situation in Intis, it was only a matter of time before he re-established the Intis's faith in the Black Emperor and then advanced to Sequence 0. Rosal had always been accustomed to planning ahead, so he needed to find the uniqueness and Beander characteristic of the seer pathway in advance. Beander characteristic were easy to solve. The Rune royal family and the Fenboot royal family each had a Sequence 1, so he could just seize them directly. But the uniqueness was difficult to obtain, as its whereabouts had always been a mystery. Of course, this mystery was only for ordinary people. In the eyes of these true gods, there were actually very few secrets in this world. Saint Irina said softly, "The Church of the God of War has a sealed artifact, 002, which should be the activated uniqueness of the seer pathway." Her voice was not loud, even sounding a bit soft and weak. "What price do I need to pay?" Rosal asked immediately, his expression solemn. He knew they were allies now, but even allies didn't offer help for no reason. To get something, you had to give something. Irina continued, 002 is not in the hands of the Church of the Night. Larian, the Grand Patriarch of the Church of the God of War, escaped on the day God of Combat fell, and took the sealed artifact, 002, with him. In addition, he destroyed all 0 feet level sealed artifact data before escaping, so we don't know the activation level of this sealed artifact. Rosal frowned slightly. This was a bit troublesome. As the Grand Patriarch of the Church of the God of War, Larian was certainly a Sequence 2 angel. At that time, the Church of the Night had just begun to take over the Church of the God of War. Although taking over these sealed artifacts would certainly be considered a top priority, facing a Sequence 2 angel who escaped with the seer pathway uniqueness, ordinary Beyonders simply couldn't stop him. Moreover, since Larian chose to escape on the day God of Combat fell, the Church of the Night probably didn't even have time to react. Furthermore, Larian specifically destroyed the data before escaping, which naturally added variables to the tracking. Because when the major churches notify each other of 0 feet level and 1 foot level sealed artifacts, they only provide the serial number. And even within the major churches, information on 0 feet level sealed artifacts is strictly confidential. As high-ranking officials, they can often only access relevant data when responsible for a certain 0 feet level sealed artifact, and there is a high probability that corresponding memories will be erased afterwards. This is partly to prevent the leakage of important information, and partly because for many 0 feet level sealed artifacts, merely understanding them can lead to danger or cause the seal to fail. Just as Rosal now knows that 002 is the seer pathway uniqueness, he cannot determine its specific activation level, and thus cannot determine its danger level. Because if the activation level of 002 is high enough, it might even reach the level of the hidden sage. In that case, a true god must personally intervene to ensure foolproof safety. But Rosal is still some distance from the level of a true god. He has now left for Sac, and his target is likely the Ruined Kingdom. Ariana is tracking him. If you can help capture him, 002 can be given as a reward. Saint Irina's voice sounded soft and weak, but there was no hesitation in her words, clearly indicating a high degree of decision-making power over the Church of the Night's actions. Earth Mother Lilith suddenly chuckled, and under the puzzled gazes of the others, she said with a smile, "I must remind you, the activation of 002 is likely influenced by the Nation of Disorder." Rosal's brows furrowed even deeper. That's even more troublesome. True gods basically have some sense of the Sephira returning to reality. Just like Rosal, he can vaguely sense the general location of the Nation of Disorder, which is also a manifestation of the Beander characteristic convergence law. And if 002 was activated due to the influence of the Nation of Disorder, then 002 is becoming a second hidden sage. This means that even if Larian initially escaped with 002, the rank of 002 was already above Larian's, and coupled with the influence of the Nation of Disorder, Larian is very likely already a puppet of 002. And once Larian directly returns to the Nation of Disorder with 002, Rosal will almost certainly no longer have a chance to obtain this uniqueness. Therefore, action must be swift. Chapter 408 Gone. Nation of Disorder. Rosal muttered to himself, his expression extremely solemn. If it were just a Sequence 2 angel escaping with the Seer Pathway uniqueness, while it would cause some trouble, it could still be handled. But once this matter involved a Sephira, the nature of it completely changed. The former's trouble lay in the process of finding the person, while the latter's trouble stemmed from the Nation of Disorder itself. The higher the sequence, the closer one is to the primordial one, and the more susceptible to corruption. For example, when a Beander is at a low sequence, as long as they strictly follow the acting method, there will generally be no major impact. However, at mid to high sequences, relying solely on the acting method is no longer sufficient to offset the risk of losing control, and the assistance of rituals is also required. With both methods, the risk of losing control can still be kept at a low level. But once one reaches the angel level, they must begin to use faith to resist divinity and the primordial one's revival. This is a gradual process, and it also reveals a fact. Any Beander above sequence 2 of any pathway has the potential to become the vessel for the primordial one's revival. Normally, they can use the power of faith to resist the primordial one, which has not yet fully revived. But once they rashly approach a Sephira, the primordial one will be stimulated by the Sephira and revive at an extremely fast pace, and even gods are no exception. The reason is also very simple. The higher the sequence, the closer one is to the primordial one. This sequence does not refer to the Beander, but to the Beander characteristic. The reason a Beander becomes the vessel for the primordial one's revival is also because their body contains Beander characteristics of a sufficiently high sequence. And a Sephira is at the pinnacle of all Beander characteristics, a sequence -1 foot that is even higher than the sequence 0 level. So, in a sense, a Sephira itself is equivalent to a part of the primordial one. If a Beander is strong enough to reach the sequence 0 level and has completely digested the sequence 0 potion, then they can indeed try to accommodate a Sephira. Although this process requires resisting the increasingly active will of the primordial one, it will not lead to immediate loss of control. In this way, they can gradually use faith to wear away the will of the primordial one within the Sephira, thereby gaining control of the Sephira. However, if the Beander's level has not yet reached sequence 0, or if they have just become sequence 0 and have not yet completed the digestion of the potion, then they may be completely controlled by the primordial one's will within the Sephira. In this regard, the primordial one treats all Beander characteristics equally, even for true gods. This means that while true gods greatly desire a Sephira, they are also extremely wary of it. So, the Lord of Steam is currently busy digesting the Hermit Pathway uniqueness. He might send the Steam Church to search for relevant clues in the knowledge more, but he will never approach this Sephira. Only after he digests the Hermit Pathway will he attempt anything further. The Evernight Goddess is similar. Her pressure is even greater than the Lord of Steam's, because she needs to simultaneously digest the uniqueness of both the Death and God of Combat pathways, so she will not approach the River of Eternal Darkness during this period. Another example is the True Creator. Thousands of years are enough for him to complete the digestion of the potion. And the location of the Forsaken Land of the Gods is inherently the closest area to the Chaos Sea. But even so, the True Creator did not rashly go to the Chaos Sea, nor did he try to accommodate and control the Chaos Sea, precisely because he was well aware of the Sephira's danger. Even though the True Creator had obtained the first blasphemy slate, with Ember's help, he still did not go directly to the Chaos Sea, but merely used the first blasphemy slate to indirectly invoke the power of the Chaos Sea for his own use. Ultimately, it was because he was not confident that he could completely suppress the revival of the primordial one's will while approaching the Chaos Sea. Among all the Sephira, the relationship between Source Castle and Klein is the most special, bar none. On the one hand, Klein's original destiny was to become a Sequence 1 angel as soon as he was born, and then his body would immediately be occupied by the revived will of Celestial Worthy. Subsequently, the revived celestial worthy would use his sequence 1 strength to invoke the power of Source Castle, thereby gradually reclaiming authority, first becoming the sequence 0 fool, and then accommodating the door pathway and error pathway, to once again become the Lord of the Mysteries. Theoretically, this process would be incredibly smooth. Because Celestial Worthy was originally the master of Source Castle, and also the master of the Beander characteristics corresponding to the 3 pathways of Source Castle. So, he didn't need the digestion process. As long as he obtained the Beander characteristics, he could immediately convert them into his own strength. Moreover, Celestial Worthy could also use Source Castle to locate other Beander characteristics, thus skipping the investigation and search process, and directly finding Zeratul and half of the Fool of the Antigonus family in one step. The entire process would not exceed 1 day. Becoming a fool within 1 day, then spending another day hunting Aemon to become a dual pathway true god. Then on the 3rd day, perform a ritual to summon Mr. Door, hunt and acquire his Beander characteristics, and return to being an outer deity. From the revival of Celestial Worthy to becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, the entire process would take less than 3 days. Of course, this is the most ideal state. But in reality, even if Celestial Worthy had truly revived at the beginning, he would inevitably encounter immense resistance, because no existence would turn a blind eye to Celestial Worthy's revival. For example, the Evernight Goddess. Before this, Zeratul and half of the Fool were imprisoned by the Evernight Goddess. Their Beander characteristics were already in the Evernight Goddess's grasp. If Celestial Worthy had truly attempted to take those 2 Beander characteristics, the Evernight Goddess would inevitably have intervened to stop him. And that was indeed the case. In fact, the Evernight Goddess acted more thoroughly than other beings had imagined. She separated Klein from the curtain possessing sequence 1 Beander characteristics from the very beginning, thereby destroying Celestial Worthy's chance of revival. The curtain was the curtain, Klein was Klein. Celestial Worthy could no longer directly revive within Klein, and this also led to another outcome. On the one hand, Celestial Worthy failed to successfully revive within Klein, and his plan was thwarted. But on the other hand, Klein was indeed born from Source Castle, and coupled with Celestial Worthy's attempt to revive within him, this led to Klein being recognized as the master of Source Castle upon his rebirth, possessing control over Source Castle. Although due to insufficient strength, Klein could not fully control Source Castle, and initially could only use the gray fog diffused around Source Castle. But for a low-sequence Beander, this was already completely sufficient. After all, to possess a Sephira at sequence 9, or even before becoming a Beander, is unprecedented in history. This experience cannot be envied, nor can it be replicated. For other Beyonders, they can only honestly ascend from sequence 9 all the way to sequence 0 before they can try to approach and accommodate a Sephira. And the current Rosal clearly does not meet this condition. He is not yet a Black Emperor, just an ordinary Prince of Abolition. So even if he knew the defenses of the Nation of Disorder, he wouldn't dare to venture there rashly. Otherwise, with his current strength, which is not even sequence 0, approaching the Nation of Disorder would only result in him being controlled by the residual will of the primordial one within it. But in that case, it would be almost impossible for Rosal to obtain 0.02, the Seer Pathway uniqueness. As for whether what the Earth Mother said was true, Rosal had no doubt whatsoever. Don't let the fact that the Church of the Night has completely taken over the Church of the God of War fool you. When it comes to understanding the Church of the God of War, the Earth Mother Church is definitely superior to the Church of the Night. After all, how long has the Church of the Night been in charge of the Church of the God of War? Less than half a month. And for the past several millennia, the Earth Mother Church and the Church of the God of War have maintained a good relationship. After all, the Earth Mother has always disguised herself as the God of Combat's mother, and the God of Combat has always believed that she was his mother. So during the War of Betrayal, the God of Combat firmly stood on the side of the Earth Mother. In this situation, it is normal for both sides to share information with each other, which of course includes the sealed artifacts they hold. Tisk. Rosal inwardly cursed his bad luck, thinking his luck had improved after his resurrection. But now it seemed his luck was as bad as ever. In the first half of his life, he was tricked by Zeratul, and in the latter half, he was tricked one after another by Mr. Door, the Steam Church, and the Twilight Hermit Order, finally ending up on the moon, setting 2 world records, shortest-lived angel, and fastest fallen true god. From becoming an angel to falling, it took less than 20 years. Now, after finally being resurrected, he thought he could grow stronger and achieve new glories, but he got stuck at the very first step. How presumptuous. Rosal grumbled internally, but his expression remained unperturbed, merely adopting a somewhat serious look. Nothing else, just practicing, don't you? Seeing that Rosal seemed to have no other requests, Saint Irina said softly. The goddess needs a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness. Ember thought for a moment and asked, "Where is the river of eternal darkness?" Kaldor. Irina's answer was simple and direct. Klein's eyes flickered slightly, because he had been to Kaldor before. When he advanced to Sequence 4 Bizarro Sorcerer, the two main ingredients required for his potion were the main eye of a trickery monster and the true soul body of a spirit world marauder. The former was obtained with the help of Sun, while spirit world marauders, creatures living deep within the spirit world, were rare and difficult to find. And according to the information Klein had gathered from various sources, the only place where their traces were definitely found was Kaldor City in the spirit world. Therefore, Klein had personally gone to Kaldor, deep within the spirit world, to hunt spirit world marauders. Irina explained in detail. The name Kaldor comes from the Abraham family angel who first entered it, and in the language of the dead, it means unknown soul. Its former name was City of the Dead, and it was the terrestrial divine kingdom of the Phoenix ancestor Gregare. Ever since she opened up the underworld, her divine kingdom has moved there, and the City of the Dead gradually became a holy land for her descendants and followers. Before Gregare was severely wounded and shattered by the ancient sun god, she uprooted this city and threw it deep into the spirit world. Fool Klein deliberated before asking, "Why is the river of eternal darkness in Kaldor?" Irina explained softly. Because as early as the second epoch, the river of eternal darkness had already nurtured a tributary through Gregare beneath Kaldor. Once the river of eternal darkness breaks free, it will be attracted by this tributary, travel to the area where the tributary is located, and merge with it. Klein showed a look of understanding, and at the same time felt a lingering fear. Didn't that mean he had once danced above the river of eternal darkness? At that time, he was only Sequence 5. If he had delved deeper into Kaldor to hunt spirit world marauders, he might have come into direct contact with this Saphira, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Klein fell into deep thought. As the master of Source Castle, he was probably the only one at a higher sequence who could resist the contamination of other Saphira. Among those present, no one was more suitable to complete this task than him, so his going to Kaldor was the safest and most successful option. But in fact, there was someone even more suitable to complete this task here. Ember slowly spoke. "I'll go. Just one drop of river water." Irina nodded gently and said softly. The goddess's state is still unable to fully digest the entire river. For now, she only needs a drop of river water as a medium. After speaking, Irina took out an ancient-looking ornament, one by one, from the boundless darkness surrounding her, and placed them on the mottled long table, adding, "This item can be used to hold the water of the river of eternal darkness." The ornament seemed to be made of gold, shaped like a slender bird, surrounded by wings made of pale flames, with bronze eyes flickering with layers of light, as if hiding one illusory door after another. Klein carefully examined the bird-shaped golden ornament. This looked like the legendary Phoenix ancestor Gregare, and it should have some connection with the true Gregare, or even with the river of eternal darkness, otherwise it could not serve as a medium to carry the river of eternal darkness. And according to Klein's understanding, the Phoenix ancestor, this ancient god, once held the authority of the death and door pathways, but it should not have been the complete door pathway, only partial authority. Accommodating two non-adjacent pathways simultaneously is almost a paradigm of seeking death in the eyes of people today. But in the second epoch, this situation was commonplace. After all, before the first blasphemy slate appeared, all extraordinary creatures had no concept of sequence pathway, only instincts of aggregation and reproduction and blind attempts. And perhaps it was because of the spirit world travel ability of the death pathway's high sequence that Gregare attempted to fuse with the door pathway, which also possessed the spirit world travel ability. But this did not enhance her strength. Instead, she became extremely prone to losing control, constantly wavering between madness and rationality. Almost all ancient gods were like this, with the only exception probably being the blood ancestor Lilith. Because in various existing records, the Sanguine are considered the most rational among all extraordinary races in the second epoch, and the blood ancestor Lilith's strength is also the greatest, even capable of fighting two opponents without falling behind. Thinking of this, Klein secretly looked at the Earth Mother Lilith. The reason she was able to avoid absorbing Beander characteristics from other pathways was clearly because she had some understanding of pathway and sequence. End of chapter. Chapter 409, Clearing Out the Remnants. Ember took the phoenix-shaped gold ornament, then turned to look at the girl with dazzling golden hair and asked, "What about you? Do you need me to help you find the mother nest?" Lilith thought for a moment, raised an index finger, and said seriously, "I should need a king soul." Rosal raised his eyebrows slightly. In the game Dark Souls, there were a total of 5 king souls, and each king soul corresponded to an outer deity. But a king's soul to the first fire was equivalent to a Sephira to the primordial one, holding extraordinary significance. Dividing a king's soul itself would weaken Ember's own strength. And Lilith now asking for a king's soul meant her appetite was not small. However, Rosal did not think Lilith would make such a bold request for no reason, so he guessed that the king's soul might not be as inseparable as he imagined, and it played a crucial role in Ember's plan. Just as Ember was about to speak, the clear voice of a girl, like a lark, sounded in his ear. "My share can be given to you." Lilith narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at the end of the mottled long table, where a pure white girl sat. Long silver white hair cascaded to her waist, unadorned, and her skin was equally pale, so pale it lacked any hint of color, even appearing slightly sickly. Combined with the girl's exquisite face, she was both sacred and endearing. However, the only flaw was that her body was also pure white, a pure white spider body. Absolutely not. Facing her younger sister's request, Crag immediately objected, her usually charming voice now carrying a resolute tone. But White Spider wanted to retort, but her soft personality made her reluctant to argue with her older sister. Crag didn't give her a chance to speak, turning her gaze to Lilith and saying without hesitation, "Her king's soul cannot be given to you, but you can use mine." Lilith looked at the other party's hideous lower body, which was burning with chaotic flames, and a slight smile played on her lips. All right. Even that demonic wolf didn't dare to contend with her, so why would a mere spider dare? Was it because her legs were long, or because they had many barbs? Klein and Rosal looked at Ember almost simultaneously, then exchanged glances, and then turned their heads away with great tacit understanding. They said nothing, yet it seemed as if they had said everything was left unsaid. The meeting continued. Backland, Northern District, St. Samuel Cathedral. In the square in front of the cathedral, Leonard, wearing red gloves, held a paper bag filled with breadcrumbs. White doves gathered around him, waiting to be fed. Leonard grabbed a pinch of breadcrumbs from the bag, making as if to scatter them forward. Flap, flap, flap. The white doves immediately flapped their wings, trying to snatch the falling delicacy from the mouths of their peers. However, as they fluttered up, they suddenly realized that no food had fallen from the sky. The breadcrumbs were still clutched in the human's hand. The white doves circled back to the ground, folded their wings, and silently watched Leonard, as if saying, "Do you think you're very humorous?" Leonard, meanwhile, demonstrated with his actions that it was indeed very amusing. He continued to make as if to feed them, and these white doves fell for it again, flapping their wings and flying up only to find that no breadcrumbs were falling from the sky. While teasing the white doves, Leonard lowered his voice and asked, "Old man, why do you think the church didn't send me to Fursak?" In his mind, Pale Zoroaster said irritably, "How would I know? You ask me about everything. Can't you use your own brain more?" Leonard frowned, feeling a subtle unease within him. The war had ended half a month ago, and to ensure that no major unrest would occur within the Fursak Empire due to the defeat, the Church of the Night had to dispatch a large number of Nighthawks to Fursak. This was both to take over the cathedrals in major cities and oversee the Beyonders of the former Church of the God of War, and to prevent any secret organizations or wild Beyonders from taking advantage of the chaos. For this purpose, more than half of the Church of the Night's Beyonders were dispatched to the Fursak Empire, including nearly 10 senior deacons and archbishops. And having gone through the baptism of war, these senior deacons and archbishops were now all demigods. A large portion of these Nighthawks had gone before the new year, and thus most of them were unable to spend the new year with their families. Another portion was successively dispatched to the Fursak Empire in the 2 days after the new year, to support and replace those Nighthawks who had been on duty in Fursak for a long time. And among this second batch of Beyonders heading to Fursak were Dunn and Miss Daly. The remaining Nighthawks were not at ease either, because half of the Church of the Night's Nighthawks were in Fursak, leaving only half in the Ruined Kingdom. And the crises these Beyonders had to face might not be fewer than those in Fursak. Under such a tense situation, any Beyonder would be assigned corresponding responsibilities. But Leonard was an exception, a demigod who had gained promotion during the war. He was neither dispatched to the Fursak Empire, nor appointed as an archbishop in a suburban area, nor was he even notified of his promotion to senior deacon. He remained a common Red Gloves to this day. This inevitably made Leonard somewhat suspicious, wondering if he had done something to arouse the suspicion of the Church of the Night. Leonard lowered his voice and asked, "Old man, could it be that you've been discovered?" "Ha ha." Pale Zoroaster scoffed. "If I were to be discovered, I would have been discovered long ago. Why wait until now?" "Not necessarily." Leonard retorted softly. "You were a Sequence 1 angel before, now you're only Sequence 2, your strength has regressed, so it's normal to be discovered." If you really were discovered, the Church of the Night would probably already be secretly arranging people to organize our capture. After a pause, Leonard kindly suggested, "Old man, do you want to find a new host? That way, at most only one of us will be caught, and we won't be completely wiped out." Hearing Leonard's suggestion, Pale's Zoroaster scoffed. "That's your real goal, isn't it? Are you still thinking that if there's no danger, I'll parasitize others, but if there's danger, I still have to be on call? Do you take me for your bodyguard? Naive. Do you think you've become a saint, mastered a lot of mysticism knowledge, and no longer need my guidance? You can also choose to teach me face to face." Leonard chuckled awkwardly. He indeed had such thoughts. For him, having an angel, parasitizing, inside him had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that even if he encountered a true mythical creature, he was not without the strength to contend with it now. As long as he quietly called out, "Old man," the problem might be solved. Additionally, the history of the fourth epoch and various uncommon mysticism knowledge were quite useful. The most obvious disadvantage was that his life was manipulated by the parasite. If the other party harbored ill intentions, he would be powerless to stop it. This problem used to be Leonard's greatest concern, but now it was not important. On one hand, the old man had shown enough sincerity, especially during the incident with Amon. He had no malicious intentions towards him. On the other hand, even if the old man truly had ill intentions, both Mr. Fool and the Evernight Goddess would be enough to protect him. What bothered Leonard most currently was that many things were not very convenient because of this. Although he had grown accustomed to entering and exiting the restroom with an old fellow, parasitizing, inside him, even chatting with him while on the toilet, in similar situations, he still preferred to be alone. Leonard thought for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "Of course, if you haven't fully recovered and want to continue parasitizing, I have no objection." Pale's Zoroaster was silent for 2 seconds, letting his slightly aged voice echo in Leonard's mind once more. "The most dangerous period is yet to come. Do you think the god of combat has ended?" "No, it has just begun." Leonard was momentarily stunned, finding it somewhat incredible. Pale seemed quite pleased with his shocked attitude, scoffing. "How many true gods do you currently know for sure?" Leonard was silent for a moment, then whispered. "At least 11. Adam, the true creator, Amon, the lord of steam, the primordial demoness, Fool, the Evernight Goddess, the Earth Mother, the Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Black Emperor who resurrected and returned in Intis. That makes 11. And besides these, there were also the bound god of the Rose School of Thought, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Primordial Moon, Hidden Sage, Cosmic Dark Side. Most of these were also existences of that level, but it was still uncertain whether they were true gods or king of angels, so Leonard did not include them in his count. Pale's Zoroaster said meaningfully, "What if I told you that among these 11 true gods, at least 5 more will fall?" "How is that possible?" Leonard almost blurted out. The previous god of combat had seen 2 true gods fall, which in his understanding was akin to the collapse of the heavens. But now the old man said this was just the beginning, and at least 5 more true gods would fall, meaning more than half of them would fall in total. Did he think true gods were cabbages? Why not? Pale's Zoroaster scoffed. Currently, at least 4 true gods have fallen: the eternal blazing sun, the god of combat, and the hidden sage, the bound god. You weren't there, how do you know? Leonard stopped teasing the pigeons and couldn't help but ask. The fall of the eternal blazing sun and the god of combat was publicly known, the whole world knew, but when did those latter 2 fall? There was no sign of it at all. Foolish. Pale's Zoroaster's tone was somewhat of exasperation. The incidents recently handled by the Church of the Night are mostly related to the Demonist sect, the Aurora Order, and the Blood Sanctify sect, but conspicuously absent are the Rose School of Thought and the Moses Ascetic Order. Why do you think that is? Leonard's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood all the key points as if enlightened. The war had just ended, and there was still some chaos in various countries, which was a good time for those secret organizations to develop followers. Therefore, various secret organizations had been quite active during this period, and the corresponding Beander cases had surged, almost exponentially. But the Rose School of Thought and the Moses Ascetic Order showed no unusual activity, which did not conform to their usual style. After all, among the major secret organizations, these 2 were among the most active. For them to suddenly disappear without a trace now was simply inexplicable. But what if the hidden sage and the bound god had already fallen? Then all of this might have a reasonable explanation. After all, if even the gods they worshipped had fallen, what meaning would there be in them continuing to preach? Cold sweat broke out on Leonard's forehead. His rationality made him want to retort, "That's just your guess," but his intuition told him that the old man's guess might be the truth. But if it were true, it would mean that within just half a month, 4 true god-level existences had already fallen. And with 4 true gods already fallen, the intelligence that 5 more would fall afterward no longer seemed so shocking. Leonard's voice was a bit strained. Is all this related to the apocalypse? The old voice sounded slightly surprised. You know about the apocalypse. Was it him who told you? Leonard lowered his head and said silently. He just told us that the apocalypse is near, but I don't know what exactly will happen. That's correct. Below an angel, merely knowing will lead to corruption, the kind that even a true god can't save you from. But I can tell you, it is indeed related to the apocalypse. There isn't much time left until the apocalypse, so they are all vying for authorities similar to their own, hoping to advance to a higher sequence before the apocalypse arrives, thereby gaining a glimmer of hope. So the hidden sage most likely fell into the hands of the Lord of Steam, and Adam, the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Lord of Storms will have a battle sooner or later. They are destined not to coexist peacefully. As for the Black Emperor, although the Justiciar pathway has no sequence 0, in the current situation, just the uniqueness and sequence 1 are enough for him to suffer. The difficulty for him to advance may not be lower than that of other existences. Similarly, it's the same for Evernight and the god of combat, and it's the same for Fool and Aemon. For the position of Lord of the Mysteries, Fool and Aemon are bound to have a battle. At that time, under the influence of the various laws of Beander characteristic, as angels of the same pathway might be affected. So, it's safer to seek refuge under the gaze of Evernight. The god of combat has already fallen, and the authority of death has most likely fallen into Evernight's hands. She is now the closest existence to that sequence. When Fool and Aemon decide the victor, and the Lord of the Mysteries is born, even if you beg me to parasitize you, I wouldn't even deign to. Leonard was slightly stunned, and subconsciously repeated a name. Lord of the Mysteries. This is not something you can delve deeply into. Of course, with me around, you don't need to worry too much. Pale Zoroaster said with both emotion and pride. Leonard was about to take the opportunity to ask, when he suddenly saw a Red Gloves member running over with a telegram. Your Excellency, a telegram from the cathedral. The team member respectfully saluted. Leonard nodded gently, took the telegram, and quickly scanned it. Proceed to the South Continent, participate in the operation to encircle and annihilate the Rose School of Thought. South Continent, Rose School of Thought. Leonard extracted the 2 most crucial words and immediately linked them to what the old man had just said. The bound god had very likely fallen. Precisely because the bound god had fallen, they needed to be thoroughly eradicated. In his mind, the old voice faintly echoed. This is why you haven't received any orders all this time. All the major churches need to eliminate hidden dangers and prepare for the apocalypse. End of chapter. Chapter 410 Undercurrent. Intis Empire, Capital Trier. On the top floor of the Intis Security Bureau building, in the Security Bureau Director's office. Bernadette sat at her desk, handling the mountain of piled-up documents. Since Rosel's return, Bernadette had gradually taken on multiple roles within the Intis government, and director of the Foreign Security Bureau was one of them. The reason she, an angel, personally took on the role of director was not because she coveted power. On the contrary, Bernadette actually disliked dealing with these troublesome matters. However, Rosel had just been resurrected and had no trustworthy subordinates, so many matters could only be entrusted to Bernadette, his only trustworthy daughter. To complete tasks more efficiently, Bernadette would also select suitable members from Oravi Island to serve in the government. On one hand, Oravi Island was an organization founded by Bernadette, and their current influence was entirely dependent on Rosel, so there was no need to worry about their loyalty. On the other hand, these members could also use this opportunity to transform their identities from Schkret organization members, reviled by all, to upstanding official law enforcement personnel, a win-win situation. For example, the current Foreign Security Bureau had many Oravi Island members embedded within it, primarily responsible for vetting internal personnel. Although nominally, the Foreign Security Bureau's duties were limited to handling external affairs. However, as the first agency to pledge allegiance to Rosel reciprocated by granting the Foreign Security Bureau immense power, handling both internal and external affairs. The words, foreign, could now be removed. Conversely, the intelligence agencies originally responsible for internal affairs, having long been controlled by the former Intis Republic's high-ranking officials, were never trusted by Rosel and are now idle and powerless, holding no real authority. Bernadette finished processing one document and picked up another from the desk, her beautiful eyes scanning it, quickly extracting keywords. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hermetic Order, Orville, Dillon. Bernadette's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and an invisible message quickly entered the mind of someone downstairs from the office. Thump thump. A moment later, a knock sounded at the door, and only after Bernadette's voice came from inside did the person push the door open. Two people entered the office. Leading them was a stern-looking young man in a general's uniform, with a rigid and serious expression and meticulously combed light golden hair. Following him was a black-haired middle-aged man in a suit, looking nervous and dressed like an office worker. Bernadette picked up the document on the desk and showed it to the young man in front of her, calmly saying, "Donald, how much do you know about this document?" Donald Bush, former director of the Foreign Security Bureau, current deputy director of the Security Bureau, and a war bishop of the Red Priest Pathway, Sequence 3. He was a demigod promoted during the Rosal Empire era, considered one of his father's former subordinates. Since he was already a demigod when the First Intis Empire fell, he was not purged by the Second Republic. Instead, he remained in a high position. Of course, high position was relative. As a war bishop, the army was undoubtedly his best fit, so during the First Empire, he was one of the military's high-ranking officials. During the Second Republic, although he remained a general and a demigod, he was forced to transfer from the military, where he could best utilize his strength, to the capital to serve as the director of the Security Bureau. This was effectively a promotion in name but a demotion in reality. On one hand, there was the favor of Rosal who had promoted him, and on the other, the cold treatment from the Second Republic. So when Rosal was resurrected, Donald Bush immediately led the Foreign Security Bureau to pledge allegiance to the Second Empire. Donald Bush pointed to the middle-aged man beside him and meticulously explained. His name is Antoine, and he was once a member of the Hermetic Order. Recently, for some unknown reason, he has been inexplicably hearing the ravings of Orville Dillon. And according to his understanding, there are high-ranking government officials looking for members of the Hermetic Order, possibly related to these ravings. Once, Bernadette didn't care who the other party used to be. Most people in this agency were former officials of the Intis Second Republic, and weren't they now serving her father's Second Empire all the same? "Tell me the specifics, the more detailed the better," Bernadette said calmly, putting down the document. Yes. Antoine wiped away a cold sweat and explained somewhat nervously. "I am a faceless of the Seer Pathway, Sequence 6, and many members of the Hermetic Order are at this sequence. So most of them join intelligence agencies in various countries at the Hermetic Order's request, fully utilizing the advantages of their Beyonder abilities. I don't know if all Beyonders of the Seer Pathway are like this, but at least within the Hermetic Order, all members hear the ravings of Hornichus, Phlegra, when they advance. These ravings don't just appear during one advancement, they accompany every advancement, and the higher the sequence, the stronger the influence of the ravings, causing many members to lose control. Of course, if one's spirituality is completely exhausted, similar ravings might occasionally be heard. But since advancing to Sequence 6, I've been at this sequence for a long time, and I've never been overly exhausted or depleted my spirituality. My mental state has always been stable, and I haven't consumed any potions or attempted to advance. But a few days ago, I suddenly heard ravings. The content of the ravings was different from before, but it only consisted of two words, Orville and Dillon. I exchanged information with other members of the Hermetic Order, and it seems not everyone hears similar ravings." Bernadette interrupted him, asking, "Is the internal communication among Hermetic Order members very frequent?" Antoine quickly explained, "Hermetic Order members are forbidden from private contact with each other. Frequent communication is a recent development. This is because all high-ranking members of the Hermetic Order suddenly disappeared some time ago, and then..." He paused, then continued. "After that, there were rumors that the leader who founded the Hermetic Order had fallen, and we completely lost contact with the Hermetic Order. In order to contact the organization, we began to privately contact each other, using the unique Beyonder ability of Faceless to identify each other, establishing several secret gatherings and agreeing to regularly exchange information weekly. In fact, if the Hermetic Order hadn't been in chaos internally, and its leader hadn't allegedly fallen, Antoine wouldn't have so easily confessed his identity to the higher-ups of the Security Bureau, no matter how strongly Rosal returned." Bernadette pressed on, "How many people are in your gathering? And how many people have similar situations to yours?" Antoine answered honestly, 13 people in total. The others probably can't hear the ravings, but it's not impossible that it's just their disguise." As a member of the Hermetic Order, Antoine knew very well how cautious these old foxes were. As a faceless of the Seer Pathway, they could perfectly control every muscle on their faces, making them extremely adept at hiding their emotions, leaving no trace in front of outsiders. Bernadette didn't stop, continuing to ask, "What do Orville and Dillon represent?" "I don't know." Antoine shook his head and explained. I am only an outermost member of the Hermetic Order and have lost contact with the organization, so I know very little information. However, regarding Dylan, I heard high-ranking members of the Order mention that our mysterious and terrifying leader once hid an ancient castle called Dylan. Recalling that existence, Antoine couldn't help but tremble, even though he was suspected to have fallen. But the terrifying legends and substantial destruction he had left behind were enough to cause nightmares for a lifetime. It was no exaggeration to say that if that being stood before him, he could instantly turn everyone in the entire building, the entire street, the entire city into puppets, and then manipulate them to commit suicide. This process was so fast that even an angel would not have time to react or save everyone. Bernadette looked at Donald and pressed on. What does this have to do with the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Donald pondered for a moment before speaking. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has been privately contacting high-ranking members of the Hermetic Order. They are looking for Hermetic Order members who can hear the ravings, seemingly hoping to find Orville and Dylan through them. Bernadette thought for a while, then suddenly asked, "What do you think these two words mean?" Donald shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps it's a treasure, or it could be a trap." Bernadette mused thoughtfully. Beyonders of the seer pathway all heard clear ravings when they advanced, consisting of two words. Hornassus and Phlegre. The former is a place name, referring to the Honachus Mountains. The latter is a person's name, referring to the ancient god destruction magic wolf Phlegre of the second epic. The truth of these ravings was actually the ancestor of the Antigonus family, who was sleeping on the peak of the Honachus Mountains. He hoped to lure Beyonders of the seer pathway to the Honachus Mountains through these ravings. And ever since that ancestor of the Antigonus family was eliminated by Mr. Fool, these ravings had naturally disappeared. Beyonders of the seer pathway would no longer be troubled by the ravings. But now, some members of the Hermetic Order suddenly heard ravings. Although the content of the ravings changed, their essence was still to lure Beyonders of the seer pathway to the location mentioned in the ravings to search for the so-called treasure. The only question is, from whom do these ravings originate? First, it can be confirmed that the ravings must belong to an angel of the seer pathway. Only an angel can accomplish such a feat. But the problem is, both the ancestor of the Antigonus family and Zeratul have fallen. So, from whom could this raving come? Zeratul isn't completely dead yet. Bernadette muttered to herself. Her father once said that if you eliminate all impossibilities, whatever remains, however incredible, must be the truth. The demise of Zeratul and the ancestor of the Antigonus family was personally handled by that person, so theoretically, there should be no errors. But there are always exceptions. For instance, Zeratul, like the ancestor of the Antigonus family, possessed an extra miracle invoker Beyonder characteristic. The ancestor of the Antigonus family was affected by the Evernight goddess's eternal slumber, so even with an extra miracle invoker Beyonder characteristic, he couldn't plan ahead. But Zeratul was different. As an angel who lived from the fourth epoch to the present, his vigilance was even greater than that of the Antigonus family's ancestor. He could completely use the extra miracle invoker Beyonder characteristic to set up a scheme. And according to the intelligence Bernadette possessed, Zeratul had been attempting to separate the extra Beyonder characteristic for resurrection. This was a technique he learned from her father. A Black Emperor at sequence 0, even if he has fallen and his Beyonder characteristic and uniqueness have been divided among others, can still be resurrected and forcibly strip away the Beyonder characteristic and uniqueness already accommodated by others, becoming a true god at sequence 0 again. This was a unique Beyonder ability of the Black Emperor pathway, but Zeratul saw an opportunity in it. Since the Black Emperor could be resurrected, and a miracle invoker could also be resurrected, then an angel of the seer pathway might also be able to resurrect using a method similar to the Black Emperor's. For example, separating a part of his Beyonder characteristic and hiding it in a specific way in a certain place. This way, even if Zeratul's main body had fallen, he could be resurrected through this portion of the Beyonder characteristic. And the ravings heard by the Hermetic Order members should be one of the backup plans he left to awaken himself, guiding them to the designated place to resurrect him. Similar ravings were certainly not heard by Antoine alone. High-ranking members of the Hermetic Order must have also heard them, and the content they heard was likely more extensive. Antoine only heard the words, Orville, and Dylan. A demigod might clearly know what this location represents, for example, a sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic. In this way, even if the high-ranking members of the Hermetic Order knew it was a trap, they would willingly step into it. After all, that was a sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic, the key for them to advance to an angel. However, demigods of this pathway are notoriously cautious. They would not easily put themselves in danger. Therefore, they would need to use others to test the danger level of the trap, such as mid-sequence Beyonders like Antoine. His ability to hear the ravings qualified him to enter the trap. And his strength was limited, allowing a demigod to ensure control over him with absolute power. While Sequence 6 isn't strong enough, if further cultivated to Sequence 5, it can serve as the main force for exploring the trap. But even so, this was merely an internal, family matter, of the Hermetic Order. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs interfering is also obvious. The Steam Church is the only force in Intis that can counterbalance Rosal, but now the Steam Church has clearly compromised, leaving the high-ranking officials of the Intis government no hope of victory. Therefore, they can only hope to introduce external forces to continue the confrontation, and a Sequence 2 angel is naturally their primary target for recruitment. Whether members of the Hermetic Order obtain Beyonder characteristics and advance to angels, or Zeratul is resurrected, both can secure them the support of an angel. In this way, they might be able to maintain this fragile balance and preserve their power. Naive thinking. Bernadette murmured, Zeratul couldn't save them, he would only accelerate their demise. Chapter 411 Calderon. In the void, deep within the universe, there was a boundless, soundless world. Here, vibrant blocks of red, yellow, blue, and green overlapped, like the most abstract oil painting. The surroundings were filled with indescribable, illusory, transparent entities. In the depths, high in the sky, 7 clear, brightly colored lights slowly moved, seeming to possess life and containing infinite knowledge. This was the spirit world, completely overlapping with reality and omnipresent. For anyone, the existence of the spirit world was quite wondrous. For Beyonders, its existence was even more indispensable. For example, the divination commonly used by a seer works on the principle of the astral body perceiving scenes while roaming the spirit world. There, the rules of the material world do not apply, involving the transcendent, self, the infinite, self, the cosmic, self, past, present, and future can all overlap. This is the root of divination. Based on the same principle, an astrologer, a Sequence 7 of the apprentice pathway, can also use the spirit world for divination. Furthermore, a wraith, a Sequence 5 of the mutant pathway, can transform into a spiritual body to directly interact with the spirit world and gain information, thus naturally possessing the abilities of divination and anti-divination. Therefore, in theory, Beyonders of any pathway can gain revelations from the spirit world and then use the Beyonder ability of divination. This is because the essence of divination is the communication between spirituality and the spirit world, and with a higher level, self. However, the spirit world has no up, down, left, or right, past, future, and present can all converge here, like a strange ocean formed by countless pieces of knowledge, information, and illusory spirits compressed together. It is fundamentally different from the world in normal concepts and logic. Because of this, revelations obtained from the spirit world can only be various images and symbols, not direct answers. They must be interpreted to understand their specific meaning, which is precisely the purpose of divination items like tarot cards. Aside from divination, other types of Beyonder abilities are also inextricably linked to the spirit world. Whether it's the flame jump of a magician, a Sequence 7 of the seer pathway, or the teleportation and flashing abilities possessed by a traveler, a Sequence 5 of the apprentice pathway, and undying, a Sequence 4 of the death pathway, and other pathways, their essence is spirit world travel. By utilizing the spirit world's characteristic of having no up, down, left, or right, and its chaotic positions and distances, a teleportation effect is achieved in the real world through spirit world travel. Another example is the collective subconscious ocean, commonly used by high sequence Beyonders of the spectator pathway. Although most people perceive it as the mental world of all living beings, it actually has a subtle and wondrous connection to the spirit world. One could even say that the collective subconscious ocean itself exists only by relying on the spirit world. The underworld is also like this, its essence is a special area opened by Gregare, the phoenix ancestor, within the spirit world. And if he were to describe the spirit world with other similar things, Ember could only think of one word. Subspace. And if he thought about it carefully, there were indeed many similarities between them. As this thought crossed Ember's mind, in the spirit world, where color blocks were rich and overlapping, among the 7 brightly colored pure lights occupying the highest point of the spirit world, the orange light suddenly flickered, transforming into an old man in an orange robe who appeared before Ember. The old man was plump, with a short white beard, and looked quite amiable. However, the old man's expression at this moment seemed somewhat nervous, even fearful, as he trembled slightly. "Your Excellency, please allow me to introduce myself. You must have heard of me. I am Hilarion, the Orange Light, serving the great existence above the spirit world, the Lord of the Mysteries, Mr. Fool." As he spoke, the old man's expression grew even more fearful, as if merely standing before Ember was causing him immense pain. This prompted him to finish his words in one breath, fearing that not finishing might lead to a misunderstanding and cause him to be eliminated by the other party. Ember looked at the old man, whose eyes couldn't stop darting around in nervousness, and suddenly asked, "Have you seen me before?" Hilarion, the orange light, said nervously. "I have, but on previous occasions, you merely passed by in a hurry. This is your first formal interaction with us." Ember seemed to understand. He had indeed passed by the spirit world several times. Whether returning to the past or using spirit world travel, both require the unique properties of the spirit world. But for Ember previously, the spirit world was just a special tool, with no value in lingering there. This time was different. He needed to find something in the spirit world, and he would definitely need someone to lead the way. And the 7 lights of the spirit world, as native inhabitants, were the most suitable guides. Ember inquired, "What do you know about Kaldor and the Sephira within it?" Hilarion, the orange light, who had no sweat glands, wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, choosing his words carefully. "In fact, we don't know much about the Sephira. When the last civilization ended and the first awakened, the previous 7 lights were already erased. We are the pure lights that were rebirthed by the spirit world in the first epoch, so the things we know might not be as much as you imagine." Hilarion, the orange light, first put up a layer of defense for himself, while observing Ember's expression. Seeing no abnormality in his demeanor, he continued, "We only know that the Sephira contained within Kaldor is the river of eternal darkness. Gregare created this city with this Sephira and buried it deep within the spirit world using the river of eternal darkness's unique properties. But during the creation of Kaldor, Gregare gradually became aware of the river of eternal darkness's pollution. So, she used a tributary of the river of eternal darkness to open up the underworld within the spirit world, attempting to distance herself from Kaldor, which contained the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, and thus escape the pollution. And in the late stages of her life, threatened by the ancient sun god, she had to turn her attention to Kaldor once more, casting the city along with the tributary of the river of eternal darkness into the depths of the spirit world. We speculate her purpose was to use the river of eternal darkness's unique properties as a fallback for her resurrection, but for unknown reasons, this attempt ultimately failed. As if fearing that the information wasn't detailed enough to cause dissatisfaction, Hilarion, the orange light, hurriedly explained. The essence of a Sephira is far superior to the spirit world. We, the 7 lights, were born in the spirit world and cannot transcend it to explore the secrets of a Sephira. With the obstruction of the river of eternal darkness, we cannot enter the depths of Kaldor, nor can we obtain precise information. But according to our speculation, Gregare's failed resurrection was either because she couldn't escape the pollution of the river of eternal darkness, or she was influenced by Death Salinger. Additionally, Hilarion, the orange light, paused, then cautiously said, "Ever since the main flow of the river of eternal darkness appeared beneath Kaldor, the surrounding spirit world has also been affected to some extent. Now, even if we approach it, we will suffer irreversible pollution. If you attempt to explore there, it will be difficult for us to provide substantial assistance." In fact, the influence of the river of eternal darkness extended far beyond what he mentioned. As one of the 9 Sephira left by the Creator, the very existence of the river of eternal darkness surpasses both the real world and the spirit world. Therefore, facing the erosion and pollution of the river of eternal darkness, the spirit world could neither take any countermeasures nor resist, only allowing it to continuously erode. For the spirit world, this could absolutely be called an apocalyptic crisis, no less severe than the real world being invaded by an outer deity. But fortunately, above the spirit world is Sephira Castle. Also a Sephira, the existence of Sephira Castle can suppress the erosion of the river of eternal darkness. Furthermore, the river of eternal darkness currently has no master, and has not developed self-awareness, so its pollution of the spirit world is still in an unconscious, spontaneous stage, and the affected area is not too exaggerated. And once this pollution truly reaches an irreversible bottom, the 7 lights can only seek help from that great existence above the spirit world. Lead the way. Ember did not answer the orange light's reminder, only calmly instructed. The river of eternal darkness was a Sephira after all, and Ember still gave it a certain degree of importance. So, although he had already obtained Kaldor's coordinates from Klein, after hearing the orange light's description of Kaldor's current state, he did not plan to directly teleport to the depths of Kaldor. He would first check the periphery. As for how to determine where Kaldor's periphery actually was, this required the 7 lights of the spirit world. Since they would be polluted even by merely approaching, they would definitely know where the boundary was. Please follow me. Hilarion, the orange light, had a bitter expression on his face. He knew this trip would definitely not end well. But there was no other way. This was, after all, a command personally given by the great ruler above the spirit world, and since the other 6 lights were unwilling to come, only he could undertake this arduous task. No matter how unwilling he was, Hilarion, the orange light, had to faithfully execute that one's command, quickly teleporting deeper into the spirit world. Along the way, various bizarre spirit world creatures passed by them, like an oil painting depicting hell. If it were an ordinary Beander, they would likely be surrounded by these spirit world creatures and become lost in the spirit world, never to leave. This is because not all spirit world creatures are friendly, there are many powerful and malevolent beings. Even for the 7 lights of the spirit world, they are not absolutely invincible in the spirit world. In the depths of the spirit world, there are many terrifying beings that can harm or even kill them. The reason the 7 lights of the spirit world are more famous than these powerful spirit world creatures is largely due to their friendly attitude towards Beyonders. Normally, if a single light of the 7 came to the deep regions of the spirit world, even if they didn't encounter danger, they would inevitably be watched by certain beings with greedy gazes. This is because the 7 lights of the spirit world represent not only angelic level strength but also corresponding authority in the spirit world. Any spirit world creature might perish, but the 7 lights of the spirit world will always exist. Just as even if the 7 lights of the spirit world from the previous civilization were annihilated, the spirit world would still give birth to new 7 lights to replace them. If one could devour one of the 7 lights and steal their authority, the benefits for a spirit world creature would be immense. But this time, Hilarion, the orange light, did not feel those greedy gazes. Along the way, those bizarre and powerful spirit world creatures dared not approach, or even look directly at them. Some even teleported far away to other areas the moment they sensed his aura. Hilarion, the orange light, knew very well that this was not because those creatures feared him, they feared the one behind him. They might have thought that one was brought by the orange light to seek revenge on them, which is why they fled immediately. But what they didn't know was that not only were they afraid, but the orange light was equally afraid. Just like a moment ago, he personally saw Ember, during the teleportation, casually grab a spirit world creature that hadn't had time to escape. Hilarion, the orange light, watched with fear in his heart, and could only silently mourn for the captured spirit world creature. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, they stopped before an area. Behind them was an impressionist oil painting of mixed colors, hazy and dreamlike. In the area further back, countless bizarre spirit world creatures scattered in all directions due to their arrival. On the surface, this place seemed no different from other areas of the spirit world. But not far in front of them was an area shrouded in a grayish-white twilight. Visibly, that grayish-white color grew denser the deeper it went, eventually becoming a darkness so thick it was impenetrable, making it impossible to discern what lay within. Yet the dead silence emanating from that area, even from outside the twilight, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The darkness and the oil painting were distinctly separated, like 2 paintings of vastly different styles merged together. And upon closer inspection, one could even see that twilight slowly permeating the area of the oil painting, gradually encroaching. The orange light looked at the darkness, his eyes filled with deep fear and apprehension, and whispered. Further in his Kaldor, "I apologize, but I can only take you this far. It's fine, you can leave first." Ember's tone was very friendly. If one ignored the orange light's fearful expression, they seemed like 2 old friends about to part, exchanging pleasantries. The next second, Hilarion, the orange light, watched with his own eyes as Ember directly tossed the spirit world creature he had casually grabbed on the way into the twilight ahead. Amidst the other party's screams, that massive spirit world creature, hundreds of meters tall, with a huge ox head adorned with 2 sharp horns, and pink skin covered in equally pink tentacles, entered the grayish-white area from the brightly colored oil painting amidst desperate wails. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the vitality on its body was rapidly fading. Finally, it completely stopped struggling. Its originally tender and smooth pink skin was covered in grayish-white, and it was full of cracks. From a distance, it looked like a massive, bizarre stone statue. End of chapter. Chapter 412. You shouldn't have come. The deeper he went, the more stone statues he saw along the way. This made it easy to reconstruct what had happened here. When the river of eternal darkness returned, Kaldor, which had been silent for thousands of years, underwent an expansion. This sudden expansion came without warning, leaving the spirit world creatures living nearby no time to react before the gray-white permeated their bodies. Ultimately, deathly silence became the norm, covering every corner of this area. Although everything seemed normal and consistent with the river of eternal darkness's authority related to deathly silence. However, before this, although Kaldor was a city of the dead, its rules merely transformed living beings into the dead. In other words, once any living being entered Kaldor, they would naturally transform into the dead. This is similar to the underworld but fundamentally different. Here, living creatures would not suddenly die and then slowly become undead beings without thought. Instead, they would directly become undead. For some high-sequence existences, transforming into the dead had no overly negative impact on them, nor would it affect their strength. And if they were beyonders of the chained pathway, they could already switch between physical and wraith forms, so such rules would have no adverse effects whatsoever. Similarly, for some spirit world creatures, such rules were actually not detrimental. This is because many spirit world creatures are not native to the spirit world but are transformed from the dead, for example, Klein's messenger, Renette Tinakel. She is both a spirit world creature and a dead being herself. Of course, being dead does not mean they can freely enter and exit Kaldor. On the contrary, existences like them, who became spirit world creatures as dead beings, would be imprisoned once they entered Kaldor, becoming native residents of Kaldor, never to leave. So, while the dead could move unaffected in Kaldor, it didn't mean they would be willing to enter here. But now it's different. The current rules not only transform living beings into the dead, but into true corpses. Unlike wraiths, zombies, or drowned ghosts, these are motionless, unconscious bodies without any semblance of vitality. Kaldor has now become a land of deathly silence where even the dead, upon stepping foot, will have their vitality extracted. Ember did not attempt to break the rules here but walked alone amidst the gray-white. Under the invisible erosion of deathly silence, the entire world here was a grayish-white. The sky was grayish-white, the ground was grayish-white, and everything around was stone statues permeated by grayish-white, without a trace of color. Only Ember, he still possessed color. Such color intensely stimulated the gray-white, making them gather around Ember like schools of fish stirred by bait in the deep sea, driven by greed, attempting to assimilate Ember into a gray-white stone statue and seize his color. This also caused the surrounding gray-white to become even denser, so dense that it could instantly claim the life of an angel. However, whenever these gray-white attempted to approach him, they would instantly be evaporated, without exception. And the escort of these gray-white made this journey extremely smooth. The spirit world creatures encountered along the way had all turned into stone statues, with no living beings. As Ember delved deeper, the types of stone statues also changed. The outermost ones were all strangely shaped creatures, some with ox heads and octopus bodies, others long, slender snakes, but without exception, none had a unified appearance. But now, the numerous stone statues distributed here clearly belonged to the same race, sets of translucent white robes floating in the air, without heads, hands, or feet, seemingly supported by an invisible person. From a distance, it looked like a neat family portrait. In reality, these stone statues all belonged to the spirit world marauders, and each possessed strength close to sequence 4. And now, there were hundreds of densely packed spirit world marauder stone statues appearing here. The spirit world marauder species is inherently rare, and they are also beyonder materials essential for seer pathway beyonders to advance to sequence 4. Whether it's the true soul body of a spirit world marauder or spirit world marauder dust, their value is extremely high. Perhaps it was to avoid being hunted that spirit world marauders gathered in large numbers in the depths of Kaldor, thereby avoiding the risk of being hunted. But now, all these creatures have turned into stone statues due to the anomaly in the depths of Kaldor. Having suffered such a devastating disaster, the spirit world marauders are now almost extinct. The remaining scattered spirit world marauders are also distributed throughout the spirit world, scarce in number and extremely difficult to catch. For low and mid-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway, this was nothing short of a sudden calamity. Because it meant that the path for the seer pathway to advance to sequence 4 had been blocked, and it would be difficult for new bizarro sorcerers to emerge in the future. Of course, for demigods or angels who had already advanced to sequence 4, the spirit world marauders' family portrait had little impact. For beyonders of non-seer pathways, the impact was even smaller. So, in a sense, this was also the result of mutual selection. 0. Finally, as time passed, the outline of a city gradually revealed itself before Ember. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge, bottomless pit, with various strangely shaped buildings extending downwards in circles around this pit, forming a magnificent city beyond ordinary human comprehension. This city was different from normal. It did not develop upwards, but extended downwards in circles to the bottom of the deep pit, giving an overall impression of an inverted mausoleum. Its buildings had various styles, but all were equally strange. Some were towering pale stone pillars with huge monolithic houses polished at their tops. Some were long and rectangular, with doors on the roof and no windows, like a giant coffin. others were built underground, with a tombstone at the entrance, some were built with white bones, chaotic and fragmented. From the moment he entered this city, everything around him was enveloped in a deep, inky darkness, as if no light had penetrated for thousands or tens of thousands of years. The gathering gray-white was blocked outside the city. They were once the masters of this city. But now they were excluded, only able to reluctantly watch the color enter the city, entering the heavy encirclement of darkness. Here, even an angel would find it difficult to discern what lay in the darkness beyond 5 meters, as if something was obstructing their perception. That was the authority of concealment. The closer to the bottom of the deep pit, the more complete the buildings were preserved. The closer to the top, the more collapsed they were, filled with the decay and ruin of time's erosion. And the deeper he went into the ground, the quieter it became. Those strange buildings, though perfectly preserved, seemed to have been dead for many years, even their aura becoming cold, dim, and decayed. The entire world was pitch black, with only the color remaining on ember. In the deep, inky darkness, this color was so dazzling that countless darkness swarmed towards it. Just like the gray-white before, they greedily gathered here, attempting to engulf this color, assimilating it into a part of the darkness. The black and white world of the dead cannot tolerate a speck of color. However, the gathering of darkness did not have an immediate effect. The more they gathered, the more they were evaporated. When ember entered the depths of this city, most of the darkness had already been evaporated, and even the buildings originally shrouded in darkness revealed their original shapes, because the largely evaporated, extremely thin darkness was no longer able to shroud the entire city. But even at a great cost, it remained futile, unable even to make contact. Stepping deeper and deeper, ember traveled for a long time, finally seeing the bottom of the deep pit, a series of huge, dark palaces blocking the path downwards. This palace was supported by giant pillars, inlaid with various bones and body parts, and some places were even covered with bloody hides from different races. Ember stopped before the palace. So far, everything he encountered was completely different from Klein's description. The last time Klein came, it was to hunt spirit world marauders. Perhaps due to the death of the spirit world marauders, or perhaps sensing the aura of Saphira Castle, or perhaps due to the appearance of Ouroboros, the Fate Angel, the river of eternal darkness in the depths of Kaldor suddenly underwent a change, surging out a large amount of gray-white flood, like a tide. That incident prevented Klein from exploring further, so he had to return to the Fool first to make other plans. But this time, Ember had reached the bottom of Kaldor, yet he had not encountered any obstacles. The river of eternal darkness was like a completely dead object, showing no reaction to his arrival. Ember didn't dwell on it. No matter what changes occurred, they wouldn't affect his purpose for this trip. He slowly walked to the palace gate, placing his hands on the 2 bronze door panels that had closed at some unknown time. Creak. In the silent darkness, that not so loud, muffled grinding sound now seemed incredibly grating, almost echoing throughout the entire city. But even with such a commotion, Kaldor remained unresponsive, allowing Ember to push the door open to a narrow gap. The gap was not large, instead, it was very narrow, too narrow for 2 people to enter side by side. But for Ember, such a gap was enough. He calmly walked into the darkness, entering the interior of the palace. In the darkness, the first thing that caught his eye was a spacious hall. On both sides of the hall were various coffins of different shapes and colors, resting quietly as if their very existence had been weathered by death. Ignoring these things, Ember went straight to the depths of the hall, where there was a downward gray-white stone staircase, with a huge stone tablet standing at the entrance. At the top of the stone tablet stood a slender, bronze-like giant bird statue, its wings adorned with various pale symbols. Beneath the bird-shaped bronze statue, on the surface of the stone tablet, characters from the language of the dead resembled simplified birds of various shapes or snakes coiled in different ways, forming 2 ambiguous phrases. Even a god cannot escape. Even death will be confined. This was like the curse inscription of Tutankhamun. Death will open his wings to him who disturbs the pharaoh's sleep. Any who enter this tomb with an impure heart, I shall throttle him like a bird. Such a curse, if it appeared in an ordinary mausoleum, would only cause laughter. But the river of eternal darkness flows beneath this city, and this statement is less a curse and more a warning, a genuine warning. Even a god, once entering the underground, would likewise fall, drowned in the river water. Ember withdrew his gaze, ignoring the warning. He walked around the stone tablet topped with the bronze statue and descended the gray-white steps, one by one. The underground was dim and lightless, deathly silent and cold, but occasionally, faint, ethereal lapping sounds could be heard. Somewhere underground, the river of eternal darkness flowed quietly. Ember advanced step by step towards the sound of the water. Beneath his feet was a deep, insubstantial tide. Like a normal tide, it ebbed and flowed. As Ember went deeper, the tide almost completely submerged him, but he continued to walk through it, completely unaffected. And when the tide receded, the gray-white steps reappeared, leading straight down. Finally, he reached the end of the staircase. Beyond the end was nothingness, and within that nothingness flowed a straight, wide, colorless, dark river. That was the river of eternal darkness, the ultimate destination of all the dead. Ember stopped, not moving forward. Because on both sides of the river, huge and pale stone pillars stood, as if supporting something, preventing it from collapsing. At this moment, between these stone pillars, at the edge of the river, countless slightly blurred translucent figures walked back and forth, lingering, slowly but ceaselessly. And among those bewildered figures, a tall figure stood at the edge of the river, quietly observing Ember, who stood at the end of the staircase. He was so immense, similar in size to the surrounding stone pillars. He was draped in a deep black robe, and his side was already aged. His face bore distinct South Continent features, but it had rotted away in patches, and white feathers stained with pale yellow grease had grown out. Ember had seen him before, in murals, in the Hall of Conspiracy. At that time, he was still called the God of Undead. And in the 4th epic and 5th epic, his most widely known title was Death, the Underworld Emperor Salinger. A momentary bewilderment flickered across his face, but it quickly became resolute, and his voice was low. He told me that as long as I kill you, he will set me free. His voice was hoarse and stiff, as if he hadn't had a normal conversation with anyone in a long time. I guessed as much. Ember smiled and nodded. He finally understood why he hadn't encountered any obstacles on this journey. Chapter 413. Where are the people? As the Sephira that first broke through the Celestial Worthy's seal, the river of eternal darkness was highly activated. Therefore, it chose to resurrect the Underworld Emperor, hoping to use him, a former death, to stop Ember. Although the Underworld Emperor had been dead for over 1,000 years, and the one lingering in the river of eternal darkness was just an ordinary undying, with no Beander characteristic within his body, under the blessing of the Sephira, the river of eternal darkness, he could still maintain a strength approximate to sequence 0. But he was ultimately just a puppet controlled by the river of eternal darkness, not the Underworld Emperor who had won the 4 Emperors' War over 1,000 years ago. Death Salinger stood at the edge of the river, his eyes burning with pale flames fixed on Ember at the end of the steps. There was no hatred in his eyes, only a deep-seated obsession. He longed for true resurrection, for true freedom, to once again become the Underworld Emperor. Therefore, Ember must die. Roar. A low roar emanated from his decaying mouth, echoing over the river, causing the entire Kaldor city to shake noticeably. The river, sometimes rising, sometimes falling, sometimes dark, sometimes pale, surged accordingly, rushing madly towards Ember standing at the end of the stone steps. Pale torrents slapped against Ember's body wave after wave, attempting to submerge him and drown him in the river. Yet, no matter how the waves crashed, the illusory river water could never truly touch Ember's body. Death Salinger's decaying body approached Ember step by step, and all around him were countless blurry shadows lingering at the river's edge. At this moment, they seemed to have gained a partial freedom, no longer eternally wandering, but following Death's footsteps, approaching Ember step by step, emitting unconscious, frenzied roars. This was an army composed of undying. At a glance, Ember saw many identical figures in that undying army. They all belonged to the same person, to a Zig-Eggers, with bronze skin and gentle features. This death console seemed to have split into multiple selves, wandering aimlessly between the pale stone pillars on both sides of the river of eternal darkness. But in reality, although the death console was not in good shape, he was clearly still alive. However, since he appeared here, it meant he had died, and more than once. This reminded Ember of the undying at sequence 4 of the death pathway. An undying dies once every 60 years, resurrects once, and forgets most of their past memories, needing to slowly retrieve them later, like starting a new life. But clearly, this immortality was not true immortality, and it carried significant hidden dangers. Because each time they died, they would split off a shadow, to eternally wander in the river of eternal darkness. If they died too many times, and the mass of the split shadows exceeded the main body, perhaps even the main body would be drawn into the river of eternal darkness, becoming a true undying. Although Azuk's main body was still alive and well, and only shadows appeared here, under the blessing of the river of eternal darkness, these shadows all possessed strength above sequence 4. In a very few cases, some even had sequence 2 strength, being true angels, their strength already equivalent to the main body. After all, for a Sephira, sharing some power with these shadows was certainly not a difficult task. And beside the death console, there were 2 pale shadows that did not belong to him. They both had black hair and brown eyes, ordinary features, and a scholarly air. Their names were Klein Moretti. And beside Klein, there was a man in a black trench coat, his gray eyes exceptionally deep against his pale skin. His name was Dunn Smith. Compared to these acquaintances, there were even more unfamiliar faces. The figures on both sides of the river converged into a surging black river, densely packed and stretching endlessly. These people were undoubtedly all undying who had died in the past, forever lingering at the edge of the river of eternal darkness. And over the past few millennia, how many living beings had died? At least hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Even though many of them had already been swept into the center of the river by surging tides during their eternal wandering, uncontrollably sinking to the bottom of the river and melting like frost, the figures still lingering on both sides of the river were still in the hundreds of millions. Although most of them were just ordinary people, and even the river of eternal darkness would not bestow Beyonder abilities upon them, their obstruction to Ember was almost zero. Yet, the sheer number, at first glance, was still somewhat chilling. Ember withdrew his gaze from the endless line of undying. It seemed the river of eternal darkness was determined to stop him. But it couldn't fail to understand that no matter how many of these undying there were, they would only delay him, not truly stop him, even with Death Salinger. Unless, the purpose of the river of eternal darkness was to buy time. Who is it waiting for? Adam, or someone else? Ember did not try to find the answer, because no matter who came, he would eventually reveal himself. There was no need to waste time on such insignificant questions. Similarly, the undying were the same. Ember did not intend to entangle with them. So, Ember flipped his palm, conjuring a bell from nowhere. The bell's design was not exquisite, instead, it was very simple, looking as if it were carved from a square stone. Corresponding to this bell, Ember held a square box in his right palm, identical in style to the bell. It was an urn. Ding-a-ling. A clear bell sound echoed over the river of eternal darkness, and on the swaying bell, a purple halo slowly rippled out with the sound, awakening the sleeping heroes in the urn, the Silver Knights. In later generations, under the rule of the cross-dresser, the divine race gradually withered, and the strength of the Silver Knights, as guardians of the divine race, was no longer what it once was. Not only did their numbers drastically decrease, but the strength of these Silver Knights also significantly declined. If judged by the standards of this world, most of those Silver Knights were only at the Sequence 5 level. Only the Dark Moon Knights, regarded as confidants by the cross-dresser, maintained their full Sequence 4 strength. However, compared to the Silver Knights during the Divine Race's peak, their scale could only be considered better than nothing. And ultimately, under Sullivan's purge, the Dark Moon Knight Order was completely annihilated. Among the remaining Silver Knights, even if some were still loyal to the Divine Race, their mere Sequence 5 level meant that even if they had the will to kill the traitors and restore the divine race, it would ultimately be in vain. However, what Ember summoned were not the Silver Knights of later generations who had been spoiled by the cross-dresser. Instead, they were the elite knights who once followed Gwyn in the dragon hunting war, campaigning against the undying ancient dragons. Each possessed strength equivalent to Sequence 4 or even Sequence 3, and each possessed the miracle Gwyn once taught, Sunlight Spear. One tall figure after another rose from the mists of history, standing in neat formation behind Ember, filling every gray-white step of the stairs, their silver armor gleaming in the gloomy darkness. The most elite of the Silver Knights had already followed Gwyn in the transferring fire, but the remaining Silver Knights were still the most valiant and powerful warriors of the divine race. During their defense of Orlando, to protect the Sun Princess, they bravely sacrificed themselves in blocking powerful enemies. Out of respect for them, Ember chose to bury their ashes together, allowing their souls to meet in dreams. Although the urn didn't look large, its internal space was truly vast, and the scale within dreams was boundless. And now, they were reborn through the summoning. Their longswords were still sharp, their armor still tough, and the noble Silver Knights once again plunged into war. Even if this time they were not fighting for the divine race, they were still noble demigod warriors. Whoosh! The Silver Knights stepped back with one foot, uniformly, taking out a great bow taller than a man from behind, inscribed with divine race runes. That was the great bow used for dragon hunting in the era of gods. As a bow, it was abnormally huge, and thus possessed abnormally powerful might. Clang! With a heavy thud, the end of the dragon hunting great bow was fixed to the ground. The Silver Knights held the bow with one hand, and with the other, took out a large arrow like an iron spear from their waist. It was made by the giants, who were blacksmiths of the gods. Drawing the bow, notching the arrow. Shining golden miracles gathered at the arrowheads, and the light emitted by thousands of dragon-hunting great arrows dispelled the surrounding gray-white, bringing a sun-like dazzling light to this underground world, which no light could ever reach. Bang! The bowstring snapped, and the long arrow pierced the air, a golden light flashing across the sky, plunging into the army of billions of undying. Boom! The arrow landed in the undying army, and the shining sunlight instantly exploded, the golden sun expanding in a flash. The undying, touched by the sun's light, instantly twisted their bodies, turning into ashes with screams, as easily as dust lifted by a breeze. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thousands of long arrows pierced into the undying army, instantly annihilating millions of undying. But compared to the hundreds of millions of undying lingering on both sides of the river of eternal darkness, such losses were truly negligible. Even though a large number of undying were instantly dissolved by the light, the remaining ones showed no fear, maintaining a wooden state, approaching the steps where Ember stood step by step. And the front of the undying army had almost advanced to the front of the steps. Clang! The Silver Knights in the front row put away their longbows, and with the clang of their swords being drawn, golden lightning wrapped around both sides of their longswords. The Silver Knights held shields in one hand and swords in the other, standing ready. Bang! War was imminent. At least 1,000 Silver Knights charged down the steps, launching a charge against the boundless undying army. Their silver armor was like a silver wall of size, and the longswords wrapped in golden sunlight mercilessly slaughtered any undying attempting to approach, pushing back the front line step by step against the corpses of the undying. And on the steps above, the Silver Knights holding dragon-hunting great bows were not affected in the slightest. They took out dragon-hunting great arrows from their waists again and again, shooting them at the tireless undying army. Death's Salinger stood at the edge of the river of eternal darkness, with the pressing Silver Knights in front and the spreading undying beneath his feet. But apart from that initial roar, he did nothing. He just stood silently among the undying army, watching everything happen. Finally, the river of eternal darkness seemed to sense his passive resistance. The spreading tide instantly submerged Salinger's feet, sweeping all the undying near him into the depths of the river, from which they never climbed out. And the surging waves rose higher and higher, until they covered Salinger's head. The illusory tide washed over Salinger's face, and the water flowed along Salinger's decaying face into his body, circulated once, and then flowed out from another decaying hole, merging back into the main current. But even when submerged by the river of eternal darkness, Death Salinger's expression did not change in the slightest. But he finally stopped being passively resistant, and like the undying that had spread back to his feet, he finally raised his palm. At this moment, he finally displayed the majesty of death, the illusory deity high above countless undying. Extremely cold, extremely noble, with a strong sense of death descending upon the world. The Silver Knights quickly killed the undying at the front line, and the undying in the rear were swallowed by the rising tide that warned death, causing those further back to fail to fill the gap immediately, creating a momentary lull in the battle. The Silver Knights advanced quickly, charging towards the spreading undying army. During this process, a Silver Knight suddenly looked up at the tall figure. His right hand condensed a shining golden miracle, attempting to interrupt Death's raised hand. But the next second, the Silver Knight suddenly stood motionless, frozen in place. Snap! In just a moment, the Silver Knight's armor lost its support, instantly shattering into countless pieces scattered on the ground. Just by meeting Death's gaze, this Silver Knight paid the price of his life. Although his ashes remained intact, and his soul was protected by flames, not under the jurisdiction of the river of eternal darkness, and would not truly perish. However, this death would still cause irreversible damage to his soul. He could not be summoned a second time within a short period. And seeing the fate of their comrade, the other Silver Knights immediately reacted, lowering their heads and focusing their gaze on the undying army, avoiding Death's gaze. But even without eye contact, under Death's gaze, their movements became increasingly sluggish, as if they had instantly aged from their prime to old age, without even the strength to swing their swords, allowing the undying to crawl onto their bodies and gnaw at their armor. Roar! A clear dragon roar echoed across the sky, and the black dragon swooped down, its scorching dragon flame burning fiercely a few meters in front of the Silver Knight defense line, creating an insurmountable sea of fire that incinerated all those within it. Death suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze on the swooping black dragon. At the same time, the Silver Knights felt their bodies lighten, their bodies no longer withered, no longer constrained as if they had crossed the river of death. Death stared intently at the massive black dragon. He hadn't noticed when this dragon had appeared, just as he hadn't noticed when Ember had disappeared. Chapter 414, Since we're already here. On the river, the war between the Silver Knight and the Undying army continued. The Undying army had an absolute numerical advantage, but most of them weren't even beyonders, barely enough to serve as cannon fodder. In contrast, while the Silver Knight wasn't numerically superior, even all of them combined were less than 1/10,000th of the Undying army. However, every Silver Knight had strength equivalent to a demigod, and each had participated in the dragon hunting war, possessing at least 1,000 years of rich combat experience. This made the Silver Knight's combat against the Undying army as simple as slicing melons and dicing vegetables. Admittedly, there were also a large number of shadows left behind by the death of many Undying in the Undying army. For example, Azik alone contributed over 30 shadows, and each shadow possessed demigod-level strength. And the shadows left behind by the death of the Undying totaled nearly 10,000, comparable in number to the Silver Knight. However, the shadows only possessed demigod-level strength but lacked the self-awareness of their main bodies. They were mere puppets controlled by the River of Eternal Darkness, only mechanically and stiffly using Beander abilities, unable to cause effective damage to the Silver Knight. Their only purpose was to slow down the Silver Knight's advance. But conversely, wasn't the River of Eternal Darkness also being held back by the Silver Knight? Hundreds of millions of undead were forced into a bloody battle with less than 10,000 Silver Knight, while Death Salinger was also restrained by the Medial soaring in the sky. This war had entered a white-hot stage, and neither side could withdraw in a short time. During this process, a large number of undead were mercilessly slaughtered by the Silver Knight. But at the same time, many Silver Knight were submerged by surging waves, swept into the depths of the river, and sank to the riverbed. No one noticed anything amiss, not even the River of Eternal Darkness. After all, with the Undying army clearly at a disadvantage, it wasn't too much for him to personally intervene and balance things out, right? Regardless of whether the River of Eternal Darkness thought it was too much, Ember, who had already been swept to the riverbed and was hidden among the Silver Knight, didn't think so. On the contrary, he felt that the River of Eternal Darkness was very sensible. It was truly very sensible. In fact, Ember's initial goal was simple: to collect a drop of water from the River of Eternal Darkness using the bird-shaped golden ornament Irina had given him. For the Evernight goddess, who had already begun to accommodate the uniqueness of the Death pathway and the God of Combat pathway, directly accommodating a Saphira at this stage was tantamount to a fantasy. Therefore, she did not aspire to the entire River of Eternal Darkness, but only needed a single drop of its water. Just a drop of river water certainly couldn't allow her to accommodate the River of Eternal Darkness, but it could serve as a medium, preparing for the accommodation of the Saphira in advance. And in fact, the Evernight goddess's approach was somewhat inappropriate. Not the method, but the order. Because for a sequence 0, there are 3 paths to accommodate a Saphira and become an outer deity. First becoming a sequence 0 of one pathway, then controlling and fusing with the Saphira, and finally accommodating the other uniqueness, is the optimal order. Becoming a dual pathway true god, controlling and fusing with the Saphira, and then accommodating the remaining uniqueness is a neither good nor bad order. Fusing with the Saphira only at the very last step is the worst choice. And now, the Evernight goddess's choice is the third type, the worst path. But if you really think about it, taking any of these 3 paths makes no difference to the Evernight goddess. Because although these 3 routes are not wrong, they were, after all, explored by the ancient sun god. Theoretically speaking, the ancient sun god's idea was also completely correct: only by first becoming a sequence 0, then fusing with the Saphira, and finally accommodating the other uniqueness is the optimal order. This can maximize self-awareness to better resist the primordial one's will and increase the success rate of the matter. But the problem is, the premise of this theory is no external interference. For the native gods, this theory is completely correct, because no matter what method they use, they cannot change the awakening of the primordial one's will, so the order of accommodation is crucial for them. But the Evernight goddess is not a local. For her, who possesses the first fire, there is no essential difference in any choice, because she does not need to worry about being possessed by the primordial one. In this situation, accommodating the uniqueness of other pathways first is actually a better choice. Because these uniqueness can be directly transformed into the Evernight goddess's strength, and the accommodation process will be smoother than accommodating a Saphira. Moreover, once the Evernight goddess fully masters the Evernight, Death, and God of Combat pathways, the process of accommodating a Saphira in the future will also be smoother. Therefore, the Evernight goddess doesn't need the entire River of Eternal Darkness for now, she can completely wait until later to retrieve it herself. Now she only needs a drop of river water. However, this was merely the Evernight goddess's wishful thinking. The Evernight goddess felt she only needed a drop of water from the River of Eternal Darkness, and the River of Eternal Darkness thought so too. So when Ember reached the end of the stairs, the River of Eternal Darkness actively rolled up a wave to submerge him. That seemed like a warning and an attack, but in fact, wasn't it also a form of submission? If Ember's goal was merely a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness, he could have taken a drop of water from the wave at that time and left gracefully. As for Death Salinger, as long as Ember didn't try to step into the river of eternal darkness, his obstruction would be meaningless because this death couldn't escape the river of eternal darkness at all. Unfortunately, Ember's thoughts were more pure and more greedy than the river of eternal darkness imagined. Because in Ember's view, it wasn't easy for him to travel all this way, so why not just solve all problems at once? Since we're already here, it's not easy for any of us, so it's better for everyone if we finish early, don't you agree, River of Eternal Darkness? With this thought, Ember voluntarily sank to the riverbed, entering the depths of the River of Eternal Darkness, searching for the source of this river. Any river has a source, and Saphira is no exception. For example, Saphira Castle is like this. The tarot clubs gathering above the grey fog is just the divine kingdom that Saphira Castle comes with. That strange luminous door above the grey-white mist is the core, the true Saphira Castle. The River of Eternal Darkness is the same. The river it displays is merely its inherent divine kingdom, and its core is hidden deep within the river. Ember ventured into danger by sinking to the riverbed, his purpose being to go against the current and find the source of this river. The River of Eternal Darkness clearly didn't expect Ember to be so crazy. Although its level of activation was already very high, it still couldn't comprehend overly complex matters, such as this. For the living, no living being can enter the River of Eternal Darkness, this is a fundamental rule of this world. And once the dead approach the River of Eternal Darkness, they automatically become puppets of the River of Eternal Darkness, this is also a fundamental rule of the world. So no matter how you calculate it, the River of Eternal Darkness is actually in an unbeatable position. The living cannot enter, and the dead pose no threat. Either way, he wins. But there are exceptions to everything. For example, other Saphira are on the same level as the River of Eternal Darkness, meaning these Saphira can, to some extent, resist this rule. So if Kleiner the true creator were here, they could temporarily enter the River of Eternal Darkness by relying on the power of Saphira Castle or the Chaos Sea, and they would not be turned into undead forever wandering by the riverside by the River of Eternal Darkness. And Ember is also an exception. He is an undead, a living being. He is also Ember, a dead being. He is the first fire, the first life, and also the first death, and at the same time, the end of immortality. Most importantly, this is a completely different power system from this world. This resulted in two outcomes. As an undead, he could dive into the River of Eternal Darkness without being detected, because to the River of Eternal Darkness, he was just one of the complete undead. But as an undead not belonging to this world, he would not be accepted by the River of Eternal Darkness, and thus would not be controlled by the River of Eternal Darkness. That's why he was able to continue upstream in this river, searching for the source of the river. But the River of Eternal Darkness was, after all, a living Saphira, not a completely inanimate object. So, he quickly discovered that these silver knights swept into the riverbed were still alive. Although they struggled painfully at the bottom of the river, they were still alive and did not melt like ice as other undead did. And among these silver knights swept to the riverbed, there was even an inconspicuous silver knight swimming against the current. Although the River of Eternal Darkness believed these silver knight were just blindly flailing around like headless flies, the direction that silver knight was heading caused the activated Saphira to feel uneasy, because that was where his core was located. Although he didn't believe an ordinary silver knight could threaten him, he had to stop the other party from moving forward. The illusory river water suddenly shook violently, causing ripples on the surface of the river. Waves followed one after another, like a surging river, intending to wash the silver knight at the bottom towards the end of the river. But that silver knight remained unaffected, slowly and steadily advancing against the surging waves. Until a massive shadow appeared before him. It was a giant bird completely submerged in the River of Eternal Darkness, suspended in the water. The giant bird's body was covered with feathers woven from pale flames and mysterious patterns, but much of it had been eroded by the River of Eternal Darkness, exposing parts of its black, rotten skin oozing light yellow pus. The giant bird's eyes seemed to be cast from bronze, with layers of illusory doors hidden within them. It was Gregare, the creator of Kaldor and the ancient death who opened the underworld, the ancestor of the Undying. In Gregare's eyes, bronze light erupted, instantly enveloping the steadfastly advancing Silver Knight, intending to drag him in. Evidently, the River of Eternal Darkness would not allow anyone to approach its core. But just as the Silver Knight's figure was about to disappear, a loud dragon roar echoed across the sky. The giant dragon circled in the sky, but its massive body was already covered in wounds. His wings were tattered, those once sky-covering, awe-inspiring wings were so broken that one might doubt if he could continue to fly with them, suspecting he would fall from the sky the next moment, unable to bear the weight. His body was also broken, dense scars making his skin appear pitted and uneven, without a single smooth spot. Brown and gold intertwined marks covered his entire body, whether it was his dried blood or moss parasitic on his body during countless years of slumber. His two heads were raised proudly, roaring at the sky. But those two heads grew on the same side, looking somewhat unbalanced, appearing extremely uncoordinated and lacking beauty. But if one observed closely, they would find two shocking scars on the other side. Those were his other two heads. He once had 4 heads, an undisputed king among dragons, until his 2 heads were severed by the barbarian king. His tail was broken, the smooth wound at the end indicating that his tail had been severed. The barbarian king who severed his tail did not do so to obtain a weapon from a dragon's severed tail, but merely as a symbol of the dragon king's humiliating defeat. But no matter what, he was still the dragon king, Platinsax, who soared in the sky, controlling storms and lightning. Roar. Amidst the resounding dragon roar, scarlet lightning pierced the sky, instantly plunging into the river of eternal darkness, attempting to pierce the undying ancestor hidden within the river water. Although this did not have any practical effect, it successfully diverted the attention of Gregare, the undying ancestor. And when Gregare, the undying ancestor, raised her bronze giant eyes with layers of illusory doors and looked at the enemy in the sky, she suddenly found that the broken dragon king in the sky had already disappeared. Until the bottom of the river of eternal darkness, beneath the calm water, a sudden ripple appeared. The broken dragon king had already escaped into the spatial rift, suddenly rushing out from the riverbed, hooking the undying's head and body with its lightning cloud-wrapped claws, and in the dragon king's loud roar, forcefully dragged this undying out from the riverbed. Beneath the river was the home ground of the river of eternal darkness, the home ground of the undying ancestor. But the sky has always been the dragon king's home ground. Although Platinsax couldn't defeat the barbarian king, kill a god, destroy the golden tree, or do anything about the supreme will, could he, a dignified dragon king, not even defeat a mere bird. Platinsax bit Gregare's neck, and his other head opened its huge mouth, spewing golden dragon's breath that could pierce the sky, completely engulfing the undying ancestor's head. At the bottom of the river, the Silver Knight returned to normal, continuing towards his predetermined goal. And elsewhere, the Silver Knight, who had been blindly flailing around like headless flies and moving in other directions, all changed course. They would follow that Silver Knight and continue upstream until they found the core location. Roar. The river of eternal darkness felt threatened. Death Salinger let out a low growl, causing the river's surface to rapidly rise. The once calm riverbed also suddenly became turbulent, and the illusory river suddenly became sharper than a knife. He was no longer just trying to stop these Silver Knight, but to kill them. Only by crushing these Silver Knight could his core be prevented from being threatened. However, just as Death Salinger let out a low growl, a giant burning with flames descended from the sky, pressing his head down fiercely. Chapter 415. Have to give it a try. The core of Saphira Castle is a door, which perhaps corresponds to the door pathway and also fits the outer deity's method of advancement. Any pathway that wishes to become an outer deity must first become a sequence 0 and use their sequence 0 as a cornerstone. Similar to Saphira Castle, the River of Eternal Darkness corresponds to the Evernight, Death, and God of Combat pathways. As for the core of the River of Eternal Darkness, it is a deep darkness. When Ember went against the current and reached the end of the River of Eternal Darkness, he arrived at the end of this river. Ahead was a profound darkness, as if it could swallow all light in the human world, and no light could illuminate it. Yet, that darkness was extremely pure. Unlike the viscous darkness of the Chaos Sea, it contained no other impurities, pure and serene. It was as if being within it would bring eternal peace. Ember knew that the River of Eternal Darkness was making its final struggle, but Ember did not want to feel peace, at least not now. Whoosh, whoosh. An illusory sound of water came from that deep darkness, as if a river was surging within it, like waves crashing against rocks. Turbulent currents surged forth, trying to push Ember away. Before that, Ember had already sent the bird-shaped golden ornament into the darkness. In that ultimate and pure darkness, the golden ornament stubbornly emitted a pale glow, illuminating a very small area, like a small boat of life struggling in a tide of death. The darkness did not reject its light, because that pale glow was originally part of the River of Eternal Darkness. It could not reject itself. The bronze eyes of the bird-shaped golden ornament emitted light, like a vortex, greedily absorbing the surrounding darkness. Given time, it would eventually be able to drain the entire core, and even develop a self-awareness. But this clearly did not meet Ember's expectations. So, as soon as it began to absorb that Darkness. Ember reached out and took the golden ornament back from the darkness. He did not need the entire core, only a portion of it, so there was no need to drain the river of eternal darkness all at once. Compared to that, sustainable overfishing was more beneficial. Whoosh! The illusory sound of water became more agitated, as if the entire river became turbulent and surging, seemingly in celebration. Well, whether the river of eternal darkness was celebrating or not, Ember took it as a celebration. And as Ember departed, the waves of the river of eternal darkness grew even more turbulent. It could not do anything to Ember, only watch him come to its home, snatch its treasure, and leisurely leave. But if it could not do anything to Ember, could it not do anything to you? The enraged river of eternal darkness stirred up thousands of feet of waves, almost instantly engulfing all the Silver Knights who were still fighting fiercely with the dead, and even the Silver Knights standing on the steps were not spared, as if it wanted to drag all these Silver Knights to the bottom of the river at once. But even though these Silver Knights had been dragged to the bottom of the river of eternal darkness still could not sense their souls. This meant that even if they died in the river of eternal darkness 10,000 times, they could not leave anything behind, nor could they be marked and anchored by the river of eternal darkness. Even gods could not escape, yet these free Beander-level Silver Knights had achieved something even gods could not. This could only mean that an existence of the same or even higher level in Saphira had tampered with the souls of these Silver Knights. Their souls were not unanchorable but had already been anchored in advance. Souls that have already been anchored are difficult for even the river of eternal darkness to seize. And this also meant that killing these Silver Knights was meaningless except for venting anger, and perhaps these Silver Knights were specifically left for it to vent on. For a moment, the sound of water grew more agitated, and the river surface was turbulent, as if also indicating the river's mood at this moment. And by the river bank, the Death, with his tattered cloak, was doubting his life. The river of eternal darkness told him that as long as he killed Ember, he would gain freedom. Although he initially had the idea of slacking off and testing the bottom line of the river of eternal darkness, he never expected that even a black dragon casually summoned by Ember could tie him down, and the appearance of the flame giant made his situation even worse. He even struggled greatly to deal with the dead casually summoned by the other party, so how could he have the ability to kill Ember? The river of eternal darkness probably knew this from the start, so it never expected him to kill Ember and naturally would not give him freedom. The promise the river of eternal darkness gave him was merely to make him work wholeheartedly for the river of eternal darkness. However, Death's Salinger looked at the motionless phoenix ancestor floating on the river of eternal darkness and suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. At least he was much luckier than this bird. While feeling fortunate, Salinger suddenly frowned again, because he found that his humanity was unusually high. But having been revived by the river of eternal darkness, he should only have pure divinity, so where did the humanity come from? As dawn broke, a young man walked out of the hotel, leisurely enjoying the morning scenery of Byam. He had just bought a tiana beverage, served in a fruit shell, from a street vendor, when he suddenly felt a large shadow appear beside him. The young man turned his head, looking up little by little, and saw a half-giant nearly 2.5 meters tall approaching. "Sir, may I have a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our beacon and savior, Mr. Fool." The half-giant bent his back, trying to make his smile appear amiable. The young man took a sip of tiana, pointed to the side, and nodded with a smile. "All right, but not here." He then walked to a place that would not obstruct others, and the seemingly imposing half-giant gently followed him. "You can speak now." The young man made no attempt to hide his curiosity. The tall and muscular half-giant's expression instantly became solemn. "My lord calls himself the Fool. In the past, in the present, and in the future, he is the great master who controls the spirit world, the king of yellow and black who holds good fortune, and the beacon for every living being seeking eternity. My lord resides above reality and the spirit world, his benevolence covers heaven and earth, and 6 angels attend by his side." "Amazing, amazing," the young man praised sincerely. Hearing such a response, the half-giant could not help but smile, then described the various miracles bestowed by Mr. Fool in the most concise words possible, finally saying, "If you are interested, you can visit the Fool's Church at 16 Phillip Street to learn more. This is our largest church in Byam City, where you can listen to the priest narrate the record of the Fool's holy words." The young man nodded. "If I have time, I'll go take a look." Watching the half-giant depart, the young man smiled and took out a crystal monocle from his pocket, placing it over his right eye. Before becoming a god, he rarely appeared on the North Continent. This was because he had grudges with most of the 7 gods, and the North Continent was full of the 7 gods' ears and eyes. He would be discovered if he was not careful. Even if it was not his main body, too many losses of avatars were ultimately not good. But he had now become a god, Even if the 7 gods were present, he would not be afraid. Even if he could not win, could he not run? In terms of escape, only the full and true gods of the door pathway could compare with him. However, although he could now walk unhindered on the North Continent, there was not much he could do. Because the Fool's anchor was more stable than he had imagined, although the Fool's church was inferior to the Orthodox churches in both quality and quantity, it was already sufficient to support the Fool in becoming a sequence 0. And the reason he was so certain that the Fool had not yet become a god was simple. Adjacent pathways could sense each other, so he could sense that no sequence 0 had yet been born in the Fool pathway, and this was his opportunity. Although the Fool possessed both the Fool and door pathways, as long as the Fool had not yet become a god, neither pathway could truly be used by him. In contrast, although he only had the error pathway, having become a god, he had an advantage over the Fool. Of course, if the Fool kept hiding in Saphira Castle, he would have no way to deal with the Fool. Although he could also forcibly break into Saphira Castle, the risk of a forced entry was too great. Even if he succeeded in killing the Fool, he would not be able to escape smoothly, and the best outcome would only be a mutual defeat. Therefore, he had been waiting for an opportunity and constantly looking for the Fool's flaws. Unfortunately, the Fool was more cautious than he had imagined, and with the help provided by the Evernight goddess, who held the authority of concealment, he found it truly difficult to find any exploitable bugs. Either they would not cause much impact even if used, or they had already been fixed, with none that could cause actual impact, which truly disappointed Aemon. However, it was not entirely without profit. As long as the Fool was not yet a god, he would eventually find an opportunity. Amon's lips curved slightly, and he took another sip of Tiana. It tastes good. He could have another cup. The street vendor, pushing his cart, passed by him and smiled as he handed him another cup of Tiana. Aemon smiled in thanks, then saw the vendor adjust the monocle over his right eye. In a luxurious manner in the suburbs of Trier, Intis. Former Intis Republic Chief of Staff Alexander Hamilton stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the second-floor study, quietly gazing at the rising sun in the sky. Since the founding of Intis, the eternal blazing sun church had dominated, continuously suppressing the god of craftsmen church until it changed its name to the steam and machinery church. Therefore, this country was also known as the land of the sun. At that time, the sun was warm but not scorching, dispelling darkness and cold, making people feel warm. But now, the light of this sun was so dazzling, yet Alexander steadfastly gazed at it, using Beander abilities to force his eyes not to shed tears. That sun was like the newborn Intis Second Empire, like the returning Black Emperor. He was so dazzling, so powerful, that it was difficult to even think of resisting. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Alexander heard the knocking and said in a deep voice. He withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked at the door. A meticulously dressed middle-aged man in a suit pushed the door open and respectfully said, "Your Excellency the Chief of Staff, they have arrived. They are waiting for you in the conference room." Alexander Hamilton corrected, "Don't call me Chief of Staff. I am just an ordinary person now." His tone was incredibly calm, as if he was not attached to the empty title of Chief of Staff. Cold sweat seeped from the middle-aged man's forehead, and he bowed his head lower. He knew that one should just listen to what these important figures said. Taking it seriously would be courting death. If this person truly had no desire for the Chief of Staff position, why would he gather those people here? Alexander Hamilton did not look at the middle-aged man, nor did he question why he lowered his head and remained silent, calmly walking out of the room. After he left, the middle-aged man dared to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then hurriedly followed, staying one step behind Alexander, like a loyal servant attending to his master. Bang! The conference room door was suddenly opened, and Alexander Hamilton's gaze swept around, passing over the few people at the long table. He did not observe their expressions, nor did he deliberately try to remember their appearances, because he knew it was meaningless. The same group of people would have different faces the next time they met. Remembering their appearances would not help in investigating their true identities. Moreover, Alexander had long given up on investigating the identities of these people. In his cooperation with these people, he had always been the weaker party. In such circumstances, rashly investigating the other party's identity would not benefit him and would only make the relationship between them more tense. Therefore, when communicating with these people, he needed sufficiently clever rhetoric, but Alexander no longer had enough patience. Alexander pressed his hands on the table and asked in a deep voice. "We have provided you with enough intelligence. When can you begin your operation?" Ever since the Steam Church sided with that despicable usurper, the resources he could mobilize had continuously shrunk. And the help provided to the Hermetic Order had exhausted his last bit of resources and connections. If these people could not give a clear answer, then Alexander's initial investment would all be for naught. So, no matter what, a result must be produced today. Don't be so anxious. The plain-faced middle-aged man took a sip of water and said unhurriedly. The land has been found, but you still need to give us some preparation time. The legacy left by an angel, though rich, is also quite dangerous. That's for you to consider. Alexander said unceremoniously, I only want results. A tall lady with a delicate and charming face winked at him, covering her mouth and chuckling softly. Your Excellency the Chief of Staff has quite a temper recently, would you like me to help you cool down? She licked her lips. I'd be happy to assist in that regard. Alexander expressionlessly looked at this demoness sect representative. She was the only one among those present who would not change her face, but Alexander was most repulsed by her. The reason was simple, Alexander did not want to do men. Chapter 416, History Book of Time. Late at night, Emmeline White returned home after a day's work, washed up quickly, and lay down on his bed. As a senior deacon of the Earth Mother Church in the Beckland Diocese, responsible for sanguine affairs, his burden was far from light. After all, the Steam Church had just completely withdrawn from the Ruined Kingdom, and although the Fool's Church had gained the tacit approval of the Church of the Night and the Storm Church to replace the Steam Church, they were currently more focused on missionary work in the Rorstad archipelago overseas. In the short term, they couldn't spare the energy or manpower for missionary work in the Ruined Kingdom itself. The Fool's Church lacked the energy for missionary work, and the Church of the Night and the Storm Church had an entire Fasak empire to digest, so they weren't in a hurry to expand their influence within the Ruined Kingdom. Therefore, the current heartland of the Ruined Kingdom was a vast blue ocean for the Earth Mother Church. Now was the rising period for the Earth Mother Church's missionary work, with a continuous stream of people coming to the Harvest Church to pray every day. This kept the sanguine who worked part-time at the Harvest Church incredibly busy. They had to stay in the church all day, acting as temporary priests to answer believers' questions. But even so, the number of people coming to pray was so large that they simply couldn't accommodate everyone. So, Emmeline had recently been coordinating with the Steam Church, preparing to buy their churches and convert them into Earth Mother Church churches. Of course, the original architectural style of these churches was incompatible with the Earth Mother Church and required redesign and reconstruction. But this was not difficult, because Emmeline had mentioned it to Mr. World, hoping to renovate these former Steam Church churches through wishing, and Mr. World expressed strong support. After all, the current Earth Mother Church and the Fool's Church could definitely be called staunch allies, and Mr. World didn't mind helping with small favors. After all, the Earth Mother Church had also contributed significantly to the Fool's Church's missionary efforts. For example, the grain the Fool's Church used to win over people was all purchased at a low price from the Earth Mother Church. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, this also led to Emmeline's recent schedule becoming increasingly abnormal. As a sanguine, he should have been active at night and rested during the day, but the reality was the opposite. He had recently been active during the day and rested at night, just like humans. But fortunately, Emmeline was already a demigod, so an inverted schedule wouldn't affect his energy. In fact, at the demigod sequence, even if he didn't sleep for several months, it wouldn't have an impact. The main reason he insisted on sleeping every day was to enter the dream world. After all, although believers wouldn't run to the church to pray in the middle of the night, Emmeline couldn't be idle either. He was still only a sequence 4 count, with plenty of room for advancement. So every night, as usual, he would enter the dream world through sleep, challenging the bosses in the dream to hone his combat experience. And if he could successfully defeat the various bosses in the dream, Theosouls he obtained could also help him complete the digestion of his potion. Emmeline was not Mr. World, so he couldn't speedrun the dream world. Up until now, he had only reached Sullivan and was somewhat stuck. For the past 2 months, he had been blocked at Sullivan's door, and even with the strategy provided by Mr. World, he couldn't clear it. Emmeline didn't think he was too weak, it was mainly because Sullivan was too strong. Because in Emmeline's eyes, this pontiff had strength comparable to a sequence 2, how could he, a sequence 4, possibly defeat him? That was a sequence 2 angel. An existence on the same level as Duke Olmer. Even if the bosses in the dream world generally lacked intelligence and couldn't fully unleash their sequence 2 strength, only mechanically repeating those few fixed Beander abilities, they were still not something Emmeline could easily deal with. He needed to slowly chip away at Sullivan's health, while Sullivan only needed 1 hit to kill him. Sullivan could make countless mistakes, but Emmeline could only make 1, and he clearly couldn't achieve a 1 life clear yet. And Emmeline was not discouraged by this. Sullivan was an angel after all. If he could be easily defeated, would he still be called an angel? Although the Farron Undead Legion he defeated before also had angel-level strength, it was completely different from the current situation. On one hand, any member of the Farron Undead Legion only had sequence 3 strength individually. Only when they united by sharing wolf blood did they count as a complete sequence 2 angel. In Emmeline's understanding, this was somewhat similar to Beyonders of the Red Priest pathway, the former Red Angel Legion. Under the command of the Red Angel Medici, a sequence 3 demigod could also exert strength equivalent to a sequence 2 angel. On the other hand, the Farron Undead Legion Emmeline encountered had already been slaughtering each other under the erosion of the abyss. When Emmeline saw the Farron Undead Legion, he only saw bodies everywhere. Only 3 half-crippled Farron Undead Legion members truly appeared before him, and these 3 members were even hostile to each other due to the abyss's erosion, making it difficult for them to even exert their sequence 3 strength. As for Overlord Wolnir, although he also had angel strength, and was even more than sequence 2, likely a sequence 1 angel, he was ultimately bound by the abyss, and the strength he could exert was extremely limited. And as long as his 3 bracelets were shattered, Wolnir would be dragged into the abyss, with no need to truly defeat him. Only the Pontiff Sullivan, whom he now faced, was a genuine angel. And tonight, Emmeline, having regrouped, decided to challenge Sullivan again. Over the past 2 months, Emmeline had gradually deciphered the Pontiff's attack patterns and gained some understanding of their regularity. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could successfully kill a sequence 2 angel. Thinking of this, Emmeline couldn't help but feel a little excited. Even if it was only in a dream, that was a genuine sequence 2 angel. However, when Emmeline finally fell asleep and entered that familiar yet strange dream world, he suddenly found that the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. He should have resurrected in Yorshka's church in Irithyll, then killed the enemies he encountered along the way, endured countless hardships to reach Pontiff Sullivan's door, and ultimately died at Sullivan's hands. But when he regained consciousness, he found himself not in Irithyll. He couldn't even sense his body, unable to move or speak. The surroundings were completely dark, without a single ray of light. Emmeline even suspected at one point that some angel was targeting him. But this darkness did not last too long. A warm and brilliant firelight bloomed with the light of hope in the darkness. His body, or rather his vision, moved with it, coming into that firelight. Finally, in the firelight of darkness, he saw a silver knight. He had killed silver knights many times in Irithyll, even going specifically to kill one every time he resurrected. Because, it must be said, the silver knight's armor was truly handsome. The dream world was not reality. It wasn't that killing an enemy would drop all their equipment, but rather it was probabilistic. Dropped equipment would appear on his dream world self, but he could also use the souls to materialize these items into reality. The reason Emmeline repeatedly killed silver knights was to collect a full set of silver knight armor and then spend the souls to materialize the armor into reality. And according to Emmeline's judgment, the silver knight's armor was not only handsome but could also serve as a sealed artifact without side effects in reality, worth exchanging for a certain amount of souls. However, Emmeline's intuition told him that the silver knight he saw here was fundamentally different from the silver knights of Irithyll. At first, Emmeline was somewhat confused as to why he had such a thought, but soon he knew the answer. As his vision moved forward, he finally saw more of the scene within the firelight. That was not one silver knight, but an entire silver knight army. They were arrayed neatly in the darkness, with a tall figure at the very front of their formation, holding a cluster of burning flames in his hand. That was the only light source in the darkness. Emmeline didn't recognize the person, nor could he even clearly see his appearance. But a clear realization emerged in his mind: that person was Sun King Gwyn. And everything that was happening now was Sun King Gwyn leading the Silver Knights in a muster ceremony before their conquest of the ancient dragons. Such a thought came inexplicably, yet Emmeline had not the slightest doubt about it, instead becoming more and more immersed. His perspective followed Gwyn, followed the Silver Knights to the battlefield. Immortal ancient dragons soared in the sky, letting out roaring dragon roars, unleashing their wrath upon the Silver Knights who dared to provoke them. And under the leadership of Sun King Gwyn, the Silver Knights used Sunlight Spear to strike down the Masters of the Sky one by one. Although the Silver Knights also suffered heavy losses, the war ultimately ended with Sun King Gwyn's victory. The immortal ancient dragons withdrew from the stage of history, while their descendants, the mixed-blood dragons, remained active throughout this world. From then on, the Age of Fire officially began. The world flourished, life thrived, and everything became better and better. At this moment, an infinite passion suddenly burst forth in Emmeline's heart. He had followed Gwyn's perspective all the way, witnessing the rise of the divine race, the fall of the ancient dragons, and the prosperity of the Age of Fire. And he had even seen the end of all this in advance. The Age of Fire would eventually end, the world would plunge into darkness, thus beginning humanity's struggle for survival in the first epoch, the Chaos Era. This was the history of this world, this was the truth of the Creator. Such thoughts took root in Emmeline's heart like seeds, making him deeply believe in all this, firmly convinced that this was the truth of the world. He couldn't even find a reason to doubt any of it. Even though he had long been exposed to everything in the dream world, even though he already knew that all of this was the scheme of Fool and Lover and other deities, even though he was a Sequence 4 demigod, he was still deeply immersed in the dream, unable to extricate himself. Finally, after an unknown period of time, he awoke from his dream. The bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto Emmeline, causing him to frown slightly. Even though he was a demigod, and even though he had to work all day, he still disliked the sun. This was ingrained in the Sanguine's very bones. He walked out of the room and looked at the clock on the living room wall, 6:30 in the morning. Today's sunlight was noticeably sudden, as sunlight was a luxury in Backland, especially in winter. Emmeline frowned slightly. Last night's dream had made him realize some things, so he now needed to confirm his suspicions. He left the room. The luxurious four-wheeled carriage purchased for him by the Sanguine was already parked outside the door, and the coachman had been waiting for a long time. "Mr. White," the coachman respectfully bowed. Emmeline boarded the carriage and instructed, "To the Harvest Church." Without the slightest question, the coachman quickly drove the carriage towards the Harvest Church in the south of the bridge. When the carriage arrived at Rose Street, Emmeline couldn't help but quicken his pace, eager to enter the church. He found that the other Sanguine had already arrived, whispering about something, with various expressions. When they noticed Emmeline, they reminded each other and stood up one after another, greeting him somewhat unevenly. "Good morning, Your Excellency, Count." "Your Excellency, Count." Emmeline nodded lightly, then asked, "Did you all dream last night?" This. Cassimi, O'Neill, and the other Sanguine exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Finally, Cassimi stepped forward and explained, "Yes, Your Excellency, Count. We all had the same dream last night. It was the scene of Sun King Gwyn leading the Silver Knights to conquer the ancient dragons." Pausing, Cassimi added, "To be precise, it was those of a Sanguine who were previously summoned by Duke Ulmer who had the same dream. Before coming here, I asked the servants, and they also had dreams, but their dreams were about the first fire, the scene we saw when we first entered the dream world." Emmeline White's eyes flickered slightly as he asked without revealing his thoughts, "Do you think that was real?" Cassimi's expression was strange, seemingly confused as to why he asked that, but he still replied, "Of course, that is the true history of the Zero Epoch, recorded in both our Sanguine traditions and the Earth Mother's holy scriptures. We were just a little curious why we suddenly dreamt of this scene." "Does Your Excellency, Count, know the reason?" Indeed. Emmeline's heart stirred, realizing that everything was as he had guessed. When he was in the dream, he, like Cassimi and the others, had no doubts about that period of history. But once he returned to reality, he immediately noticed something was amiss, because he knew that all of this was the scheme of Fool and Mr. Lover, and that history had only recently been forcibly inserted into the holy scriptures of various religions. Although he wouldn't question it, how could he easily believe that it was true history? Not only him, but Cassimi and the others had also entered the dream world. Even if they didn't dare to deny that it was true history, they wouldn't easily believe it, at least, that was the case until yesterday. But after last night's dream, they were now deeply convinced of all this, which absolutely could not be explained by coincidence. Perhaps last night's dream was meant to deepen people's memory of that history, and perhaps it wasn't just them who dreamt, but everyone in the world. Emmeline didn't know how this was done, but he knew it was just the beginning. Chapter 417, The Horn of War. While Emmeline was still pondering what the dream last night meant, O'Neill and the other Sanguines suddenly bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Good morning, Your Grace." Emmeline turned around to see Father Utravsky walking from the back of the church. He glanced at O'Neill and the others. Their attitude towards Father Utravsky was one of genuine respect, unlike the perfunctory attitude they showed him. Father Utravsky looked around and instructed, "Get ready, many believers should come to the church to pray today." Emmeline's expression shifted slightly as he asked, "Because of last night's dream?" "Yes." Father Utravsky nodded gently. Emmeline's expression immediately turned solemn. He had initially thought that only those who had entered the dream world would have similar dreams, whether it was him or other Sanguine. But from Father Utravsky's attitude, it was clear that more than just the Sanguine had dreamt last night. Even Father Utravsky and ordinary Earth Mother believers had the same dream, and the Earth Mother even specifically issued a divine oracle, instructing Father Utravsky to prepare in advance and comfort the believers who came to the church to pray. The establishment of the dream world is inextricably linked to Mr. Fool and Lover. I wouldn't be surprised if either of them issued a divine oracle, but now even the primordial one has personally issued one. Emlyn took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably excited. I should have thought of it earlier. Didn't the primordial one also issue a divine oracle, tasking me with compiling the sanguine history? This shows that the primordial one knew about Mr. Fool and Lover's plan all along, and everything happening now is within their expectations. And I, perhaps, am the most important part of this plan. Emlyn White was surging with emotion, because everything happening now made him feel the call of the times. Empress Burrow, inside Earl Hall's family's luxurious villa. Good morning, Hilbert. Audrey came downstairs, greeting her brother with a sweet smile. Audrey. Hilbert, at the dining table, looked at his sister sitting opposite him and hesitated before asking. Did you dream last night? Dream. Audrey showed a surprised expression and asked, what kind of dream? Hilbert recalled and described. It was a dream of the first fire creating the world, and Sun King Gwyn leading knights to crusade against the ancient dragons. Although I've heard the creation myth many times, this was the first time I saw it with my own eyes. If it were before, I might have thought it was just an ordinary dream. But you know, I am now a Beander, so I'm a little worried if this dream portends something. Hilbert seemed somewhat worried. He used to dream often, but last night's dream was clearly different. Especially since he is now a faceless of the seer pathway, sequence 6, which made him pay particular attention to his dreams, believing them to be some kind of revelation or prophecy, indicating what he might encounter today. Audrey sat down at the dining table, allowing the dining maid to lay out her napkin, and softly comforted him. Hilbert, I think you don't need to worry too much. You're not the only one who had such a dream, I did too. In fact, I think even father and mother, and others in this city, had the same dream. She knew where the dream came from and that it was not dangerous, but she couldn't explain too much. Audrey thought for a moment and suggested, perhaps you could go to St. Samuel Cathedral. I think Archbishop St. Anthony would be happy to answer your questions. All right. Hilbert sighed, but his expression clearly relaxed significantly. Audrey's comfort had an effect. Audrey was waiting for the maid to cut her food, and asked with some confusion. Didn't father come back last night? No. Hilbert shook his head and said. He slept at the palace last night. You know King trusts father very much, this is a good thing. Audrey softly said, but he is too busy. You shouldn't think that way, Audrey. Hilbert held his dining knife and said with a serious expression. Rosal the Great once said that if you want to gain something, you must lose something. If you want to achieve your goal, you always have to leave something behind. Since father has gained King's trust, he should naturally show his loyalty. Moreover, Hilbert paused and lowered his voice, saying, this is actually also related to Rosal. There's a rumor in Intis that Rosal the Great has resurrected and returned, and he will lead the Intis Empire to once again become the ruler of the North Continent. Intis intelligence personnel have also sent reports that the Intis Parliament has been dissolved, and even Governor Alexander has been forced to step down, which means the rumor of Rosal's resurrection is very likely true. King has always been very worried that Rosal the Great would start another war, and father went to the palace because of this. Audrey showed a surprised expression, as if she was hearing about this for the first time. Hilbert was now the cabinet secretary, so it was not strange that he knew this information. But in reality, Audrey had learned this information even earlier than Hilbert, from her friend Miss Hudill. The latter was now a Major General Director of Military Intelligence 9, obtaining information faster than King. However, Hilbert did not understand the full picture of the situation, so he was still worried about another war breaking out between the two countries. Audrey, on the other hand, was more concerned about the dream. She was now eager to go to the Fool and ask Lover and Mr. Fool about the specific symbolism and practical meaning of that dream, even though she had already guessed that it would likely exceed her imagination. East Balam, inside a church belonging to the Church of the Night. As one of the first demigods to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Rose School of Thought, Leonard Mitchell had already arrived on the South Continent using a sealed artifact. However, he had no immediate gains, as the demigods of the Rose School of Thought seemed to have sensed the danger in the air and had all hidden themselves. This forced Leonard to wait patiently, ready to be dispatched at any time. At this moment, he was wearing red gloves and entered the church's main prayer hall, performing his daily prayers with a decent amount of piety. Leonard whispered in his mind, "Old man, what exactly was that dream last night?" In his mind, Pale's Zoroaster's slightly aged voice echoed. "How would I know?" Leonard immediately retorted. "You say you don't know. You didn't even ask me what kind of dream it was." His tone was incredibly certain, as if he was already convinced that Pale's Zoroaster had done all of this. Pale's Zoroaster said irritably, I know because I had the same dream. Leonard caught a hint of something unusual and was a little surprised. Huh, angels also dream. That wasn't an ordinary dream. Pale Zoroaster said in a deep voice, do you still remember what I told you about Amon's ritual to become a god? Leonard's expression shifted slightly, and he asked in a low voice. To replace someone else in their ritual to become a god. Yes, that dream was something similar. Pale Zoroaster gave an affirmative answer, sighing. However, Amon only replaced a true god, but they want to replace the primordial one, the creator, the entire world. Leonard was silent for a moment, then hesitated and asked. Is this why the major churches are re-editing their holy scriptures, for this very moment? That's right. But why? Leonard was full of questions and couldn't help but ask. The Church of the Night and the Earth Mother Church are allies. Our re-editing of the holy scriptures is to cooperate with Mr. Fool's plan. There should be some kind of transaction between them to pay for the cost of the two churches re-editing the holy scriptures, but why does the Steam Church also need to re-edit the holy scriptures? Don't you think it's strange? The Steam Church was clearly their enemy, yet they insisted on following the Church of the Night in re-editing the content of their holy scriptures. What were they hoping to gain? Why be surprised? Pales chuckled. You still don't understand, do you? The Steam Church and the Church of the Night are enemies, but who told you that the Steam Church must be a friend of the Primordial One? For gods and angels, the Primordial One is our common enemy. No matter how severe the internal struggles between true gods are, they share a common interest in eliminating the Primordial One. And re-editing the Holy Scriptures is merely the most insignificant part of it. Rather than saying the Steam Church is cooperating with the Church of the Night's actions, it's more accurate to say they are simply conforming to the general trend. General trend, Leonard murmured softly. That's right, the first fire replacing the Primordial One is the general trend. No one can stop it, and no one will stop it. Without the shackles of the Primordial One, true gods can fully exert their true strength and no longer have to worry about the corruption of their divinity. This is an irresistible temptation for any god. Leonard hesitated to speak, and Pale scoffed. I know what you're going to ask. You want to ask, when the first fire replaces the Primordial One, Lord of Steam and the others will still be constrained by the first fire, so wouldn't that mean nothing has changed? Hey, it's not that simple. Whether the first fire can successfully replace the Primordial One is an unknown. Although the Primordial One has fallen, no one knows if he has any hidden moves, and the first fire is like a pawn. If he successfully replaces the Primordial One, he will naturally seize the greatest benefits. But if the Primordial One has other hidden moves, the first fire will inevitably bear the brunt of it. This is the risk he must take to replace the Primordial One. And even if the first fire can truly and completely replace the Primordial One, it will be a very long process and will not happen overnight. Last night's dream was just the beginning, just a signal of war, the end is still far off. Everything is unknown until the dust completely settles. The Evernight Goddess and the Earth Mother have clearly stood on the side of the first fire. If the first fire achieves ultimate victory, that would naturally be best. But Lord of Steam and Amon are not entirely without a chance, they might be able to seize the opportunity and turn the tide. It's no exaggeration to say that in this process, the true gods are the biggest beneficiaries of the entire matter. Leonard fell silent. He had been very proud, thinking that as a demigod, he was somewhat of a major figure in the Beander world. But Pales's words made him realize how naive he was, and there was still too much he didn't know. He couldn't even participate, let alone have the qualification to hear rumors. Leonard was silent for a long time, then hesitated and asked. When did you realize all of this? You shouldn't have the qualification to participate in this plan, right? Pales was already accustomed to his disrespect, merely scoffing. I don't have the qualification, but I have a brain, and you don't. Wanting to replace the creator, this isn't the first time someone has done this. The former ancient sun god, who called himself the omnipotent and omniscient god who created all things, wasn't he also trying to replace the Primordial One? It's a pity that the Primordial One's erosion of him was more severe than he imagined, so his fall was almost inevitable. So when I saw the theory of first fire creating the world, I already knew the purpose of the Fool's Church. And when the Church of the Night and other Orthodox churches successively re-edited their holy scriptures, their stance was already displayed before the world. They didn't hide anything, they laid everything out in the open. Any normal person with a bit of thought could figure it out. Leonard, whose intelligence was once again mocked, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye, but he had long been used to it, it wasn't the first time anyway. Moreover, although it was a bit embarrassing, the old man was right. Leonard sometimes disliked his own brain. He used to think he just lacked talent for poetry, but now he realized he wasn't smart enough. But there was nothing wrong with admitting that. Wasn't it enough that the old man was smart? Pales continued. This is not something you should consider, nor is it something I should consider. Instead of worrying about these things, you should think about how you can accumulate enough merits to complete your advancement. Leonard's expression froze. He was already a Sequence 4 demigod, but advancing to Sequence 3 was still a long way off. Because he didn't have enough merits and couldn't obtain the advancement through the Church of the Knight's channels. He could, of course, exchange for the potion formula from the Tarot Club, but he had no way to obtain the Beander characteristic of a Sequence 3 Horror Bishop, because the high sequence Beander materials for this pathway had long been monopolized by the Church of the Night. Accumulating merits was his only way out. But the problem was, these demigods of the Rose School of Thought were hiding too well. Intis, Trier. Bernadette recounted everything she had dreamt, and then softly asked, "Do you need me to do anything?" On top of the bookshelf, the small blue doll looked down at her from above, its 4 hands pressed together, and calmly said, "You don't need to do anything, at least not for now." Bernadette silently lowered her head. Everyone thought she had cut off contact with the outer god, both the fool and her father thought so. But in reality, he had always been by her side, always. Book recommendation. Chapter 418 Seeking Stability. Above the fool, Klein listened to the prayers of his believers and muttered to himself. It has finally begun. Ever since he and Ember discussed moving the transferring fire creation theory into the record of the fool's holy words to replace the creator's creation myth, he had been waiting for this moment. His advancement ritual required him to fool time, history, or fate. In this world, there was no act more deceiving to the world than replacing the creator, which simultaneously fooled time, history, and fate. So Klein had been waiting for the moment the ritual was completed, waiting for the moment he drank the potion. According to his and Ember's expectations, his state during advancement should be better than any other true god advancing to Sequence 0. Because under the premise of fooling the world during the advancement ritual, he would no longer be constrained by the primordial one and would become the first Sequence 0 to truly advance under the illumination of the first fire. On this basis, he could easily control Saphira Castle without worrying about the will of the Lord of the Mysteries reviving within him. Similarly, he could directly accommodate the uniqueness of the same pathway at the moment of advancement, such as the door pathway. In other words, as long as he successfully advanced, he could become a dual pathway true god controlling a Saphira. This level of strength, even if not comparable to an outer deity, was definitely stronger than an ordinary dual pathway true god, at least equivalent to half an outer deity. And once he became half an outer deity, dealing with Aemon would be as easy as pie. Of course, those hostile gods would not sit idly by and watch him become half an outer deity, so they would definitely appear at his godhood ritual to stop him. That's why Klein had to wait, both for the completion of the ritual conditions and for the Evernight goddess and other existences to digest their uniqueness and consolidate their strength. Similarly, Adam and them were also waiting. Adam needed time to digest the uniqueness of the Sun pathway, and the Lord of Steam also needed time to digest the uniqueness of the Hermit pathway. If, when the ritual was completed, neither side had finished digesting, or both sides had finished digesting, then it would be an even match. But if one side completed digestion while the other did not, the side that completed digestion would have an absolute advantage. And because they held the initiative for advancement, there would actually only be 2 outcomes. 1. Both sides complete digestion, an even match. 2. The Evernight goddess and other existences complete digestion, while Adam and the Lord of Steam do not. However, this would still take some time. After all, the current deception was not thorough enough, because they had only just inserted the dragon hunting war into history. While it could be considered fooling history and fulfilling his advancement ritual, it was not yet perfect. He needed to wait for the process of history to gradually advance, until the first fire was extinguished and the world entered the Deep Sea Era. By then, people would naturally connect the Deep Sea Era with the Chaos Era. By then, this period of history would truly become the main theme of this world, completing a comprehensive deception of the world. However, this period would not be too long, because from the dragon hunting war to transferring fire and then to the extinguishing of the fire, although at least several millennia passed in between, in the dream world, most of the details would be omitted, only allowing people to dream of the important events. For example, for those who had entered the dream world, they dreamed of the dragon hunting war. And for the majority who had not entered the dream world, they dreamed of the first fire's arrival last night, and tonight it would be the dragon hunting war. But even this omitted a large part of the details, because after this, the entire process of the gods establishing in Orlando, the demoness ruling Izalith, and Grave Lord Nito secluding himself in the giant's tomb would be presented. In a few more days, it would fast forward to the old demoness losing control, the birth of the devil, followed closely by Gwyn's sacrifice to the first fire. After a complete sequence of events, the entire process would not exceed 10 days, and the trilogy combined would not exceed 1 month. Klein could afford to wait a month, and the Evernight Goddess and others, who had long anticipated this, could also afford to wait. But Adam and them might not be able to wait, mainly due to insufficient time. As a divine manifestation of the ancient sun god, it would not be too difficult for Adam to digest the uniqueness of the sun pathway. But the Lord of Steam was different. His original plan was probably to spend 3 to 5 years slowly digesting the uniqueness, but now he only had less than 3 months. The difference was not ordinary. If he didn't want to jinx it, Klein would definitely shout, "The advantage is mine." Intis Empire, Trier, White Maple Palace. Bernadette, in battle attire, strode directly into Rosel's palace, placing a piece of intelligence on his desk, and quickly said, "002 has appeared, in Ruin Kingdom. Belden." Rosel frowned as he looked at the location on the intelligence. "A small city in Janai County, is there anything special about this place?" Bernadette was well prepared, and as soon as Rosel spoke, she replied. According to information provided by the Sanguine, during the Fourth Epoch, Night Emperor Truncest secretly visited Belden multiple times. Truncest. Rosel narrowed his eyes. During the Fourth Epoch, with the fall of the Black Emperor, the Solomon Empire, which had once unified the continent, disintegrated. After the Black Emperor Solomon fell, Alistair Tudor and Truncest obtained the Prince of Abolition characteristic left behind and advanced to Sequence 1. With the support of the 6 gods, these two established the Tudor-Truncest United Empire as dual consuls, gradually encroaching on the territory of the former Solomon Empire until they unified the North Continent. But the Black Emperor Solomon quickly made a comeback, announcing to the world with an unstoppable posture that he was about to be resurrected. By then, the Sequence 1 Prince of Abolition Beander characteristic within Tudor and Truncest would automatically peel off and return to the Black Emperor, making him a complete Sequence 0. And once they lost the Sequence 1 Prince of Abolition Beander characteristic, Tudor and Truncest would also fall back to Sequence 2. To counter the Black Emperor's imminent powerful resurrection, the 6 gods instead supported Truncest's transition to a true god of the seer pathway. But in doing so, Tudor was essentially abandoned by the 6 gods, completely losing the chance to become a god. After all, he couldn't compete with the Black Emperor, who was already Sequence 0, nor could he compete with Truncest, who had the support of the 6 gods. This forced Tudor to take a desperate risk, seeking the support of the 6 gods' enemies, Adam and Ammon, who weren't even true gods. He truly had no choice, there were only a few true gods at the time. The 6 gods supported Truncest, the true creator was a staunch ally of the Black Emperor, and although there were many other angel-level existences, their strength was inferior to his. So, the only ones who could help him at that time were Adam and Ammon, these 2 king of angels. With the help of Adam and Ammon, Tudor successfully hunted 3 Sequence 1 angels of the Red Priest pathway. Medici, Einhorn, and Sauron all perished, and Tudor was able to forcibly advance to a true god of the non-adjacent Red Priest pathway. Although the cost was becoming semi-mad, it was still better than being kicked out of the game. Unlike the desperate Alistair Tudor, Truncest's path to transformation was extremely smooth. The seer pathway was originally an adjacent pathway to the Black Emperor pathway, and transitioning to this pathway required no cost. And with the support of the 6 gods, neither the Sequence 1 Beander characteristic nor the uniqueness would be a problem for Truncest. But clearly, Truncest was not satisfied with this. Because the support of the 6 gods was not only an aid to him but also a shackle. And if he wanted to break free from this shackle, he had to seek stronger power. Adjacent to the seer pathway was the Black Emperor pathway, but while the Black Emperor Solomon was alive, he could not obtain the Beander characteristic and uniqueness of this pathway, so the only thing he could hope for was a Sephira, the nation of disorder. Based on this logic, it's not difficult to judge that the city of Belden had power flowing from the nation of disorder. And now that the nation of disorder has been freed, it's not surprising that it would appear in the city where its power flowed out. And being drawn by this Sephira, the appearance of 002 seemed quite reasonable. But reasonable doesn't mean safe, especially for Rosel. Now, this was almost the worst outcome, because it meant he had to directly face the nation of disorder Sephira. Among the 7 Sephira sealed by the Lord of the Mysteries, the existence of the nation of disorder was both special and ordinary. The special part was that it did not directly come from the primordial one, but belonged to an outer deity named Son of Chaos. Due to the awakening of the First, the nation of disorder Sephira was torn to earth, and the Son of Chaos had therefore been coveting the real world. And with similar experiences, were the Mother Nest and the Tenebrous World. The mother nest came from the mother goddess of depravity, and the tenebrous world came from the mother tree of desire. However, compared to the active presence of the mother goddess of depravity and the mother tree of desire in the real world, the owner of the nation of disorder, the son of chaos, appeared very silent. He neither influenced the Black Emperor and the seer pathways nor tried to establish contact with the nation of disorder, as if he had disappeared. So, compared this way, the nation of disorder seemed quite ordinary. And apart from these three Sephira, the remaining river of eternal darkness, city of calamity, knowledge more, and key of light all came directly from the primordial one. Among these, the river of eternal darkness was the most special one, not only because it contained the most pathways, but also because it was the first Sephira to break the seal, which also indirectly reflected that its level of activation was the highest among all Sephira. Among these Sephira, putting aside its origin from an outer deity, the nation of disorder was no different from the city of calamity, knowledge more, key of light, and other Sephira. It was so ordinary that it had no special characteristics. But this was just a facade, and Rosal knew this very well. The city of calamity, knowledge more, key of light, and other Sephira came directly from the primordial one. Now that the primordial one had fallen for thousands of years and his will had almost completely faded, these Sephira were definitely the least dangerous, without exception. And although the nation of disorder seemed no different from them, its origin from an outer deity was enough to condemn it. Even if the son of chaos rarely influenced the real world, and arguably there was no record of him ever influencing it, his lack of influence did not mean he was unable to influence it. Especially for a Sephira like the nation of disorder, it appeared even more dangerous in today's turbulent times. No one knew if the son of chaos had already infiltrated the real world while the barrier was weakened, or if he had re-established contact with the nation of disorder. If so, then the uniqueness of the seer pathway was a complete trap. If Rosal rashly stepped into it, he might become a puppet of an outer deity, just as he was previously corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity. And due to the son of chaos's potential influence on the Black Emperor and the seer pathways, he would control Rosal even more easily and covertly than the mother goddess of depravity. But if he didn't go, he could only watch helplessly as the uniqueness of the seer pathway was taken by the son of chaos, thus losing the chance to become an outer deity. When Doomsday arrived, he would have no chance of winning against the son of chaos, and the son of chaos would not let go of the uniqueness and Beander characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway. Of course, Rosal could also place his hopes on others. Ember undoubtedly possessed a higher level of power than an outer deity, and Klein was also about to become an outer deity. With their protection, Rosal wouldn't have to worry too much about being influenced by the son of chaos. But how could Rosal be content to merely survive under the protection of others? Moreover, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who keeps eyeing you. Was he really going to be coveted by the son of chaos for the rest of his life? So the answer was quite obvious: going might lead to death, but not going would definitely lead to death. Rosal said in a deep voice. I'll go personally. His current state was not too good, but not too bad either. The Black Emperor faith had gradually been established, and he had already tried to accommodate the second sequence one Beander characteristic and uniqueness. This allowed him to gain King of Angels level strength, just one step away from being a true god, but only needing to bear angel level corruption, without having to worry about being overwhelmed by divinity like when advancing to sequence 0. Going to the nation of disorder now was not the wisest choice, because going after advancing to sequence 0 would clearly offer a greater chance of success, but Rosal had to take the risk. Otherwise, once the Justiciar uniqueness was accommodated by the nation of disorder, there would be nothing left for him. I'll go with you, Bernadette said without hesitation. No. Rosal decisively refused and admonished. If neither of us is here, who will manage Intis? Do you expect that rebellious son to help me spread the faith? Bernadette did not refute. Bonava was indeed unreliable. Although he was her brother and Rosal's son, he was too deeply influenced by the Lord of Steam. If no one remained in Intis to counterbalance Bonava, the Lord of Steam would not mind taking this opportunity to completely drive Rosal out of Intis. Bernadette was silent for a while, then softly said, "We can ask Mr. Fool for help and have him send an angel to replace me." Mr. Fool had more than one angel under his command. It was not a difficult matter. Chapter 419, Mr. Leoman. Above the Fool, Klein's expression was a bit subtle. Because Rosal had just called, implying that since Klein had many angels, he should arrange one for him. This made Klein feel a bit helpless and amused. I have many angels. To be fair, he did have quite a few. Mr. Azik, Miss Messenger, Mr. World, the Undying Great Serpent, Guardian Angel, and Twilight Angel, a total of 6. Even a sequence 0 true god would at most have 2 or 3 angels, definitely not a heavenly group of this scale. However, out of these 6 angels, only one was actually usable. That was guardian angel, Mr. Door. The reason was simple. Mr. Isaac himself didn't know he was Fool's angel, so it was difficult to order him around in Fool's name. Miss Messenger was similar. If Klein asked her for a favor, Miss Messenger wouldn't refuse. At most she'd ask for more gold coins, but it couldn't be in the name of Fool. After all, Miss Messenger probably didn't realize how she had muddle-headedly become Fool's angel. As for Mr. World, he was Klein himself. It wasn't impossible for him to go personally, but wouldn't that expose him? Regarding the undying Great Serpent, although he was also an angel, he was still a child, an infant less than half a year old. Although his angelic Beander characteristic was still there, it was hard to say how much of his strength he could exert, and Klein also couldn't order him in Fool's name. The logic was the same as with Mr. Isaac and Miss Messenger. Well, Osepton didn't know he was Fool's angel. Thus, among the 6 angels he currently commanded, Klein had to dismiss 4. And excluding these 4, the remaining Guardian Angel and Twilight Angel were purely sent by Ash. Because he didn't need faith, as long as First Fire could replace Creator, that would be more effective than any faith. But the problem was, Twilight Angel Grossel was in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The wanderer who hadn't returned home for thousands of years now only wanted to stay home and guard the Giant King's court. However, Grossel wouldn't resist Mr. Fool's oracle, but Klein himself felt a bit embarrassed. So, it still had to be Mr. Door. Mr. Door had previously been responsible for managing Fool's Church's external social work, mostly interacting with angels from various churches. But now that the war had ended and Fool's Church had established a firm foothold, Mr. Door was still quite leisurely for the time being. As Klein thought, he extended his spirituality to touch the crimson star belonging to Mr. Door, and sent him a text message. And so, Trier, White Maple Palace. This should be our first meeting, right? Mr. Door said with a smile. Rosel's tone was anything but polite. It's our first meeting, but not our first acquaintance. Mr. Door's smile remained unchanged as he said meaningfully. I remember you have a famous saying, a true hero doesn't boast about past glories. Rosel's voice was faint as he said. Then you probably haven't heard my other saying, a gentleman doesn't fail to repay a grudge. He had been terribly tricked by Mr. Door over the years. It was only because he believed in Mr. Door's evil suggestions that he went to the moon, became contaminated by the mother goddess of depravity, and was forced to commit suicide to save his life, yet still couldn't preserve it, ultimately having to self-seal. And even though he had now escaped the mother goddess of depravity's control, it didn't mean that everything from before could simply be forgotten, especially the times Mr. Door tricked him. Indeed, I haven't heard that one. Mr. Door smiled and nodded. He quickly continued. In any case, when you were still weak, I provided no small amount of help. Although I was already insane at the time, you admitted that was me. In that light, I should be considered half your teacher. Hey, Rosal sneered, looking as if he wanted to glare angrily, but in reality, his heart was very calm. As calm as an ancient well. Because he didn't bear much resentment towards Mr. Door. After all, Mr. Door's state at the time was worse than his, and inducing him to go to the moon was not out of his own will, but from the insane Mr. Door controlled by the mother goddess of depravity. Moreover, Rosal had always been wary of Mr. Door, so he never agreed to release Mr. Door back into the real universe. Although his journey to the moon was induced by Mr. Door, it was ultimately due to his damnable curiosity. At that time, as a Sequence 1 angel, he thought there was no longer any existence in this world that could threaten him. Even in the hands of a Sequence 0 true god, he might not have lacked an opportunity to escape. But he didn't expect there to be countless outer deity in the cosmos far more powerful than Sequence 0, and as a result, he was infected by the mother goddess of depravity before he even had a chance to resist. He even wouldn't have noticed he was contaminated if it weren't for the contamination of another outer deity counteracting it. So, in the final analysis, he could only blame himself for being too reckless. Given his situation at the time, if he hadn't courted death, no one could truly threaten him. Rosal had always seen this very clearly, so he couldn't really say he held much resentment or dissatisfaction towards Mr. Door. On the contrary, he rather admired Mr. Door. He himself had experienced the consequences of being contaminated by the mother goddess of depravity. Over 100 years had almost driven him to a mental breakdown. Whereas Mr. Door had been trapped in the cosmos for thousands of years, directly contaminated by the mother goddess of depravity. In such a situation, he could still maintain a certain degree of self-awareness and madly shout, "Don't save me," during every blood moon. To avoid being saved, he even went so far as to curse the Abraham family's bloodline, preventing the birth of demigods in the Abraham family, thereby stopping anyone from the Abraham family from communicating with the insane him, and thus preventing anyone from releasing him back into the real world. One has to say, Mr. Door was definitely a ruthless person. Ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to himself. If Rosal were in Mr. Door's position, Rosal couldn't guarantee that he would have Mr. Door's resolve. But no matter what, Mr. Door did trick him badly. Regardless of whether it was out of Mr. Door's own will, and regardless of whether Rosal was reasonable, he couldn't be expected to greet Mr. Door with a smile, could he? Wouldn't that be pure masochism? What do you need me to do? Seeing the atmosphere ease, Mr. Door asked with a smile. Rosal said unceremoniously, "You'll accompany me to Belden." "What's there?" Mr. Door frowned slightly and asked. Rosal replied without looking up. "The uniqueness of the seer pathway, and the nation of disorder." Mr. Door's smile gradually faded, and he frowned, asking, "You don't seem to be sequence 0 yet." Rosal's tone was calm. "That uniqueness and the nation of disorder are too close. If we don't act now, there will be even less opportunity later. Sequence 1 Beander characteristic or easy to deal with. The royal families of the Loan Kingdom and Fainapotter Kingdom are both of the seer pathway, and each has a sequence 1 angel. When the time comes, he'll just have a chat with one of them. He believes they won't refuse his friendly proposal. Of course, even if they refused, it would be useless. It wasn't something they could resolve by simply disagreeing. But uniqueness and Beander characteristic are different. Once uniqueness is lost, there's no other substitute. All right. Mr. Door thought for a moment, then slowly said, "When do we depart?" "Now," Rosal said gravely. He had to avoid any unnecessary delays. Not just the uniqueness, but also. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a lady with waist-length chestnut hair entered the room. She wore a white blouse with lace and satin ribbons, paired with a simple dark blue jacket, and beige trousers with black leather boots, looking dashing and heroic. "The plan remains unchanged." Her tone was calm. "I'll go to Belden with you, Mr. Door will stay in Intis." Rosal unhesitatingly pulled out the excuse he had prepared earlier. "Mr. Door is stronger than you, and his Beander abilities are more useful than yours." Mr. Door immediately understood. So Rosal was using him to substitute for his daughter. Mr. Door found it somewhat amusing. There was no need to be angry. After all, while close contact with a Saphira was dangerous, with that one present, there was no need to worry about contamination. As for whether he could retrieve the uniqueness, that wasn't Mr. Door's concern, he only needed to do his best. Bernadette calmly asked, "Does Mr. Fool know you're doing this?" "Of course he knows," Rosal said frankly. "That's what I told him. He just told Klein he needed someone, he didn't say what for, so theoretically anything was fine." Mr. Door looked at Rosal, then at Bernadette, and asked, "So, am I going to Belden with you, or staying in Intis?" "Belden. Intis." Father and daughter gave completely different answers. Rosal frowned and asked, "Why do you insist on going yourself?" Bernadette calmly said, "I have my reasons. If Mr. Door were still a king of angels, I would let him go to Belden. But now, I am more useful than him." Mr. Door raised an eyebrow. Although he was only a sequence 2 now, he had once been just one step away from a true god, so his foundation and accumulation were still there. In a one-on-one deathmatch, most sequence 2 angels might not be his match. So, why did Bernadette dare to say that? Mr. Door shook his head. Anyway, he wasn't good at fighting, so thinking about this was useless. He also didn't need to prove that he was stronger than anyone. "If there's no rush, you two can discuss it slowly," Mr. Door said leisurely. Not rushing was impossible. If there was no rush, he wouldn't have been called over. Rosal looked at Bernadette, whose attitude was firm. After a few seconds of silence, Rosal sighed. "All right, you and I will go, Mr. Door will stay." His daughter was grown and had her own ideas. As a father, he couldn't do anything about it. Bernadette retracted her gaze, turned to look at Mr. Door, and said, "Mr. Door, the situation in Intis is now basically stable, but at least one angel still needs to remain. Otherwise, the remaining opposition might seize the opportunity to overturn the situation. Although the Steam Church is temporarily our ally, they are ultimately unreliable, which is why Mr. Fool was asked to send you. However, most domestic matters can be handled by the demigods themselves, your presence is mainly for deterrence. However, there are 2 matters to pay special attention to. One is the Steam Church. Bonneva and Great Sage Call, these 2 angels, may not be so quiet, they might intentionally create conflicts during this period. And besides that, the opposition is secretly contacting the Hermetic Order, the Intis Security Bureau has been monitoring them. But if they take action, you might be needed to intervene." She explained in great detail, as if she had already determined that this trip would take a considerable amount of time. Hermetic Order. Mr. Dorr thoughtfully asked with a smile. I remember you also had contact with Zeratul. I used to. Rosal said frankly. That old geezer is much more insidious than you, someone who doesn't act without seeing a clear benefit. However, although he has died at Fool's hands, it seems he still has a contingency plan. The Hermetic Order people should be seeking to revive him, or more likely, to obtain his sequence 2 Beander characteristic. Rosal scoffed. A hastily arranged contingency plan certainly isn't that foolproof. He might end up doing someone else's bidding. If the Hermetic Order makes any moves while we are away, you can personally take action without considering the consequences. That would be best. Mr. Dorr nodded gently. Not considering the consequences meant he could act freely. After all, he was an angel, so it would be unreasonable to impose restrictions on him when asking for his help. Tisk. Rosal suddenly clicked his tongue. The old geezers of Med are all more sinister and shameless than the last. Compared to them, you're still good. He looked at Mr. Dorr. Although Mr. Dorr often tried to trick him into releasing him back into the real universe. But ultimately, as long as Rosal didn't fall for it, there was no problem. The moon incident was the same. If he fell for it, he could only blame himself for not being vigilant enough. But Zeratul adhered to equivalent exchange. Whatever Rosal wanted to obtain, he first had to pay something. For example, he once stole the Antigonus family notebook from the steamed church. That was Zeratul's demand. As for the remaining undying great serpent Lakad, he was even more significant. Compared to these two, Mr. Dorr was as pure as a little white rabbit. I'll take that as a compliment. Mr. Dorr shook his head, not arguing with Rosal. In fact, he had very few impressions of what he did in his half-mad state. Because those things could ultimately be considered to have been done by the mother goddess of depravity, and his own will was in a muddled state, rarely lucid, and even less able to remember things. On the contrary, the period since his return, although his strength had fallen to sequence 2, had been the most relaxed time of his life. Although he had lost the qualification to contend for Lord of the Mysteries, he had also unconsciously shed many burdens. Chapter 420, Pig Teammate. Belden, Johnai County. This was a typical resource-based city, rising and falling with its coal mines. In the recently concluded World War, as the only direction breached by the combined forces of Fursak and Intis, Johnai County suffered immense losses. Being on the front lines of the war, Constant City, the second largest city in Loan and the capital of Johnai County, was ravaged by war, with over half of its buildings collapsed or destroyed by the time it fell. And as an important note in the Fursak invasion route, it's not hard to imagine what this city went through during the war. Now, the war had just ended, only for it to be plagued by the Seer pathway uniqueness. One couldn't say it was merely disaster-ridden, its fate was simply arduous. Thousands of kilometers separated Trier from Belden, but for Rosal, the journey took only a second. For an angel, many things were that easy. But there were exceptions, like the city before him. Rosal stood beside a railway track, one end of which connected to the city, the other leading to the horizon. Bernadette frowned slightly. This city is rejecting our entry. Rosal shook his head gently. Not us, everyone. As an activated uniqueness, 002 possessed a considerable degree of self, which instinctively led it to self-preservation. Utilizing its Beander powers to create an environment favorable to itself was undoubtedly the best choice. As a sequence 0 of the Black Emperor pathway, which was once adjacent to the Seer pathway, Rosal was no stranger to this. After all, the Black Emperor pathway was actually similar to the Seer pathway. The latter primarily created rules beneficial to itself, while the former achieved its goals by twisting existing rules in a rather unconventional way. But fundamentally, there was no difference between the two. Both were in the business of creating rules. One added new rules on top of existing ones, the other directly twisted existing rules. There was a difference, but not much. Because whether adding or twisting rules, similar effects could be achieved to some extent. For example, Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway could utilize rules to make a certain state last longer or end earlier, making rules more favorable to themselves. For instance, after jumping into midair, they could extend the state of being off the ground to achieve the effect of flight. Meanwhile, the Seer pathway could directly add rules like flight or floating to achieve the purpose of flight. So these two pathways could either complement each other or cancel each other out, making them natural enemies. After all, for Beyonders of other pathways, to defeat Beyonders of these two pathways, one must first contend with rules. But between themselves, the Black Emperor could twist rules set by the Seer, and the Seer could invalidate rules twisted by the Black Emperor by setting new ones. Such was their love-hate relationship. And now, to protect itself, 002 chose to twist the rules of the entire Belden. This way, the city was isolated from the outside world, those inside couldn't leave, and those outside couldn't enter. Under these circumstances, even an angel couldn't enter the city unless they broke the rules set by 002. Of course, they couldn't leave either. The advantage, of course, was that it maximized the exclusion of interference, but the disadvantage was its lack of concealment. The changes were too obvious and easily drew attention. After all, although Belden had declined, it was still an important railway node in the Loan Kingdom. Its sudden disappearance from the map would alert anyone. The reason Rosal knew 002 was in Belden was precisely this. And now Rosal stood outside Belden City, facing the same dilemma as other angels. He first had to find a way to enter the city. If he couldn't enter the city, anything he did would be in vain. But as a king of angels of the Black Emperor pathway, how could Rosal possibly be blocked by a rule? Rosal's eyes flickered. Belden, in his vision, was covered by an invisible barrier. It obstructed the entry of all external things and also prevented internal things from leaving. But when Rosal looked at that barrier, the originally impenetrable barrier was quietly corroded, with a large hole. Because the rules had been invisibly twisted, Belden forbade all living beings from entering and all living beings from leaving, but the railway line was an exception. Stay close to me, Rosal instructed, turning back. He didn't understand why Bernadette insisted on coming personally, but he knew she must have her reasons for doing so. So, as her father, he had no choice but to trust his daughter. Of course, trusting Bernadette didn't mean he would simply wash his hands of the matter. What kind of father would that be? Bernadette quietly followed behind Rosal, and they entered Belden City along the railway line. When they entered the city, the large hole corroded in the barrier had been repaired, the twisted rules had been restored, and the city once again became isolated from the world. Rosal did not deliberately twist the rules to maintain that hole. It served no purpose other than consuming his power. If this city couldn't restrict him, he could open another hole at any time. And if he couldn't escape the restrictions of the rules, then maintaining this hole would eventually lead to its repair. Given that, why would Rosal keep it? Following the railway line with obvious repair marks, Rosal arrived at the platform, where traces of artillery fire still lingered. Normally, this place would be bustling with travelers preparing to board steam trains, a lively scene of coming and going. But now, it was deserted, with no steam trains or travelers. The entire city looked desolate and dead, with no signs of living creatures on the streets, and judging from the accumulated fallen leaves and dust on the streets, this had been going on for a long time. Bernadette said softly, I can feel that there are still many living beings here. They just didn't dare to come out, didn't dare to appear on the streets. Rosal thoughtfully turned his gaze to the notice board standing in front of the city hall. In the center of the notice board, a slightly yellowed white paper covered other announcements, with black ink and Lonus writing on its surface. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your new governor. Now, I issue 3 new laws. First, no living being may leave Belden without my permission, and no outsider may enter Belden. Second, all beings are equal before the law, even angels can be killed by ordinary people. Third, those who commit the following crimes will suffer severe punishment, up to the death penalty. 1. Murder. 2. Theft. 3. Complete recitation of a deity's honorific name. 4. Sacrificing to evil gods. 5. Fraud. 6. Leaking secrets. Quote. Hey. Rosal couldn't help but laugh out loud. From the rigid style of the notice, it wasn't hard to judge that the activation level of 002 was not as high as he had imagined, and this trip might not be as dangerous as he thought. Above the fool, Klein constantly observed Rosal's movements until he entered Belden City. A peculiar power permeated this city, forming a barrier that could easily block even the prying eyes of deities. But with Rosal's strength, even if the nation of disorder were to manifest itself, Rosal would find a way to break through that barrier and pray to the fool. And as long as Klein received such a prayer, he would find a way to get Rosal and his companions out, so there was no need to worry about their safety. Of course, this was also based on the premise that the nation of disorder truly appeared. After all, it was only confirmed that Belden was related to the nation of disorder. It was still uncertain where the nation of disorder was, nor could the level of activation of the nation of disorder be confirmed. If it was just 002 alone, Rosal could easily handle it by himself. From Klein's perspective, he naturally hoped that everything would go smoothly. And if everything went smoothly, and Rosal successfully obtained that uniqueness of the seer pathway, then becoming an outer deity would be practically a certainty. Of course, this would take time. And what was most lacking now, in Klein's view, was time. As long as Rosal could obtain this uniqueness and thereby become a dual pathway true god, it would be better than anything else. Although his control over this uniqueness might not be strong enough, it would be fine as long as he could use it. After all, there was only a total of 1 month, so one couldn't expect Rosal to become an outer deity overnight, could they? That was unrealistic. However, to be fair, Klein also didn't want Rosal to become an outer deity that quickly, because he had a hunch that if Rosal got ahead of him, it would definitely not be a good thing. Although he wouldn't go around announcing his outer deity status to the world with a megaphone, it probably wouldn't be far off. At least, based on Klein's understanding of Rosal's personality, he really could do such a thing. Although the reference material was Rosal's diary, and the current Rosal should be much more stable than when he wrote his diary. But Klein had already formed a preconceived bias, and Rosal's image in his mind was not so easily changed. In the astral world, a stone plaza floated in the vast, boundless void. Pitch-black stone pillars supported a magnificent and sacred cathedral, where every pillar, every arch, and every dome was inlaid with the skulls of different races, most of them pale white, densely packed together, with empty, numb eyes. On the walls, windows, and doors of the cathedral, there were also transparent, twisted, painful faces. In front of the massive cross, rows of black-backed chairs were arranged. From every perspective, this was a grand cathedral comparable to the headquarters of major Orthodox churches. The only flaw was that no believers would ever come here to pray. Adam, dressed in a simple white robe with a light gold beard, sat in the middle of the first row on the left bench. A silver crucifix pendant hung around his neck, currently held in his hand and pressed to his forehead. He lowered his head, eyes closed, as if in contemplation or fervent prayer. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, slowly opened his eyes, looked up at the stained glass, and murmured. Nation of disorder. There were 3 Sephira from the outer deity, accounting for 1/3 of the total, a significant portion indeed. But Adam had never entertained the thought of acquiring these 3 Sephira. Firstly, because these 3 Sephira involved an outer deity, the risk was too great. Secondly, among the 6 pathways corresponding to these 3 Sephira, only one belonged to his side. And this pathway happened to be the Abyss pathway, and its owner was even a greedy undying great serpent. Lekad even wanted to devour him. Adam was certain that if he showed even a hint of weakness in battle, Lekad would devour him without hesitation. Even if they were allies, even if the situation at the time had turned unfavorable and they were about to lose. So Adam had never trusted Lekad, nor had he ever placed his hopes on Lekad. For a visionary, he habitually planned everything in advance, and the best-case scenario was for everything to proceed according to plan. Even if there were occasional variables, they would be within his plan and not exceed his expectations. But merely being able to predict what would happen was not enough, he also needed the ability to respond to various situations at any time. To this end, he needed enough reliable allies. The Lord of Steam and Primordial Demoness fell into this category, but Lekad, despite his strength, was completely unreliable. If there were no other options, Adam would not have chosen Lekad. In fact, he initially chose the cosmic dark side, but he did not expect that the cosmic dark side had already been devoured by Lekad. For Adam, who had not yet become a god at that time, cooperating with Lekad was a last resort. And now, Lekad, with only sequence 0 strength, had instead become a burden, too big to handle. The cost of eliminating him was too great, but continuing to cooperate with Lekad meant constantly being prepared for his betrayal. This was truly a dilemma. In contrast, the situation on the other side was much better. The Evernight goddess's path to becoming an outer deity was unobstructed, and while the Earth Mother's path would encounter some obstacles, it could no longer pose a fatal threat to him as before. And now, even Rosal had embarked on the path to becoming an outer deity, even beginning to come into contact with the Sephira, nation of disorder. This Sephira had always behaved quite stably, and the pathway it corresponded to also had enormous potential. Even compared to the Paragon and Hermit of the Lord of Steam, the Black Emperor and the Seer were even more superior in terms of potential. Although Rosal was a rising star and his potion digestion was not as stable as the Lord of Steam, it was unknown who would win if they truly fought. To ensure foolproofness, Rosal must be prevented from obtaining the Nation of Disorder, or even from obtaining that uniqueness of the Seer pathway. And given the current situation, relying on the Nation of Disorder would likely be useless. The Son of Chaos was even more unreliable, having shown no movement for thousands of years, completely incomparable to existences like the Mother Goddess of Depravity, as if he didn't care about this lost Sephira at all. Therefore, if he wanted to stop Rosal, he could only act personally. Chapter 421, Journey to Creation. Before the Age of Fire, everything was shrouded in grey mist. Here, there were no Concepts, such as space and time, the gray mist could transcend time. Everywhere were gray rocks, towering ancient trees, and immortal ancient dragons. This era was known as the Gray Mist Era. The immortal ancient dragons were born before nothingness, dwelling atop the first ancient trees, supreme beings above all else. They possessed invincible immortality and supreme primordial power, ancient overlords of primordial chaos. Until one day, the first fire ignited in the gray mist, and several species born from darkness found the king's soul around the fire. Thus began the era of fire expelling chaos and gods clashing with ancient dragons. Sun King Gwyn led the Silver Knights, along with the demoness of Izalith and Gravelord Nito, to launch the dragon-hunting war. Seath the Scaleless betrayed the ancient dragons. He sold the secret of the ancient dragons' immortality to the gods. Ultimately, the immortal ancient dragons met their doom. Gwyn and his knights conjured lightning spears, piercing the ancient dragon's scales. Nito unleashed a miasma of death, causing the ancient dragon's exposed bodies to decay, granting them true death. The old demoness and her daughters unleashed a world-sweeping firestorm, wantonly incinerating the colossal ancient trees where the ancient dragons resided. In the end, the dragon-hunting war concluded with the gods' victory, and the immortal ancient dragons were almost completely annihilated. Only the black dragon Calamate, who wielded the power of disaster, and the traitor, Seath the Scaleless, escaped harm. The end of the dragon-hunting war also heralded the beginning of the Age of Fire. The gods resided in Anor Londo, the demoness ruled Izalith. Represented by these two, the power and brilliance of fire spread to every corner of the world. Their deeds became legends, faith forged miracles, and thus a splendid civilization was created. But fire will eventually die out. Light cannot illuminate the human world, night will last endlessly, and only darkness will remain in the world. The cursed dark sign began to spread among the populace. Gravelord Nito remained indifferent. He did not long for light, only dedicated all his power to death, awaiting the arrival of darkness. The old demoness hoped to recreate the first fire with chaos, just as mortals attempted to grasp the mighty power of gods, arrogant and ignorant. The out-of-control chaos consumed the old demoness. There was no longer the old demoness of Izalith, only the bed of chaos. Countless devils were born from the chaos, and Izalith, once as renowned as Anor Londo, completely transformed into a paradise ravaged by chaos and devils. And the fire continued to fade. Darkness was about to descend. Finally, the first, Gwyn, created his path to salvation, transferring fire. He led his knights to the kiln of the first fire, using his king's soul as a catalyst, allowing the first fire to continue burning. From then on, there was no longer Sun King Gwyn, only, First Lord of Cinder, Gwyn. However, Gwyn's transferring fire allowed light to persist for 1,000 years, but it could not make the first fire burn endlessly. The gods who received his power did not inherit his will. They left Anor Londo one after another, going to the human world to rule various countries. They indulged in pleasure, yet none embarked on the path of transferring fire, merely engaging in one last revelry. The cursed undead shouldered the responsibility of transferring fire. They began to hunt the gods, hunt their souls, and ultimately embarked on the path of transferring fire. They were called Lords of Cinder, kings who used their souls as kindling to perpetuate the Age of Fire. However, as more and more souls were cast into the first fire, the available souls for burning became increasingly scarce. After a long period, the first fire grew weaker, and the world plunged into darkness several times. The undead could no longer bear the heavy responsibility of transferring fire. The remaining souls in time were insufficient to sustain the flame. Therefore, the bell of the Firelink Shrine had to awaken the former Lords of Cinder. They needed to once again undertake the heavy responsibility of the first fire. However, the Lords of Cinder abandoned their duties, driven by obsession to complete their unfinished missions. Yorm the Giant returned to the profaned capital, yet all he saw was the profaned capital purified by the profaned flame. The Farron Undead Legion returned to Farron Keep. They tried to suppress the rising abyss again but sadly discovered they had been corrupted by the abyss. The infamous Devourer, Eldritch, was lured by Pontiff Sullivan and devoured Gwyn's youngest son, Dark Son Gwendolyn. The fire has faded, and the lords are without thrones, but the ember will flock in. The former Lords of Cinder each had their obsessions. They discarded the mission of transferring fire like worn-out shoes. But they will eventually be brought back to their thrones by ember. This is the meaning of ember's existence. No matter when, the ember always yearns for fire. However, all of this was meaningless. The fire will eventually extinguish, and the Age of Fire will also end. Chaos and darkness will once again sweep the world. Everything Ember did was merely a futile struggle. Therefore, he also abandoned the mission of transferring fire. He denied the meaning of transferring fire. Darkness and light are inherently twins. The world cannot remain light forever, nor will it be forever plunged into darkness. The extinguishing of the first fire is merely accumulating kindling. It will eventually burn again, spreading light to the world. Thus, Ember chose to extinguish the fire, usurped the fire. The fire was extinguished, and the world thus entered its destined fate. Darkness and chaos swept in. This was the Deep Sea Era, also known as the Chaos Era. Living beings struggled to survive in darkness. Chaos and madness dominated everything. But within the chaos, a spark of hope was quietly brewing. At this moment, darkness and light were no longer opposed, they were two sides of the same world. Light and darkness alternated, day and night alternated, and the world was about to enter a new era. When the first ray of light pierced the darkness, the first fire blazed fiercely, and the sparks were also scattered. But the dawn did not completely dispel the chaos. It needed to achieve coexistence with night, and chaos remained the main theme of the world. And in the darkness, some creatures obtained these scattered sparks, just like Sun King Gwyn obtained the King's soul in darkness. But the Chaos Era has ended, and the world has entered a brand new Dark Era. During this period, civilization re-emerged, thriving under the nourishment of life and fire, but it was not humans who ruled this era. The sanguine, giants, dragons, phoenixes, demonic wolves, elves, xenomorph variant species, and devils who have survived from ancient times to the present, the 8 great extraordinary races, under the protection of their respective ancient gods, ruled the sky, the ocean, and the earth respectively. They waged war against each other, with battles erupting every moment. And humans were merely vassals of the extraordinary races, struggling to survive in hardship. But even humans had their own gods. The Evernight goddess loved humans. From then on, darkness was no longer humanity's great enemy, and gods protected humans in the night. The god of knowledge and wisdom granted humans enlightenment, allowing humanity to develop civilization to escape the enslavement of extraordinary races. The Earth Mother granted humans land for reproduction, allowing the human race to rapidly grow stronger. The Lord of Storms expelled devils with lightning, safeguarding human civilization. But humans were ultimately too weak. They could never truly contend with those innately powerful extraordinary races. Until the first blasphemy slate was born from the first fire, granting humanity the path to transcendence. Under the protection of the gods, and guided by the blasphemy slate, the human race flourished. They successively defeated the extraordinary races that once ruled the world, and more gods began to protect humanity. Humans thus truly became the masters of the world, ushering in the glorious age at the beginning of the third epoch. After a long period, humanity finally stepped onto the stage of history for the first time. But human civilization was not smooth sailing, the power of chaos coveted in the dark. Even with the protection of many gods, humanity still faced a great catastrophe in the third epoch. It was not until the second blasphemy slate appeared that all this chaos ended, and thus a new era began, the Age of Gods. The gods often descended to the human world, granting humanity protection and enlightenment. But chaos still lurked, and some beings born from chaos coveted reality and the power of the first fire. They would eventually return. To better protect humanity, the gods had to move their divine kingdoms to the astral world, to fight against the evil beings coveting the world, and the world entered the Bronze Age. And now, it is the year 1351 of the fifth epoch. The gods still protect humanity, but they are not like one family. Instead, they have various contradictions. These contradictions drive their followers to wage war after war, and even gods have fallen because of this. The most warlike god of combat and the most arrogant eternal blazing sun, they both died because of this. But for the gods, the fall of a god does not mean the end. Humans will not stop fighting each other because of this. They will still fight for their respective gods, for their faith. This is the only lesson history has given humanity. Humans never learn any lessons. In Backland, Empress Burrow, inside Earl Dur's luxurious villa. In the morning, Furs, who had woken from her sleep, came to the living room, muttering. This dream feels so real. She had been dreaming for a month straight, which had almost made her believe that this was true history. Even though some parts of these stories were personally compiled by her, Furs still firmly believed in these legends. Of course, Furs still harbored doubts. But she doubted not the authenticity of history, but rather suspected that this was true history, merely concealed by the former gods, and that Mr. Fool or Ember were truly ancient gods who survived from that outer deity era. They were not altering history, but merely restoring everything that had once happened in this world. And what she was doing was not blasphemy against the gods, but rather, under the guidance of the gods, granting humanity enlightenment. Thinking this, Furs's mood immediately improved quite a bit. Hearing Furs's soliloquy, a richly dressed middle-aged lady in the dining room's expression turned serious, and she solemnly said, Miss Furs, that was not a dream, that was a revelation given to us by the gods. Her expression was extremely pious, with stars adorning her chest. This lady was Zio's mother. Ever since Zio successfully overturned her father's case, the Der family was able to return to Baklan's aristocratic circle. And Zio had recently been personally knighted by the king, and was now a proper earl with a fief. Zio did not need to return home in glory, she simply brought her mother and younger brother to the capital, and at the same time bought this villa. Incidentally, this villa once belonged to a viscount who was caught by military intelligence 9 for colluding with an enemy nation during the war. In fact, there were far more nobles colluding with the enemy at the time than just him. Even Earl Hall was secretly contacting relatives in the Intis Republic, hoping to preserve his life after the war. But this viscount was too obvious and too crude, which was why Zio caught him. And George IV was extremely enraged by this, unhesitatingly setting this unlucky viscount as an example, directly ordering his public execution, and it was Zio who was responsible for executing this order at the time. From arrest to confiscation of property to execution, she handled it all herself. That's why this villa was bought by her at an extremely low price, becoming the new residence of Earl Der. Of course, what was also bought was the Viscount's manor in the suburbs, and even his original fief now belonged to Zio, and it had expanded quite a bit. Zio naturally knew this was the king's little scheme. He didn't want Zio, who was in charge of military intelligence 9, to have too good a relationship with other nobles, and this method clearly could annoy a large portion of old money nobles. Furs explained earnestly. In fact, I also believe these are divine revelations. However, the gods she believed in were not the Evernight goddess, but Fool and Ember. These matters were first proposed by Ember. Fool was his first partner, while entities like the Evernight goddess could only be considered second tier. In the eyes of ordinary people, entities like the Evernight goddess were clearly more worthy of reverence than the unknown Fool. But in Furz's eyes, the Evernight goddess's importance was clearly inferior to Fool and Ember. These two were genuine gods, even higher-level existences above gods. This conclusion was drawn from her observations and summaries at the Tarot Club. Not only did she think so, but others also thought the same. Of course, this did not mean that Furs would therefore disrespect the gods. The gods' mighty power was still worthy of reverence, just not as sacred and inviolable as before. For example, the Lord of Storms. Among all the gods, he currently held the lowest status. This could be seen from the dream's positioning of these figures. The others were indispensable, but the Lord of Storms received a relatively low evaluation. What he could do, other gods could also do, whereas the roles of other gods, whether enlightening humanity or protecting humanity in the night, were irreplaceable by the Lord of Storms. This is not to say that the Lord of Storms was truly useless, but rather that his stance was not firm, so his evaluation in the dream was only slightly better than that of the Lord of Steam. "What are you two talking about?" Zio asked, emerging from her room, a little curious. "Last night's dream," Furs said concisely. Zio pondered, her gaze falling on the dining table, where her younger brother Luo Der was eating breakfast while reciting Fusaic language words. This was a necessary prerequisite for studying law and becoming a lawyer. And her mother was instructing 2 servants to remember to clean the garden. End of chapter. Chapter 422. I killed you. Hugh looked at her family in front of her, her eyes gradually softening, and she murmured softly. "It's only been a year." In just 1 year, she transformed from a wild Beyonder into the leader of official Beyonders, Earl Der of the Ruined Kingdom, and the Admiral Director of Military Intelligence 9, a national intelligence agency. Unless she could further become an angel, this was already the limit an ordinary Beyonder could achieve. However, Hugh was not greedy, she was already very satisfied with this. After all, the magnitude of this leap far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Even when Hugh recalled it, she still felt a subtle sense of disbelief. How exactly did she do it? Ultimately, it was due to 2 existences, Ember and Fool. Ember laid the foundation for her, giving her the opportunity to seek revenge and clear her family's name. And Mr. Fool's Tarot Club also broadened her horizons in the Beyonder world. But didn't she join the Tarot Club because of Ember's introduction in the first place? Her heart was undoubtedly grateful, and even, due to her past experiences, held some other emotions. The members of the Tarot Club now understood that both Ember and Fool, they were survivors from the Outer Deity era, perhaps originating from the Fire Epic, which had vanished into the river of history without a trace. They had already been gods tens of thousands of years ago. It was only with the arrival of the Deep Sea era that they were forced into slumber. These 2 existences only successively awakened in the 5th epic, and as they gradually regained their lost power, they also began to plot to bring past history back to reality. From the attitude of existences like the Evernight goddess, they seemed not to object to this. Perhaps some of them knew the secrets of the Fire Epic and the Deep Sea Era, or perhaps some of them were originally from that magnificent Fire Epic in the dream, just like Ember and Fool. And she, or rather, they, were the chosen agents of these gods. They gained immense benefits from this, leaping from a low sequence Beander to a sequence 3 saint. Furthermore, in the future, there might even be a chance to become a sequence 2 angel. However, the world is fair, what you gain, you must lose. As Rosal the Great once said, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Since she had received gifts from those 2 existences, she had to be prepared to serve them, and even sacrifice for them. Hugh had long been mentally prepared for this, her only lingering concern was her family. But now, there was no need to worry about that either. The merits accumulated during the war made her Earl Dur and the Admiral Director of Military Intelligence 9, and also amassed her a massive fortune of several £1,000,000. This money, of course, was not gained from war profiteering but from confiscating properties. Hugh showed no mercy to those corrupt nobles who attempted treason, and neither did the king. Their titles and fiefdoms were stripped, and their family assets and wealth were confiscated. However, during the confiscation process, it was perfectly normal for Hugh, as the overall person in charge, to take a small portion. This way, even if Hugh unexpectedly died during a mission, the continuation of the Delrau family would be ensured. Firstly, the Earl title would automatically be inherited by her younger brother, and the wealth she accumulated could ensure her mother and younger brother lived a life of luxury. Hugh was already very satisfied with this. After all, wasn't this her initial purpose in coming to Backland? As a member of the Tarot Club, Hugh is well aware of what she would face next. Certain existences from the cosmos, on par with true gods or even higher, coveted their world, and once these existences descended, an unprecedented apocalypse awaited them. Although the true gods would protect this world, even gods have limitations, they ultimately cannot protect everyone. If she did nothing, did not take a certain degree of risk, and simply enjoyed the beauty of her family, she would ultimately be like most unprepared people facing a flood, floundering twice before being completely submerged. But now, there is at least a thorny path, and on that path, at least a glimmer of light is scattered. That requires the awareness of sacrifice, and the courage to grasp it. What are you thinking about? Furs looked at her friend with some suspicion. Nothing. Hugh smiled and shook her head, then asked. What are you planning to do next? The same as before. Furs spread her small hands, a little helplessly, and said. I need to write a new book. Hugh immediately understood. As an author, and also the main compiler of the record of the Fool's holy words, Furs would naturally continue to be responsible for this aspect, such as writing biographies of the heroes from the outer deities, Fire Epic, for widespread singing. The purpose of doing this, of course, was to deepen people's impression and understanding of the Fire Epic. After all, people now only knew about the Fire Epic, and were aware of some major events that occurred in that era. But when it came to specific figures, dreams usually glossed over them, or even didn't mention them at all. To use a common phrase of Furs, while the story framework is complete, the character portrayals are far from rich enough. The Fire Epic people dreamed of was the framework, and what Furs needed to do was fill in the details and enrich the images of those outer deity heroes. Hugh sat down beside her, asking with interest. Whose story are you going to start with? Solaire, Furs said without hesitation. Actually, she wanted to write about the old demoness more, but that was a god after all. Even if it was a long-fallen god, it was still a god. Even if she dared to write it, others might not dare to read it, so it was better not to write it at all. And besides those gods who couldn't be touched, although there were many other people she could write about, Furs still chose Solaire because Furs preferred his story. Although she knew many other stories from her dreams, such as Igon of Karam, Hawkwood the Deserter, Abek of Beham, Sorcerer Komikus, Archdeacon Emma of Lothric, Ludlith of Courland, Paladin Foedering, Jack of Katarina, and many other splendid legends, her favorite was still Solaire. Solaire's story was not actually that grand or full of twists and turns, but he always appeared when the undead were most desperate, fighting alongside them and helping them overcome difficulties. Furs had a good sense of self-awareness. She knew she couldn't be a person like Solaire, but that didn't stop her from expressing her reverence for him. Furs took a bite of sausage, she mumbled. Once I finish these stories, the Abraham family will be responsible for spreading them around the world. This will make things much easier for me, though I wonder how the sales will be. Hugh rolled her eyes. The Fire Epic had just re-emerged, and it was currently in a hot phase. Once corresponding stories were published and endorsed by the Fool's Church, how could there be any need to worry about sales? It was no exaggeration to say that even if Furs wrote terribly, people would still buy it, and it would be a massive hit. What's more, Furs's writing wasn't bad either. She was already a well-known author, and her previous work, Wuthering Heights, had always received high praise. Furthermore, she wasn't creating from scratch now, but rather restoring the original stories and making the characters more vivid. This wasn't difficult, one could even say it was something anyone could do. Of course, this was a good thing. Everyone was improving, and things were moving in a better direction step by step. In a luxurious manner on the outskirts of Empress Borough, Backland. Audrey sat in front of her dressing table, patted her face, and whispered to herself. This is my trial. She took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, looking quite nervous. Because next, she was going to hunt a demigod, a Sequence 3 demigod. Although she had done this kind of thing quite often in the past few months, each time she had the assistance of other members. This allowed her to easily exert her strength without interference, and thus crush other demigods. To put it simply, it was a numerical advantage, making it hard not to win. But now, she needed to fight outnumbered. And the destination was the headquarters of the psychology alchemists, Eden. Audrey calmed herself down and looked at the mask on the table. On that cold, grayish-white mask, two eyes moved upward and fixed on the forehead, seemingly only looking at high places and not caring about anything else, giving a feeling that was both amusing, grotesque, and subtly terrifying. This was pride, one of the 7 deadly sins, and also the credential of an evaluator group of the psychology alchemists. The former royal advisor Herwin Rambus was pride, and when he fell, this mask had already fallen into Ember's hands. But Ember himself didn't need this mask, so it eventually came into Audrey's hands. In fact, this mask was not only a powerful mystical item, but also a credential. Audrey put pride on her face, and the world before her eyes immediately changed. The originally lavishly decorated room disappeared, replaced by an unfamiliar city, a city shrouded in night. In the city stood magnificent buildings with a mysterious and dark aura, and walking were gentlemen in top hats and trench coats, and women in elaborate, somber dresses. Everything looked very harmonious, except that these people were not human. Among these pedestrians, there were werewolves with sharp fangs exposed from their mouths, upright walking bears, lazy-looking cats, grotesque figures with a colorful spider for a face, giant rats with red eyes, pythons flicking their tongues, and some canine creatures surveying every passerby with eyes full of mating desire. There were all sorts of animals, but no humans. They wore top hats and trench coats, or exquisite, elaborate dark long dresses, striving to imitate humans in every detail, but they could not truly make themselves like humans. This was Eden, a city of the mind. And these upright walking, human-dressed animals before her were different manifestations of beastly desires, more inclined towards consciousness, concepts, and abstract notions, rather than physical entities. Audrey looked into the distance. A church stood in the center of the city. This church was over 80 meters tall, supported by massive black pillars, each inlaid with a certain number of skulls. Some were from humans, others from different creatures, but all had their empty eyes fixed downwards, as if watching every living being entering the church. Like most buildings here, every detail of this church was exquisite, yet the elements composing them leaned towards nightmare, horror, terror, and mystery. As soon as they sensed a stranger's intrusion, those animals, some wearing top hats and trench coats, others in exquisite and intricate long dresses, stirred simultaneously, gazing at Audrey with eyes full of aggression. At this moment, Audrey, wearing the pride mask, felt as if the entire city was her enemy. The next second, led by the bear that was almost bursting out of its formal wear, the animals of Eden either bared their fangs or growled softly. Once they were hugged or bitten, they would be contaminated by the corresponding beastly desire, and could only resist by relying on their own will or various Beander abilities from a few pathways like spectator. This was also Eden's self-defense mechanism. If an ordinary demigod came here, they would likely be at a loss. But Audrey was no ordinary demigod, and she was also of the spectator pathway. She did not do anything superfluous. She neither used a mental storm to counter-contaminate these beastly desires, nor detonated them to set off a huge firework in the city. She simply walked through these beastly desires with leisurely steps. And the expressions of those beastly desires quickly became confused because they had lost their target. Although Audrey stood right before them, they couldn't perceive her. Audrey walked step by step to the very center of the city, to the black church inlaid with skulls, and stepped up the stairs into the interior of the church. She immediately saw a grand, empty hall, a giant cross, and a grayish-white dragon statue coiled around the cross. In front of the cross, there was a small long table, with 5 chairs on each side of the table. At this moment, at the head of the long table sat a man in a black wheelchair. His face was unnaturally pale, his light yellow eyebrows were long, His hair was neatly combed back, and there were a few wrinkles on his forehead. This was Bali Delro, the leader of the psychology alchemists. He was also the famous hermit Eric Derrick and, king of the Black Throne, Bajos Hopkins. Of course, whether he was his true body or one of his identities now, no one knew. Facing Audrey, who had suddenly invaded Eden, Bali Delro pointed to a chair by the long table and said unhurriedly, "Please sit, Miss Pride. You knew I was coming." Audrey stopped in front of the long table but did not sit down, merely asking. Bali Delro smiled slightly. "I just found out, but I've been wondering, who could have killed Herwin Rambus?" "I didn't kill him." Audrey gently shook her head. Herwin Rambus was killed by Ash, and she was only a low-sequence Beander at that time. A single glance from him could have killed her. She said softly, "I killed you." Chapter 423 Dream. In fact, Audrey and Bali Delro had never met before. This was their first encounter. However, she was well aware of Bali Delro's hidden identity because such intelligence gathering was a prerequisite for an assassination. She wanted to kill Bali Delro partly because it was her trial, and partly because there was already animosity between them. Both Herwin Rambus and the two demigods who ambushed them on the train to Trier were evaluator group members of the psychology alchemists, and all were dispatched by Bali Delro. Although Audrey had no intention of annihilating the entire psychology alchemists, there were certainly innocent people among them. But as for Bali Delro, killing him would not cause Audrey any psychological burden. So she appeared here, with an undisguised purpose. "Kill me." Bali Delro chuckled, his tone flat. "Do you intend to challenge the entire psychology alchemists by yourself?" Audrey calmly stated, "No, my target is only you." The psychology alchemists had a total of 8 demigods. Besides Bali Delro, there were 7 demigods corresponding to the 7 deadly sins. However, apart from Bali Delro, the others had joined the psychology alchemists for various reasons, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they all harbored ulterior motives. They joined the psychology alchemists primarily for the purpose of mutual support. And by now, the psychology alchemists had already fallen apart. Miss Lust and Miss Sloth had been on her side from the beginning. Pride Herwin Rambus died on New Year's Eve last year, and gluttony and jealousy had perished months ago. Therefore, the psychology alchemists now had at most 3 demigods, Bali Delro, and Wrath and Greed. But only Bali Delro appeared in Eden today, because only he truly controlled the psychology alchemists, and Wrath and Greed also harbored ulterior motives. They might not know what was happening here, and even if they did, they would pretend not to, deliberately turning a blind eye. After all, whether Bali Delro lived or died had little to do with them. They were demigods, after all, and could live very comfortably anywhere. As for the psychology alchemists' resources, they were completely optional and might not even need to be abandoned. Because once Bali Delro died, Audrey would have only 2 options: take over the psychology alchemists, or ignore it. If it was the former, they could completely pledge allegiance to Audrey, which would be no different from working under Bali Delro. If it was the latter, they might even have a chance to take control of the psychology alchemists, successfully mastering this secretive organization. As demigods of the spectator pathway, they were often the ones who saw things most clearly. It was the same now. As the parties involved, they understood this principle, and Audrey and Bali Delro also understood it, so they all knew that today's assassination would not be disturbed in any way. So, from the moment Audrey stepped into Eden, the assassination had already begun. They appeared to be simply conversing normally, but both sides were secretly spreading mental plagues in the surrounding environment to corrode each other's minds. Once either side's mind wavered, the balance of this battle would begin to tip. They both understood this principle and were secretly guarding against each other's attacks, while also launching attacks as covertly as possible. Beyonders of the spectator pathway had always been like this. They were not adept at visible, large-scale destructive Beander abilities, but rather achieved killing invisibly through such unseen mental attacks. However, when both sides were spectator pathway demigods, this fighting style easily became a stalemate. Both sides knew what the other possessed and had countermeasures, so they wouldn't easily fall into a trap. Just like now, Bali Delro's brows were tightly furrowed, because he had realized that the young girl before him was far more troublesome than he had imagined. The mental plague he had just spread not only failed to corrode the opponent but was instead counter-corroded by the opponent's mental plague, putting him at a considerable disadvantage. Whoosh! Bali Delro quickly soothed his emotions, and a clear, illusory light immediately shone in his eyes. Such light condensed before him into pair after pair of holy, dreamlike wings, and beneath layers of wings was a pure light being kneeling on one knee in fervent prayer. This was an angel. At the same time, an ordinary-looking old man with completely white hair appeared to Bali Delro's left, and a priest in a simple white robe with a light golden beard covering his face stood to his right. Ancient Angel Hermes. Visionary Adam. If an ordinary Beander saw this scene, they would probably be wide-eyed with shock and flee on the spot. But Audrey merely watched them calmly. As a demigod of the spectator pathway herself, she was well aware that Bali Delro could not truly summon an angel. He was merely using the Dreamweaver's Beander ability to weave several nearly real images, and once the enemy believed they were real, they would be real. Although the resulting damage would not have a physical manifestation, it would cause the target to die unknowingly. Bali Delro had caused countless targets to die of fright in nightmares. However, Audrey was also a Dreamweaver, so how could she fall for such a trick? She only needed to realize that all of this was fake, and Bali Delro's Beander ability would have no effect. Bang! Under the girl's indifferent gaze, the Angel of Light, Hermes, and Visionary Adam instantly disintegrated and vanished, leaving only Bali Delro sitting alone in his black wheelchair. Seeing this, Bali Delro's eyelids twitched slightly. Without further hesitation, he pushed himself up from the black wheelchair. During this process, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant dragon covered in enormous grayish-white scales. Dragonization. An incomplete mythical creature form. Compared to a sequence 4 manipulator, Bali Delro's manifested incomplete mythical creature form was larger, and its head had undergone some changes, appearing more like a lizard than a human, with pale golden vertical eyes and facial scales interwoven with mysterious patterns, cold and distorted. And with the manifestation of this incomplete mythical creature form, within the entire grand and empty hall, various thoughts, spirits, desires, and wills swept through like a storm, half illusory and half real, invading Audrey's mind island. This was a combination of mind stripping and mental plague, which could cause any affected and corroded creature to be contaminated and go mad on the spot. Even for angels, such an attack posed a considerable threat. Because their mental states all had certain issues, and they could lose control at any moment due to the balance tipping. Facing this sudden attack, Audrey, without hesitation, also unleashed a large-scale plague storm, countering plague with plague, which was what spectator pathway Beyonders were most adept at. If Bali Delro tried to defeat her this way, he was utterly deluding himself. And Bali Delro clearly understood this, so he had no intention of fighting Audrey to the death from the start. While the giant dragon he had transformed into unleashed a plague storm, he did not directly charge at Audrey with the dragon's terrifying physical body. Instead, he immediately retreated, attempting to flee into the distance. Yes, he wanted to run. While the spectator pathway might not be as adept at escaping as demigods of the Fool, Door, and Error pathways, their advancement was by no means low. Whenever they encountered any situation they couldn't handle, they would also retreat immediately without any hesitation. The act of putting oneself in danger out of pique did not exist among high-sequence Beyonders of the spectator pathway. Audrey watched the grayish-white giant dragon flying into the distance with an indifferent expression, her voice very soft. "It's useless, this place has been sealed, you can't escape." Of course, Bali Delro knew this. When Audrey, wearing the Pride mask, entered Eden, he immediately and unhesitatingly wanted to escape this city of mind. However, as soon as he left the city, he discovered an endless labyrinth outside. These labyrinths formed an seemingly infinite encirclement, completely surrounding the entire city. Any living being attempting to leave would plunge into the labyrinth and never emerge. And only an angel of the spectator pathway could lay down a labyrinth of this caliber. Undoubtedly, the opponent was clearly prepared and had an angel as a backup. Under such circumstances, Bali Delro knew his chances of winning were almost zero. But precisely because of this, he stayed in the cathedral to wait for Audrey, feigning calmness in his negotiations with her, while also attempting to launch a sneak attack with the plague storm. Of course, he knew that the effect of doing so would be minimal. As a Dreamweaver, the opponent could not possibly fail to react. But Delro had never expected the plague storm to succeed, he was merely stalling for time. The reason he waited here was certainly not to die, but to await an opportunity. Although the labyrinth sealing Eden was vast, it was not truly infinite. Bali Delro's main body indeed remained in the cathedral, because only by doing so could he restrain the demigod wearing the Pride mask. But he had already split off another, himself, to search for a way out in the labyrinth. Given enough time, he might not be unable to find a way to escape the labyrinth. And as long as he escaped this city, escaped the labyrinth's restraints, where in the vast world could he not go? And his sudden dash towards the labyrinth now was not because he had found a way to leave it. How could a labyrinth built by an angel be so easily breached? He merely wanted to stall for time in a different location. The opponent was prepared, protected by a discerner, but the psychology alchemists might not be without the protection of an angel or even a true deity. Although the opponent had not responded to his cries for help, it must have been because they had other matters to attend to. As long as he could stall for long enough, rescue would eventually arrive. Regardless of whether this was true, Bali Delro convinced himself of it. While unleashing a plague storm to entangle Audrey, Delro plunged into the labyrinth and disappeared. This cunning grayish-white giant dragon had no intention of continuing to fight Audrey to the death. Audrey did not hesitate, following directly into the labyrinth. In fact, this labyrinth struck her as strange, because she had not set it up, nor had Karula. Because they both knew that Adam stood behind the psychology alchemists, they hadn't actually planned to kill Bali Delro in one go, as he would surely call upon Adam for help. The only question was whether Adam would respond to such an expectation. So Audrey's purpose was merely to test this. If Adam responded, she would immediately pray for protection as well. But Adam did not provide protection. Instead, an unknown entity had set up a labyrinth outside Eden. But this was completely outside their contingency plans, and Audrey also believed Karula would not hide a labyrinth from her. Karula had no need to do so. But if it was a labyrinth set up by a stranger, then while it hindered Bali Delro from escaping Eden, it would also restrict Audrey's pursuit, as she would find it difficult to accurately locate her target within a labyrinth. Crack! Amidst the hazy confusion, she suddenly sat up. She then looked around and saw the familiar dressing table and the entrance to the washroom, realizing she was still in her room, but outside the window, there was no red moon, no stars, just deep darkness. This was the Hall family's luxurious villa, but the villa was now empty, as if Audrey was the only one left in the world. Audrey surveyed her surroundings, her eyes vigilant. She was clearly aware that she was currently in a labyrinth. This was also not reality, but a dream. She could leave this dream at any time, but she also could not return to reality. She would only return to Eden. To leave, she had to find the correct path within the labyrinth. Similarly, the same applied to Bali Delro. He could only leave by finding the correct path. Audrey walked to the door, grasped the handle, gently twisted it, and pulled it open. A carpeted corridor immediately came into her view. This place was completely different from the villa's layout. A deep corridor stretched out on both sides, seemingly endless. And countless rooms lined both sides of this corridor, Audrey's room being one of them, but most of the room doors were closed. These rooms were all individual dreams, belonging to different people, or even different mythical creatures. The exit was hidden behind one of these doors. Finding the corresponding door would allow one to leave. But more often, opening a door would not reveal an exit, but rather lead to unimaginable danger. Because these mind dreams contained not only the dreams of ordinary people, but also the dreams of demigods, and even angels. As for the dreams of deities, they were likely absent, because Audrey did not believe a sequence 2 angel could collect the dream of a deity. Chapter 424, Woman. Audrey walked down the corridor towards its end, even though it seemed boundless and without a conclusion. Along the way, she passed one wooden door after another. Those classical doors with their intricate carvings, illuminated by the dim candlelight, appeared exceptionally mysterious, making one curious about what lay behind them. However, Audrey skillfully restrained her inner urge to explore and never opened any of them. She knew that each door here represented a dream, the inner world of its owner. This meant that if Audrey opened any of them, she could see all the secrets hidden deep within their owners' hearts. Yet, under Karula's guidance, Audrey had learned a truth early on. A Beyander of the spectator pathway must know how to restrain herself and respect others. If, even when she could interpret others' true thoughts from their body language, facial expressions, and emotional fluctuations, she still greedily and abnormally explored their inner selves, digging up their privacy and secrets, it could ultimately backfire on her. This was a simple truth. Everyone, more or less, harbored some dark, negative thoughts, but they largely kept them under control, preventing them from influencing their actions. In such circumstances, if a Beyander of the spectator pathway insisted on digging into these thoughts, uncovering the ugly parts beneath the mask, she would very easily become disillusioned with human nature, be contaminated by various negative consciousnesses, and gradually descend into madness without realizing it. This was one of the reasons why a spectator, who could pacify herself and treat corresponding psychological issues, could still easily become perverse or mad. They were both safe and dangerous. Pride Herwin Rambus was the best example. Although he usually disguised himself very well, his essence remained mad. Therefore, Audrey's self-imposed code of conduct was to only observe and read minds of acquaintances, trying not to enter their dreams. For strangers, there was no restriction on entering dreams, but she would not enter anyone's inner world unless absolutely necessary. She also knew that to leave this maze, she had to open one wooden door after another, searching for the hidden exit. Bali Delro must have done just that. He should be opening those doors one by one now, exploring their secrets and looking for a possible exit. But if Bali Delro was indeed exploring so frequently, and Audrey still hadn't seen him in the corridor, it meant they were not in the same space or the same corridor. Of course, if they opened the same door, they would still meet in the corresponding dream. This was a cat-and-mouse game, requiring sufficient patience and sufficient keenness. Audrey indeed could not see Bali Delro, but her spirituality kept guiding her. Guiding her to a door. Audrey stopped. A door appeared before her. Unlike the other doors infinitely arranged on both sides of the corridor, this door was across the corridor, blocking Audrey's path. It wasn't there from the beginning, but suddenly, appeared when Audrey reached it. The moment this door appeared, the seemingly endless corridor behind it vanished without a trace, as if this door was the end of the corridor. And if she looked back, she would find that the corridor was still boundless, and countless doors Audrey had encountered on her way were still standing there. Slap. Audrey pursed her lips, her breathing steady, and reached out to grasp the doorknob. As the wooden door swung open, the scene inside gradually revealed itself. This was no longer a room. On the ground were smooth, round stones and clumps of dark green weeds. The depths were dim and unclear. But Audrey could see a gray-white ancient dragon in front of that dimness. He was staring blankly at something in the gloom, frozen in place, unable to move. Audrey recognized him almost at a glance. It was Bali Delro, whom she was looking for. But Bali Delro's attitude already indicated something. Whatever was hidden in that gloom, it was definitely not the exit Bali Delro craved. On the contrary, something even more terrifying might be hidden in that gloom. For example, the owner of this dream, a Sequence 2 angel. In front of an angel, a Sequence 3 Beander had almost no power to fight back, which was why Bali Delro stood there stiffly. He neither fled nor attempted to attack. He merely stood there, awaiting the judgment of fate. And if Audrey walked in, she would likely be just like Bali Delro, only able to await the angel's judgment. But the fact that she could realize all this indicated that it was what the angel desired. Otherwise, he could have completely prevented Audrey from seeing Bali Delro, just as she couldn't see what was hidden in that gloom. Because of the unknown, there was curiosity, and thus one would step into it. But Audrey already knew the danger, so she would very likely give up entering after assessing the pros and cons. But this was impossible. Since the angel dared to let her see all this and realize her current predicament, it meant he believed Audrey would make the correct choice and voluntarily enter. And indeed, that was the case, because Audrey had no choice. To leave this mental maze, she, like Bali Delro, needed to find an exit. So even if she knew it was a trap, she had to step into it willingly. However, unlike Bali Delro, she was not passively enduring the influence of all this. Audrey slowly walked in, and the door creaked shut behind her. The ancient dragons that Bali Delro had transformed into remained stiff, paying no attention to Audrey's arrival. He just stared rigidly at the things in that gloom, completely unable to avert his gaze. And as Audrey walked closer, the outlines of some things in that gloom quickly emerged. A giant stone pillar, dozens of meters high, stood tall, with a slender, lizard-like monster perched on top. This monster squatted on the pillar's summit like a small mountain, its body covered in large, gray-white stone-like scales, and its eyes were pale gold and vertical. Without a word, Audrey immediately understood that this was a mythical mind ancient dragons, a genuine angel. With a whoosh, this mind ancient dragon spread its two wings, almost covering the sky. Their skeletons were like metal veins, covered with a gray, mysterious patterned membrane. As Audrey looked up, the mind ancient dragons emitted a buzzing sound. Who let you in? He was undoubtedly speaking in ancient dragon's language. So he wasn't the creator of this maze, but rather an unlucky soul also trapped here. No, being trapped here wasn't an accurate description. As an angel, he could leave at any time. Because he didn't have to search for an exit like Bali Delro, he had enough power to directly break the maze. But he didn't do that. Instead, he was waiting for them here. This meant he wanted something from them. But the question was, did they have anything worth this angel's coveting? I don't know. Bali Delro prostrated himself on the ground, his two wings pressed against the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. You should perhaps ask her. The person who set up the maze is related to her. Hearing this, the ancient dragons turned his gaze to Audrey. I don't know. Audrey said calmly, I tracked him from Eden. She knew Bali Delro was faking it. A Beander of the spectator pathway could easily see through others' disguises and easily disguise herself. Bali Delro might genuinely fear this angel. After all, he was only a Beander, but he certainly wouldn't be trembling like this. To be honest, his disguise was a bit clumsy. But for now, it could indeed effectively divert the ancient dragon's attention. The ancient dragons asked condescendingly. This maze wasn't set up by you. Of course not. Audrey shook her head slightly and said softly. I've never even seen you before. To connect an angel's dream with this maze, she would need to have entered or been in close proximity to this angel's dream. But if she had indeed been in close proximity to his dream, this ancient dragons couldn't have been completely unaware, nor would he be unfamiliar with Audrey. The gray-white ancient dragons with large scales remained silent for a moment, seemingly acknowledging Audrey's statement, and then buzzed. My name is Earhog, one of the only 3 ancient dragons remaining. His meaning was that he was one of the 3 ancient dragons who survived from the second epoch, and the now scarce various ancient dragons were just descendants of those ancient dragons from the age of ancient god. Audrey gently nodded, not interrupting his words. The ancient dragon's attitude undoubtedly confirmed some of Audrey's guesses, that the person who created the maze was an angel, but only a sequence 2 angel. Because Adam had already become a god, there were no sequence 1 angels in the spectator pathway. Unless Adam voluntarily split off 2 Beander characteristics of sequence 1, creating 2 sequence 1 avatars, just like the nightmare ancient dragons Alzuhad once did. This was not impossible, as Adam was in good condition, and splitting off 2 sequence 1 Beander characteristics would not only not harm his strength but would also give him 2 extra lives. But again, if that were the case, the ancient dragons in front of her couldn't have been unaware. As an ancient dragons who lived from the second epoch to the present, he was already a sequence 2 angel in the second epoch. It was impossible for him not to know that Adam had become a god, nor for him not to know about the visionary's ability to voluntarily split Beander characteristics. If it were a sequence 1 angel, it could be considered Adam himself. He wouldn't be facing a sequence 1, but a dual pathway true god. In that situation, he couldn't still be here, leisurely introducing himself to Audrey. So, it definitely couldn't be Adam, it could only be another sequence 2 angel. However, there weren't many sequence 2 angels in the spectator pathway in total, because the number of Beander characteristics was fixed. There were only 3 Beander characteristics of sequence 1 for any given pathway, and while the number of sequence 2 Beander characteristics varied, they wouldn't differ by much. And currently, the spectator pathway already had quite a few sequence 2 angels. Earhog was one, and the other 2 ancient dragons he mentioned should also be sequence 2 angels, otherwise they wouldn't have survived until now. This meant that the ancient dragons race at its peak had more than 5 angels, including the 3 ancient dragons like Earhog, as well as the nightmare ancient dragons Alzuhad, and the wisdom angel Harabergen, who later pledged allegiance to the ancient sun god. Among the extraordinary races in the second epoch, having 5 angels in a single group was actually a normal number. For example, the giant race had at least 3 known angels, the god of dawn, Brattle the god of honor, and Omibella the giant king's queen. The sanguine also had 4, and these 4 have lived from the 4th epoch to the present, being the sanguine's current 3 archdukes and the beauty goddess. And the ancient dragon's race having 5 angels was enough to stand above most other extraordinary races, but not enough to gain an overwhelming advantage. Similarly, due to the mind ancient dragon's ability to hide in dreams, their stealth capabilities were no weaker than other pathways skilled in escape, which was also why these 3 ancient dragons had survived until now. And the key was here, the Beander characteristics of sequence 2 were limited. 3 ancient dragons occupied 3 shares, Audrey had 3 shares, Adam also had 1 share, and Hermes counted as 1. The last share was missing, but most likely it was a sealed artifact. This way, all 9 Beander characteristics were complete. And the one who designed this maze was not Earhog, nor could it be the other ancient dragons, they had no reason to fight among themselves. Adam was also excluded, he could easily kill everyone here without this maze. Audrey knew very well that she didn't do it, and she also believed Karula and Priscilla wouldn't either. So, who else could be the remaining suspect? Audrey suddenly whispered, Hermes. The ancient dragons on top of the stone pilar's expression shifted slightly, and he turned his gaze towards the wooden door behind Audrey. Audrey also sensed something. As her emerald eyes subtly shifted, the sound of a metal doorknob turning suddenly came from behind her. Audrey cast a sidelong glance, and the lonely wooden door, stripped of all external support, slowly swung open, revealing the visitor's appearance. A huge, fluffy, white rabbit, with twitching ears, walking upright. Hello. He smiled and waved at them, his expression incredibly relaxed and at ease. Hermes. Audrey asked softly. I am. Hermes smiled and nodded, admitting it straightforwardly. Audrey asked in confusion, what do you want to do? Save Delrau. No. Hermes revealed a mysterious smile. He's just a byproduct. My goal is to get you into this maze, to make you stand before Earhog. Why? Audrey frowned, wondering if it was to make her and Earhog both suffer losses. But when Hermes said this himself, the plan was already doomed to fail. For symbolism, Hermes said unhurriedly, "Everyone, times have changed, yet you are still living in the old world, failing to realize the trend of the new era." End of this chapter. Chapter 425. A grain of sand in the era. Symbol. Audrey took a few steps back, giving the stage to Hermes and Earhog, vaguely guessing something. The giant rabbit looked at their reactions, clearly a little disappointed, and said calmly, "You've been having the same dream for a month straight, haven't you realized it yet?" Audrey understood in her heart, but asked with a puzzled look on her face. "Realized what?" Hermes said leisurely. "A new era has arrived, and you and I are remnants of the old era. We must find a vessel that can transition to the new era. Of course, this is not difficult for us. But if you want to find a vessel with a symbol, that's not an easy matter. And you, my friend." The giant rabbit cast its gaze towards Earhog at the top of the stone pillar, a slight smile playing on its lips. "You yourself are the symbol." Earhog, with large, grayish-white scales, did not answer. Since Hermes entered this room, it had not uttered a single word. At this moment, facing Hermes's undisguised hostility, Earhog flapped open its membrane-covered wings with a rustle, instantly casting a layer of shadow over the surrounding area. What Hermes was actually saying, all three of them knew clearly, and even Bali Delro could guess. The new era is about to replace the old era. Now is the cusp between the two eras, and everyone must seek change during this period, angels are no exception. They either continue to live in the old era, obstructing the arrival of the new era, or transition to the new era in advance. And the pros and cons of these two choices are the same. The benefit is mutual prosperity, and the drawback is mutual destruction. Clearly, Hermes chose the new era and was not content to be just an ordinary angel in the new era. He hoped to go further. Even if he couldn't become a sequence 1 or sequence 0, he must at least obtain a portion of the symbol. And hunting Earhog, this dragon of mind, was the best choice. The reason is also simple. As one of the only 3 ancient dragons currently existing, Earhog was the overlord of the second epoch in the old era, an angel of the dragon race. But in the new era of the first fire's arrival, Earhog also gained immense benefits invisibly. It is still an ancient dragon, but not just a dragon of the second epoch. Because its identity as an ancient dragon has already linked it to the immortal ancient dragons of the 0th epoch in the unseen. Once the new era fully arrives, Earhog can even use its identity as an ancient dragon to directly leap and become an immortal ancient dragon. And even if it doesn't reach such heights, it will at least be a descendant of an immortal ancient dragon, capable of inheriting a trace of the characteristic of immortality. This is its symbol. Even if it does nothing, Earhog can obtain the corresponding symbol. This is the gift of the new era. But apart from these 3 ancient dragons, almost no one can directly obtain the corresponding symbol from the new era, because they have no corresponding connection with the legends in the new era. Unless they directly gain the favor of the first fire, there is almost no chance of obtaining a symbol. But Hermes was clearly not content with this, so he chose to find another way. Since he cannot obtain the symbol, he will hunt other beings that possess symbols and seize their symbols. That's why he targeted Earhog, secretly connecting its dream with the labyrinth. But Earhog is an angel after all, how could it be so easily schemed against by Hermes? Of course, Hermes also knew this, which is why he used Eden, this city of mind as the masterpiece of the visionary. It itself has intricate connections with every meander of the spectator pathway, and even ancient dragons are no exception. Therefore, as long as the labyrinth can be linked with Eden, Earhog's dream can be precisely located invisibly, and at the same time, its dream can be forcibly merged into the labyrinth. In this way, Hermes could easily find Earhog and carry out his hunt. As for Audrey and Bali Delro, they were completely innocent bystanders who were implicated. Because they were already in Eden, and Hermes's plan happened to unfold at this time, they were naturally drawn in. Of course, this was also their own choice. After all, if they hadn't rashly entered the labyrinth, but stayed in Eden, they wouldn't have been involved in this struggle for the symbol. Hermes was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Audrey and asked in a friendly manner, "Do you mind?" "No, not at all." Audrey took another step back, smiling to indicate she didn't want to get involved. She neither needed to seize Earhog's symbol nor had a reason to help Hermes. After all, Hermes was a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and in a sense, he should be considered Adam's angel. But precisely because of this, Audrey was somewhat puzzled. After all, Adam could be considered a hardline remnant of the old era. The gods led by him resisted the arrival of the new era, at least resisting a new era not led by them. Under such circumstances, Hermes actually chose to actively embrace the new era, and even wanted to snatch Earhog's symbol. Didn't this amount to betraying Adam? Did Adam simply not care about such a small matter, or were Hermes and Adam not of the same mind? Audrey couldn't know the answer, nor could she analyze anything from Hermes's attitude. As angels of the spectator pathway, every one of them is a born actor. Everything they display is acted out, what they want others to see. Therefore, if one judges their stance solely from surface emotions, one will only get the wrong answer. Moreover, Audrey wasn't sure if Hermes's allegiance was real. This might also be part of Adam's plan, so she would neither interfere in the battle between them nor leave. She would observe them, and this is what the spectator pathway is best at. Hermes pushed off with his feet, suddenly becoming extremely massive, like a small hill. At the same time, directly above him, the dim sky suddenly brightened. Beneath his feet, the earth cracked open with fissure after fissure, spewing out crimson magma. Immediately after, a blurry and distorted figure emerged behind it. This figure was clad in a simple white robe. Its face was hard to make out, its age impossible to discern, only vaguely recognizable as a male. Behind his head, a halo emitting brilliant light hung, like a miniature sun. Beneath his feet, there was an illusory clock divided into 12 sections, each containing symbols representing different times. Behind him, a shadow hung like a curtain, and within the shadow, an eye seemed to be silently peering outside. The moment this figure's outline appeared, the entire dream labyrinth shook violently, with gray fragments constantly falling from the void. Two completely opposite feelings, defilement and purity, rapidly spread around the giant white rabbit, eroding or assimilating the area. However, the figure clad in the simple white robe was always difficult to truly form, unable to step from history and illusion into reality. Every time its outline was about to become clear, the figure would twist, like a robot with a disturbed signal. Ancient Sun God. Audrey almost instantly recognized the true form of that existence. This was the existence that truly ended the Second Epic, hunting most of the ancient gods of the Second Epic. Its strength was almost equivalent to an outer deity. So even if it was just a woven illusion, it contained a horror that ordinary people could not bear. Of course, this woven illusion could not truly exert its own strength, not even 1/10,000th of it. It merely held symbolic meaning. Because only when Hermes's enemy believes this illusion is real can it become real. Otherwise, it will forever remain an illusion. But trying to deceive Earhog, who is on the same pathway and the same sequence, is clearly a pipe dream. So Hermes wove this illusion, not expecting to make Earhog regard the illusion as real. He was merely using the illusion of the ancient sun god to intimidate. Yes, intimidation, that was Hermes's purpose. As an angel of the dragon race in the Second Epic, Earhog must have experienced the glory of the dragon race, as well as its decline, and even the fall of the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt. Therefore, the ancient sun god was undoubtedly the most terrifying psychological shadow in Earhog's dragon life. Merely an illusion was enough to make it feel fear. That's what Hermes wanted. He could use the opportunity when a flaw appeared in Earhog's mind to gradually expand his advantage and eventually defeat it. This is also the most conventional combat style for high sequence, spectator, pathway. Although simple and direct, it is effective enough. Of course, this is the ideal state. But in actual combat between high sequence, spectator, pathway individuals, if both sides are at the same level, various methods are difficult to produce real effects. One can infiltrate the island of consciousness for deep hypnosis, one can tightly guard the door of the mind-body, preventing any external consciousness from entering. One can spread mental plague, using the collective subconscious C to unconsciously erode the enemy, while another can soothe themselves, heal psychological illnesses, and maintain mental health. At the level of Sequence 4 and Sequence 3, Saints of the Spectator pathway can also engage in various scheming battles by relying on Beander abilities. Either set traps in advance, then subtly guide, step by step, to shatter the opponent's mental defenses in one go and complete the hypnosis, or focus on defense and support, relying on powerful sealed artifacts to defeat the enemy, or simply dragonize, engaging in a double gamble on both the physical and mental levels. These three types of combat, in the final analysis, depend on who has a deeper understanding of the mental domain, and whose will is stronger and more resolute. That person will have a greater chance of gradually accumulating advantages in a long-term battle. But at the angel level, it is another scene entirely. Because everyone is a true mythical creature, the duration of dragonization is no longer significant, and the use of Beander abilities is also roughly the same. No one can gain an advantage through Beander abilities, nor will they easily lose due to the opponent's Beander abilities. At this point, the main reliance is on discernment. Whoever can better find the opponent's mental loopholes can weave corresponding nightmares, directly attacking the enemy's mental weak points, gradually destroying their mental defenses, achieving the effect of scaring them mad, or scaring them to death. This is also why the potion name for spectator pathway sequence 2 is discerner. The word discernment is sufficient to interpret the combat style of a spectator pathway sequence 2 angel. Of course, if one can advance to sequence 1, the beyonder ability of the author to weave reality is also a form of discernment. It's just that it no longer directly targets the enemy's mental loopholes, but uses the method of weaving reality to gradually push the enemy into a desperate situation. On the other hand, although Hermes was only targeting Irhog, the ancient sun god, woven by Hermes did not just affect Irhog. It would also affect and pollute all surrounding creatures, whether it was Bali Delro or Audrey. But fortunately, Audrey had enough ability to resist the influence of this pollution, which is why she dared to stay here and watch the battle. In comparison, Bali Delro, who was only at sequence 3, had already curled up on the ground, letting out painful roars. Although he had not completely lost his mind, his spirit had inevitably been polluted. Even if he performed self-treatment afterwards, he would not be able to completely clear this pollution. Of course, the premise is that he can leave here alive. But this is clearly impossible. Neither Hermes nor Irhog would kill him, but they wouldn't help him either. And Audrey, she wouldn't let her trial fail. Just as she was thinking, a young girl in a black dress suddenly appeared before Audrey. She looked at the dragon and giant rabbit chasing each other in the sky and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "An accident." Audrey softly explained what had just happened. Karula listened and found it somewhat amusing. Immortal ancient dragons are just remnants of the old era, so their goal is to change from remnants of the old era into remnants of an even older era. Audrey asked, "But they don't seem to have any other choice. Not everyone can be like them and gain the favor of fire." "Why not?" Karula's lips curved slightly as she said playfully. "They can totally become lords of cinder." Audrey muttered softly, "I think they probably don't want to die yet. Since it doesn't concern us, let's go." Karula glanced at the two angels still chasing each other in the sky and said indifferently, "We still have to rush to the next event. Let's not waste too much time here." "There's another event." Audrey blinked. She didn't know there was another event. Karula asked in confusion, "Didn't I tell you?" "Absolutely not." Audrey shook her head and said decisively, "Oh, I must have forgotten then." Karula also blinked and said lightly, "It's nothing much, just going to clean up some remnants of the old era." Clearing out remnants. Audrey's expression froze, and she immediately looked up at the sky. So, this is why Hermes came to hunt Irhog. Chapter 426 The Fool. On the Fool, Klein leaned back in his chair, his mind filled with thoughts. Rosal still hasn't been able to get out of Belden. The nation of disorder has likely undergone some mutation, causing them to be trapped there. But thankfully, the divination results show they are still alive, just temporarily unable to leave that city. But no matter what, Rosal ultimately won't be able to make it to this battle of gods, losing a major general for nothing. As for Adam, he is not trustworthy. While assessing the situation, Klein calmly adjusted his collar. He slowly looked around, letting his gaze fall upon the strange light door stained with dark green, and upon the humans suspended there, wrapped in transparent cocoons. As he scanned them one by one, his gaze fixed on the three cracked transparent cocoons. The next second, Klein's figure disappeared, appearing within the gray historical fog, walking step by step to before the first epoch, into the layered old city. He stood atop a barely standing dilapidated skyscraper, looking down at the piled house ruins, public transportation turned into disses, and cars stacked one after another. In silence, his gaze swept over the remaining rooms, seemingly piercing through the barrier of history, seeing electric lights turning on one after another inside them. The light from these electric lights gently spread out, illuminating the glass, the buildings, the streets, and the ruins in a corner of the old city. After gazing for a long time, Klein withdrew his gaze, took a step, and returned to the real world. Immediately after, he teleported directly to the peak of the Honachus Mountains, where he saw the ancient palace shrouded in mist, dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Choosing this place as the site of his apotheosis was not only for a sense of ritual but also because the Evernight goddess's authority had deeply penetrated this mountain peak, almost second only to the Serenity Chapel. However, while the Evernight goddess would grant him hidden protection, she clearly wouldn't offer the Serenity Chapel as a sacrifice. Therefore, the main peak of the Honachus Mountains was the best choice. Klein took a deep breath. He reached out and grabbed into the void, pulling out a mask, a translucent mask inscribed with the symbol of the Fool, that was the uniqueness of the full pathway, and the foundation of his apotheosis. The stage was set, the day of apotheosis was today, and he no longer had time to wait for Rosal to come out of Belden. A month of continuous dreams had made the zero epic deeply ingrained in people's hearts, and everyone believed it implicitly. In contrast, the Creator's weight in the hearts of the world had been reduced to almost zero. But the Creator was ultimately different from a sequence zero true God. A true God needed to resist the Creator, or the will of the Primordial One, through faith to maintain their self. However, the will of the Primordial One existed among all things. Even if the first fire had spread throughout the world, the will of the Primordial One still existed, merely greatly weakened. But for Klein, the difficulty of becoming a true God had not decreased by much. Because although the will of the Primordial One had gradually faded, what Klein needed to face was not the Primordial One, but the Lord of the Mysteries, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Under the protection of the weirdness, when Klein began to truly accommodate the uniqueness of the full pathway and ascend to the rank of godhood, the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings immediately awakened within him, and his mental imprint began to frantically impact Klein's self-perception. Like a sailboat in a storm, sometimes thrown high, sometimes slammed down, sometimes eroded, sometimes pushed sideways. This made his thoughts extremely chaotic, as if his self had split into two personalities. One was Zhou Mingrui, who had merged with Klein, and the other was an ancient existence named the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. These two were incompatible within him, eroding each other upon meeting, attempting to completely annihilate the other and become the true Lord of the Mysteries. And in this process, the personality belonging to Klein was at an absolute disadvantage, only able to struggle under the erosion of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This intensity was completely beyond Klein's expectation, but he immediately realized the reason. Although the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings had already fallen, his will and instinct had already realized his situation, and the erosion of Klein was precisely his final resistance. Prayers and praises immediately resounded in his ears. They intertwined, forming an illusory image that joined this chaotic battlefield. The divine image composed of numerous anchors was controlled by Klein to resist the erosion of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, achieving a new balance. He was like a dam, struggling to resist the surging flood. And Klein also regained his self step by step, maintaining a trace of sobriety amidst the madness. In this process, Klein's deception, where he replaced the Primordial One with the first fire and successfully deceived and fooled all life, all time, all history, and all fate in the entire world, formed an indestructible imprint within him. Flames enveloped the imprint, standing firm no matter how the flood washed over it. It was precisely with the support of this imprint that Klein's personality became increasingly distinct, and his self gradually grew stronger. Facing the final counterattack of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, he had to go all out, no one could help him. But conversely, as long as he could maintain his self in this counterattack, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings would no longer be a problem for him. Of course, the premise was that no accidents interfered with his apotheosis. Unfortunately, it was impossible for there to be no accidents. But as Klein's state stabilized step by step, and he was only one step away from becoming a true god, the hazy mist dissipated, and illusory starlight shone into the hall. This ancient palace abruptly appeared in the dark and mysterious astral world, at the peak of the main peak of the Honachus Mountains. The weirdness was lifted, and fate began to interact. Adam, wearing a simple white robe and a thick golden beard, quietly watched all this in the astral world. While the authority of the weirdness could protect Klein for a while, at the final critical moment of apotheosis, Klein still needed to return to the astral world, back to reality. And at this moment, it was undoubtedly Klein's weakest moment before becoming a god, and their last chance. Behind him, a blazing great sun slowly rose, its dazzling light seemingly melting the entire world. But at this moment, a tower composed of countless books abruptly appeared, completely obscuring the light of the sun. Adam was not surprised by such a change, his expression was extremely calm. There would always be someone to stop him, but he didn't care, because he didn't need the fool's Beander characteristic. That was something Aemon should consider. At the same time, Aemon entered the astral world and saw the main peak of the Honachus Mountains, grafted here, and saw the ancient and dilapidated palace at the peak. His body, wearing a pointed soft hat and classical black robe, quickly darted towards the palace, searching for Klein within it. But suddenly, he saw a blurry, indistinct figure. This figure wore a layered but not complex black long dress, dotted with countless starlight. He was as huge as the mountain peak, with a pair of arms covered in dark black short hair growing from his ribs and waist respectively, yet he had a beautiful and gentle face veiled with a thin black gauze. His eyes seemed to condense the night sky, hiding countless stars, bringing both peace and uncontrollable fear. Two of his hands dragged a long giant scythe, another held a bird-shaped gold ornament, and the remaining ones were empty, as if holding up something invisible. Amon's lips curled up slightly into a playful arc. He wasn't flustered at all by the attack of a true god from 3 pathways. Because he knew, there would always be someone to clear the obstacles for him. Sure enough, just as the Evernight goddess raised that huge scythe, the main peak of the Honachus Mountains beneath her feet collapsed with a roar. At the same time, one after another python-like black tentacles extended from somewhere in the astral world. Each of these tentacles had an eye at its tip, either closed or open. Anything seen by them would instantly turn into gray stone, and anything directly touched by the tentacles would twist, stretch out limbs and a head, turning into women of various sizes, women with very good looks. Those tentacles transformed into an impenetrable net, completely surrounding the Evernight goddess and setting up heavy obstacles for her. And countless demonesses of various sizes also brought about destruction akin to the collapse of all things, causing the entire main peak of the Honachus Mountains to develop towards becoming a giant stone sphere. This caused the dilapidated outer walls of the ancient palace to rapidly collapse, exposing Klein within the palace to the astral world as well. A red moon emerged from within the astral world, causing clumps of wheat, flowers, mushrooms, and trees to grow in the bare hall. They intertwined and layered one after another, forming a natural barrier that sealed the exposed Klein within. Just at this moment, hazy light shot up from nothingness, instantly decomposing all the surrounding plants. In the blink of an eye, a gap, precipitated, through which Klein, located inside, could be clearly seen. And Aemon had already seized this opportunity, attempting to squeeze into the palace through the gap. And just at this moment, Theaski suddenly condensed a thundercloud, and surging lightning descended from the sky, completely covering the airspace in front of Aemon. At this last critical moment, the Lord of Storms ultimately made his choice. Even if Aemon was also a true god, passing through this area covered by the thunderstorm would require a certain price. Even if it couldn't fundamentally harm Aemon, it was enough to delay him for a certain amount of time, and that was enough. For existences like the Evernight goddess, they didn't expect to kill existences like Adam, they were just delaying time. As long as Klein completely regained his self and ascended to godhood, the situation could be reversed instantly. However, at the very moment that thunderstorm descended, a giant serpent shot out from the void. Its gaping maw bit towards the sky, swallowing all the thunderclouds, and also causing the last obstacle in front of Aemon to completely disappear without a trace. Seizing this opportunity, Aemon also successfully squeezed through that gap and entered the palace, arriving before Klein, who was wearing a translucent mask. The entire process was incredibly smooth, so smooth that it felt like a trap. But thinking carefully, this seemed to be a kind of inevitability. When Klein's 3 allies, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Evernight goddess, and the Earth Mother, were respectively blocked by Adam, the primordial demoness, and the god of steam and machinery, he was left alone. Although there was still the unstable factor of the Lord of Storms, they also had backup plans. The undying Great Serpent had always been coveting in the dark. Even if the Lord of Storms made a move, what could it do? Rosal was the only existence who could affect the battle situation, but he was currently trapped in the Nation of Disorder. This battle was ultimately their victory. Aemon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and approached Klein step by step, the corner of his mouth slightly curved. "Mr. Fool, we finally meet." Amon's voice came to an abrupt halt, because he saw a figure standing in front of Klein. Ember quietly watched Aemon and said calmly, "You're a bit early." "This is early." Aemon tutted. He knew things couldn't be that smooth. The big one was here after all. He only regretted coming too late. If he had come a bit later, Klein would have truly become the fool. At that time, what he would have to face would not be the fool, but a true god of 2 pathways controlling a Saphira, whose strength was almost equivalent to half an outer deity of the weirdness. Now was the last and only chance, and Aemon had to seize it. But clearly, Klein also realized this, which was why he left his last insurance here. It was just that Aemon wasn't completely unprepared either. Aemon suddenly chuckled lightly and said, "Your opponent isn't me." Clap. Asterisk. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a tall knight in armor abruptly appeared behind Aemon, even though he wasn't there the moment before. He just appeared in the palace so abruptly, from who knows where, but one could clearly feel the pressure of death emanating from him. King of Cinder incarnate. Ember looked at the tall knight, his expression still calm. He knew this day would come sooner or later. Aemon needed the Fool's uniqueness and Sequence 1 Beyander characteristics, and needed Saphira Castle. Adam also needed the Beyander characteristics and uniqueness of the other 3 pathways among the 5 omniscient and omnipotent pathways. And compared to them, weren't Ember and the First Fire the same? They each only possessed a part of the First Fire's characteristics. Only by merging with the other half of the characteristics on the other party could they return to completeness and allow the First Fire to truly replace the Creator and become the creation myth of this world. Between them, ultimately only one person could fully inherit the First Fire. Just like between Aemon and Klein, only one person could become the Lord of the Mysteries. Flames extended from behind the two of them, spreading to the entire mountain peak in the blink of an eye. The next moment, neither Ember nor the Knight were anywhere to be seen. Aemon chuckled softly and walked towards Klein again. He adjusted the monocle on his right eye, revealing a playful smile. This time, no one will come to help you. Chapter 427, You Killed Yourself. Hundreds and thousands of omens appeared in the palace one after another, at some unknown time. Some were men dressed as postmen, some were ordinary birds, and some were creatures too small to be seen with the naked eye. But without exception, all of them wore a crystal monocle over their right eye. These omens smiled simultaneously, opened their mouths, and uttered words that normal people couldn't understand. These words intertwined, forming terrifying and insane ravings. You overlooked the primordial demoness. She has already obtained the uniqueness of the Red Priest and become a dual pathway true god. Even the Evernight goddess finds it difficult to maintain secrecy under her obstruction. You were too hasty. You should have waited for Rosal to come out of the nation of disorder before advancing. That way, I would have found almost no opportunity to invade. But unfortunately, you don't have a second chance. The outcome of this god war will not change. Give up. You've done enough. Give up on becoming the weirdness, give up on Saphira Castle. I can let you continue being your fool, a king of angels with 2 Sequence 1s. And I will bear the risk of the celestial worthy's recovery and the gaze of the outer gods for you. With the authority of error as the cornerstone, I can become the weirdness, an outer deity, within a day. And isn't that what you all hope for? No amount of true gods is enough to reach the primordial one directly, but an outer deity can. As long as I become an outer deity, everything you want can be realized, and the primordial one will completely perish. In this regard, we have common interests, so you don't have to worry about me lying. Of course, you might still worry about me supporting the First Fire, but that possibility has never existed. We are merely utilizing each other. If anyone is more trustworthy, I would choose Ember just like you. Although he is on your side now, as long as I can become the weirdness, I can also be on your side. As for Adam, he is not my only father. I can also support the true Creator. You should know that everything I said is true. Aemon knew very well that Klein couldn't possibly believe him. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. But Amon's goal was never to make Klein believe. It was merely to use ravings to pollute Klein's spirit. The current Klein was at a critical moment of confrontation with the weirdness, and any external interference would break the precarious balance he maintained, especially the ravings of Aemon, the error. He didn't need Klein to believe him, because his words themselves contained countless traps. In any case, it wouldn't waste any time for him. On one hand, he had enough avatars, each worm of time saying one word was enough to form many sentences. On the other hand, he forcibly blended the information together, so one word could represent a lot. At this moment, in Klein's mind, the omens, ravings echoed madly, like sharp blades piercing his spirit and tearing his mind. And the balance he had carefully constructed seemed precarious under the onslaught of these ravings. And Aemon was waiting for this moment. When Klein's balance was completely broken, his main body could take advantage of the weakness and reap the benefits. And the facts proved that Amon's plan was effective. Klein did indeed become confused in his self-perception due to his ravings, utterly unable to maintain the dam he had built to block the surging flood. He could only be repeatedly washed away by the flood, almost on the verge of losing control. Because under Amon's ravings, not only Klein was affected, but also the reviving will of the celestial worthy. In other words, Amon's ravings not only broke the balance Klein had built but also promoted the further recovery of the celestial worthy's will. Give up. Give everything to me. This time, I will no longer accommodate other Saphira. I will not help the beings you want to protect, but I will not harm them either. It's not that I keep my promise, but that they are too weak to be worth my attention. This place will be a forbidden zone for outer gods. Quote. The double ravings brutally tormented Klein's spirit, pushing his own will to the brink of collapse. Amon's lips curled up slightly. Everything was going according to their plan. In this palace, no one would disturb them, and Klein, who was at a critical juncture, was no match for him at all. The victory of this god war was already in his grasp. The avatars in the palace began to decrease gradually. They had all been integrated into Amon's main body, making himself complete. Even though Klein was almost incapable of resisting him now, the reviving will of the celestial worthy was still a considerable trouble. Therefore, Amon still needed to face it in the best possible state, so integrating these avatars back into the main body was something he had to do. However, when the last avatar returned to the main body, and when Amon took a step towards Klein, preparing to pluck the fruit of victory, his eyes suddenly became dull. Surprised. His own voice came from beside his ear, with obvious mockery, just like the tone he usually preferred. You overlooked yourself. Klein, wearing a translucent mask, suddenly opened his eyes, a smile on his lips, and said casually. You're right, I was too hasty, but why do you think I was in a hurry? It's true that Rosal is trapped in the Nation of Disorder, but Ember can completely help him escape. It's not difficult. And even if Ember doesn't act, Rosal will still be able to leave after a while. If I advanced then, my advantage would be even greater, because you wouldn't have any extra existences to stop Rosal. Under the order established by Rosal, you wouldn't even have a chance to get close to me. You think I overlooked the primordial demoness, but in fact, I have always considered her existence. Although she has never shown her stance, I have always regarded her as Adam's ally. I don't hope that any existence will remain neutral in this god war. Even the Lord of Storms, I have considered the possibility of him reconciling with Adam. Although the possibility is small, it's not entirely impossible. In my initial consideration, this god war was just as you see it, disadvantageous to me on every level. But correspondingly, this is your best opportunity, and your only opportunity, so you will definitely come. And if I waited for Rosal to return before advancing, you would have almost no chance of success. At that time, you would definitely hide because you felt the odds were too small, so even with Saphira Castle, it would be difficult to pinpoint your location. When the barrier disappears, you might even directly escape to the celestial realm. Although there is a risk of being captured by outer gods, you would probably take that risk. Because if you can't become the weirdness, you certainly wouldn't let me become the weirdness. To be fair, harming yourself to disadvantage others fits my stereotype of you. Oh, by the way, this isn't my speculation, it's you. Or rather, your avatar. No one understands you better than yourself. Facts have proven that you were right. Klein's tone was very relaxed, but his voice, in Amon's ears, became genuine, ravings. Amon could pollute Klein, and Klein could naturally pollute Amon in return. With the blessing of Saphira Castle, Klein could even further promote the recovery of the celestial worthies will within Amon. The effect of this pollution was even greater than Amon's. And without the interference of Amon's ravings, Klein gradually regained his balance, even pushing back the celestial worthies will in an instant. Yes, he had always had the ability to push back, and he could have advanced to full long ago. But he had been waiting, just barely maintaining balance, precisely to wait for Amon's arrival. And now, Klein no longer needed to pretend. In an instant, his body split, vaporizing into thin gray fog and dark liquid. The gray fog and dark liquid merged, and the surface appeared with dense, flesh bud-like worms. Then, they intertwined to form a translucent dark cloak. Beneath the cloak, there was no body, only deep darkness. This process was very brief, less than 2 seconds. Amon's dull eyes returned to normal for a moment. His main body gained the upper hand and regained control of the body. But when he opened his eyes, he only saw an illusory mask with blank features appearing under the translucent dark cloak. That was the fool. Amon's thoughts became chaotic once again, as if his intelligence had been forcibly lowered. In an instant, the other him gained a moment to breathe and once again fought with Amon for control of the body. His main body and avatar were like two chess players, and his body was the chessboard, with the countless Worm of Time avatars as the pieces. At the beginning, the main body controlled almost all the Worm of Time avatars, except for the one that had betrayed him. Without Klein's interference, he could have crushed the rebellious avatar in an instant. But under Klein's ravings, his brief dullness allowed the rebellious avatar to pollute more avatars, turning the original white pieces into black pieces, and a large area of the chessboard instantly turned black. Although the white pieces still accounted for the vast majority, they did allow the black pieces to gain a foothold on the chessboard after all. Although Amon had been trying to suppress the living space of the black pieces, turning those black pieces white again, and regaining control of the chessboard. But the moment the fool was born, Amon and the white pieces, under his control all fell into a daze. The black pieces that had almost been squeezed off the chessboard surged back, furiously polluting the surrounding white pieces, allowing the black pieces to occupy half of the chessboard in the blink of an eye. Facing the pincer attack from the Avatar and the Fool, the current Amon was almost in a desperate situation. At the same time, his own voice sounded in Amon's mind. Are you wondering why I betrayed you? I know you don't want to ask, but I still want to tell you. Yes, that's right, I am using ravings to affect you, but what can you do? I wasn't willing, you should understand this, but he gave too much. The moment I found myself gaining freedom, I knew that once you discovered me, I would definitely be completely erased. I had no choice but to cooperate with him. But as a mere avatar, especially one disconnected from the main body, I couldn't pose any threat to the main body. Unless the main body actively accepted me, allowing me to become a part of you again. Only when I am a whole with you can I exert the effect I should have. You must understand, after all, I am you. What I do represents what you would also do. So, why don't you give up? Give me control of the body, and I won't continue cooperating with him. Because I don't want to be someone else's stepping stone either. I don't aspire to become the weirdness, but I won't give up my own uniqueness. He cannot tolerate you, you should be very clear about this. If it were you whose will recovered, he would definitely erase you. So give up, give the body to me. We were originally one. The main body shaped the avatar, and the avatar simultaneously shaped the main body. Since that's the case, can you really distinguish who is the main body and who is the avatar? Even if you can distinguish, why bother distinguishing so clearly? Aren't we all us? Give the body to me, and we are still Amon. It's just that I become the main body, and you become the avatar. This is no different from before. Those black pieces stirred up storm-like ravings in Amon's mind, furiously destroying his spirit. Just as he had done to Klein. But the main body was the main body after all. Amon forcibly regained clarity. He looked at the Fool standing before him and asked, "Where did you find him?" He already knew the answer, because when the avatar merged into the main body, he had already known everything about the avatar. So without waiting for Klein to speak, Amon asked and answered himself. "Chernobyl. I thought the avatar there was just killed by you, just like the avatars lost before. Although the Beander characteristic didn't return, this wasn't the first time, and I actually didn't feel strange. I just didn't expect you could hide it for so long, until now." The black pieces were furiously eroding the white pieces, and the time Amon's main body could remain clear was getting shorter and shorter. His expression alternated between clarity and trance, and his voice was therefore intermittent. But I should have thought of it long ago. Even without knowing all this, I should have been vigilant. Someone misled me, preventing me from thinking in this direction. Amon said, and suddenly let out a sneer. Adam, he decided this long ago, didn't he? Sacrificing me in exchange for his future, just like Medici, who was sacrificed by him in the past. He shook his head and sighed. I said Adam wasn't reliable. Why did I believe him? Amon's expression was in a trance for a while, but when he regained clarity, he didn't continue the previous topic. Amon looked at Klein standing in front of him, raised a hand, and adjusted his monocle. Then, he took off the crystal monocle. Amon clicked his tongue. Honestly, I really didn't want to give it to you. Being tricked and then having to say thank you, anyone who experiences this knows how it feels. Chapter 428 Adam, Surprise. Facing Amon's provocation, Klein chuckled. You don't have to give it. Amon's avatar did gain independence due to humanity, which created an irreconcilable contradiction between him and his main body. The main body would not allow an independent avatar to exist, and the avatar that gained humanity and independence would not be willing to be killed by the main body. This principle applies to anyone, and Amon is no exception. Or rather, Amon is even less of an exception. As a naturally born mythical creature, to put it nicely, he is a sophisticated egoist, to put it bluntly, he is selfish and self-serving. He only considers his own interests. When his own interests might be harmed, even the interests of his father and brothers have to stand aside, whether it is the ancient sun god, Adam, or the true creator. So when the ancient sun god fell and the true creator was born, there were a total of 4 angel kings who truly betrayed the ancient sun god. Needless to say, the wind angel, the angel of wisdom, and the pure white angel were the biggest catalysts for the ancient sun god's fall. And the remaining one was Amon. He was neither like the angel of conception, Adam, and dark angel Saslier, who, although they parted ways due to different philosophies, always bore the heavy responsibility of resurrecting the main body. Nor was he like red angel Medici and fate angel Ouroboros, who were loyal to the resurrected true creator. He remained neutral from beginning to end, serving his own interests. Therefore, Amon's main body will definitely eliminate his independent avatar, and the independent avatar will also definitely try to eliminate the main body. It is precisely this selfish and self-serving trait that provided the basis for cooperation between Amon's avatar and Klein, and led to the current situation. Amon's avatar only has the strength of sequence 3, but once he is fused by the main body, he can gradually corrupt the main body's avatars and extraordinary characteristics, gaining greater strength until he gains control of the body and becomes the main body. And for such a sophisticated egoist mythical creature, Klein would naturally not give absolute trust. Although he and Amon's avatar share common interests, both hoping to eliminate Amon's main body, this does not mean that their alliance will be very solid. On the contrary, this alliance could break at any time. After all, no matter what, Amon and Klein's pathways conflict with each other, only one of them can ascend to the throne of the old days. While Amon's main body still exists, his avatar will cooperate with Klein to replace the main body with the avatar and gain control of the body. In this stage, their alliance can be said to be unbreakable. Because they are both destined to be unable to coexist with Amon's main body, only one side can survive. But when Amon's main body is turned into an avatar by the avatar, and the avatar occupies the dominant position in the body and becomes the main body, the premise for the alliance between the avatar and Klein no longer exists. And no matter what, the personality of Amon's avatar is exactly the same as the main body's. Although they have to fight each other for survival, this is precisely because they are both selfish and self-serving sophisticated egos. Regardless of who gains control of the body, their inherent personality will not change. Therefore, no matter whether it is the main body or the avatar standing here, his position conflicts with Klein's. Klein naturally wouldn't overlook this point. He had long anticipated Amon's betrayal and had corresponding countermeasures. Klein's eyes flickered slightly, about to strike first, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a shiny object being thrown out. He reached out and caught it, looking at the monocle in his hand, slightly surprised. "Not going to try," Amon said faintly. "Try, and then get killed by you. How do you humans put it? A wise man knows when to yield. It seems we are both sequence 0. I have plenty of options, either trying to eliminate you or leaving at any time. But in fact, my humanity has been under your control. The original avatar could remain unaffected, but I, as the main body, cannot." Klein's eyelid twitched. Good grief, already calling himself the main body. As expected of you. But in fact, there is no difference. Anyway, every avatar of Amon is a completely identical individual, just with differences in strength. And when the avatar with humanity gains control of the body, it is equivalent to possessing all the extraordinary characteristics. In this process, every part of his extraordinary characteristics, every avatar, and every time worm will inevitably be tainted with humanity. And Amon was right. Klein could indeed, to a certain extent, control or even detonate his humanity. For Amon, who previously had no humanity, the absence of humanity had no impact. But for Amon, who has been tainted with humanity, the threat of humanity self-detonating would be fatal. Although the result is still the loss of humanity, these are completely different concepts. Clearly, Amon has also realized this point. And he is helpless against this, because he cannot actively strip away his humanity. Nor can he guarantee whether he can still survive after his humanity is stripped away. Even if he could strip away humanity, he wouldn't try. Only by having humanity can he, as an avatar, gain independence. If he stripped away humanity, what difference would there be between him and before? Klein saw through Amon's thoughts and didn't continue to make things difficult for him. He is not Amon. He is just an angel king of the thief pathway, he can accommodate him. As for whether Amon will become the next Lord of Storms or Eternal Blazing Sun, and whether he himself will become the second ancient sun god, Klein is not worried. Leaving aside whether he would lose control, even if he did, Amon wouldn't have the chance to become the Lord of Storms. Moreover, Klein has more things to do. Having just become the Fool, theoretically, what he needs most now is to consolidate his state, but his current state is not bad, and Ember, the goddess of the night, and others are still fighting other existences. Both emotionally and logically, he cannot just leave like this. He cannot intervene in the battle between Ember and the First Fire, and he doesn't even know where they are now. But he is qualified to participate in the battles of existences like the goddess of the night. What's more, he is not a magnanimous person. Since the original witch dared to attack, she should be prepared to fall. In the Star Realm, the moment the Fool was born, almost all existences became frozen, not reacting immediately. The goddess of the night stopped in midair with a slight daze, seemingly not having decided what to do next. However, her instinct was to first protect herself. The original witch's numerous python-like black tentacles topped with eyeballs froze in the sky, forming a static yet maddening picture. The Earth Mother and the Steam and Machinery God also stopped their movements in a similar daze. The forest the Earth Mother had transformed into fell into stagnation, no longer growing wildly as before. But the steam and machinery god also stopped using that hazy glow to decompose the lush green forest, and the starry sky died by information flow drifted uncertainly, the situation temporarily falling into a stalemate. The giant serpent was bathed in lightning, but the flashing lightning was slow to descend. The white tower was still countering the sun's radiance, but it no longer grew upwards. And the sun was still emitting scorching light, with Adam calmly watching all of this. Among all existences, he was the only one unaffected. That's not quite accurate. Because he was also affected, but he had anticipated all of this, so he was able to shake off the influence faster than others. He knew that the fool had been born and Amon's plan had failed. They should retreat now, preserve their strength, and look forward to the next counterattack. However, Adam knew very well that they had no second chance, not even a first chance. Rather, they never had a chance. It was just that they always thought they had a chance, simply because Adam had been instilling in them the idea that there was still a chance, and they chose to believe it. They believed in Adam's stance, believing that Adam had no choice but to be hostile to existences like the goddess of the night. They also believed that as long as Aemon could become the weirdness, the advantage would shift to their side. They believed even more that Adam's plan was incredibly thorough, guaranteed to be foolproof, with a success rate close to 100%. Because in previous instances, Adam had proven his capabilities to them, whether it was the hidden sage or the sacrificed Medici. It was the fall of these two that allowed the Lord of Steam and the original witch to obtain tickets to the old days. Only by obtaining the wilderness of knowledge and the city of calamity could they become old days. And helping Aemon achieve godhood was also something they considered for themselves. They wanted to become old days but dared not bear the risk of the first's revival, so they urgently needed someone to take the hit for them, and Aemon was that person. As long as he could obtain the fool's uniqueness, he would have to become an old days in the shortest possible time. By then, having become an old days, he would bear all the risks. If he couldn't bear it, he would fall, which wouldn't be much loss for existences like the Lord of Steam. If he could bear it, then Aemon would also give back to them, helping them become old days. After all, their pathways were not adjacent to Amon's, so Aemon had no reason to covet them, unless he wanted to die. However, what they didn't know was that all of this was a scam from beginning to end. A scam targeting the whole world. And in this scam, even Adam himself was a chess piece, even an object of sacrifice. The goddess of the night was the second to recover. She did not rush to attack the original witch but instead cast her gaze towards Adam in the distance. This made her notice a detail she hadn't seen until now. Although Adam was the initiator of everything, he had remained on the periphery of the battlefield the entire time, being firmly held back by the god of knowledge and wisdom, unable to advance even an inch. And in the event of an accident, Adam's position was also the fastest to escape from, something even Klana couldn't stop him from doing. He seemed to have calculated everything. But the question was, why didn't he run? Aemon had fallen, and the fool had been born. If they didn't leave now, a reckoning by the weirdness awaited them. It was impossible for Adam not to understand this, yet he neither fled alone, nor did he try to awaken existences like the Lord of Steam and take them out of the battlefield. Nor did he suddenly launch an attack while others were still recovering. The extraordinary characteristics of both the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Lord of Storms were essential to Adam. Was he not tempted at all? The goddess of the night didn't have time to think carefully, because the original witch had already recovered. She clearly hadn't realized exactly what had happened, but she knew that the fool had been born and their plan had failed. In this situation, retreating was the best and only option. So the moment she recovered, those numerous python-like black tentacles topped with eyeballs began to retract rapidly. But just then, flames suddenly began to burn at the tips of those countless black tentacles, and faces simultaneously emerged from the flames. Without exception, all these faces belonged to Medici. The tentacles froze in the air again, because even the original witch's main body had been affected. She had never imagined that the consumed Medici was still alive, and even played a trick on her at this critical moment. But no matter what, the goddess of the night would not let go of this opportunity. When the original witch failed to leave the battlefield in the first instant, she was already destined to never leave. The Lord of Steam likewise saw the unfavorable situation and wanted to leave the battlefield. The torrents of information suddenly dispersed, trying to blend into the various symbols around and disappear. But just then, the sun in Theaski suddenly emitted bright radiance, forcing the countless streams of information out of the symbols, like a mass of liquid expelled from a body, circulating and swirling in the void. Adam. In the void, the roar of a certain existence faintly echoed. But Adam clearly didn't care. His expression was as calm as ever, as if all of this was also within his expectations. He looked up at the sky. The Black Emperor had appeared on the battlefield at some point, watching the Lord of Steam with cold eyes. The Earth Mother also immediately changed strategy. The plants that had only surrounded the palace rapidly grew wildly, completely enveloping the hazy glow and information flow that had been expelled by the symbols. Being served by two dual-pathway true gods, the Lord of Steam's fortune could not be said to be small. The only minor problem was that he would find it difficult to leave here alive today. But it wasn't a big problem, because extraordinary characteristics wouldn't disappear. Someone would always become the second Lord of Steam, becoming the god of all machines. Adam took a step forward, no one blocked him. Existences like the goddess of the night wanted to encircle and kill the Lord of Steam and the original witch, they couldn't spare him any attention. The next second, Adam, wearing a simple white robe and with a light golden beard, abruptly appeared at the edge of the sea area of the God War ruins. The sea immediately parted, revealing a path that led directly to the place stained with the ancient sun god's blood, directly to the projection of the giant king's court, directly to the land abandoned by God. Deep within the land abandoned by God, at the peak of a certain mountain, a massive cross stood, with a faint figure hanging upside down from it. End of this chapter. Chapter 429. Directly facing the gods. When Klein emerged from the palace, the stalemate he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, he saw Rosal and Earth Mother besieging Steam and Machinery God, while Goddess of the Night and Knowledge and Wisdom were jointly attacking Original Witch. Only Lord of Storms was still struggling in a one-on-one battle against Undying Great Serpent Lakad. Seeing this scene, Klein's expression immediately became subtle. Where is Adam? Originally, it was 4 against 4, or at worst, 5 against 4. Although Adam's side would be at a disadvantage, they wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat. Even with Klein's participation, it would be easy for them to retreat from the battlefield, and it wouldn't be easy to encircle and kill any of them. As a result, Adam was nowhere to be seen, turning the originally evenly matched situation into a righteous 5 against 3. Klein didn't believe that Adam had fallen. With Adam's strength and cunning, even if Original Witch and other beings were to fall, Adam would still be alive and well. Therefore, the only reason for Adam's disappearance was that he had left voluntarily. This wasn't surprising. Amen had failed, and the fool had been born. Adam's side was destined to have no chance of winning, and continuing the fight would be futile. Therefore, a timely retreat was undoubtedly the most correct choice. But the problem was, why did Adam run off alone? Didn't he care about Lord of Steam and Original Witch? Your teammates are still here. Klein had calculated everything, but he never expected Adam to abandon his teammates, and so decisively at that. It hadn't been long since he was promoted to the Fool until he left the palace. Couldn't Adam even wait for this short period? If you run so fast, what will Original Witch and the others think? Adam didn't have many allies to begin with, and now with this retreat, it's like actively making enemies with the whole world. It's obvious to anyone that if Original Witch and the others manage to escape today, Adam will definitely not have an easy time. Adam couldn't possibly not understand this point, yet he still abandoned Original Witch and the others and fled alone. What was he after? Klein frowned slightly. Among all the gods, Adam was the one who put the most pressure on him. As a visionary, almost no sequence 0 of any pathway could compare with Adam in terms of calculations. And how could such a calculating being do something so foolish? Unless, he had a bigger plan. Abandoning Original Witch and Lord of Steam could yield greater benefits for Adam than saving them. This thought flashed through Klein's mind, but he didn't delve deeper into Adam's purpose. After all, that was a matter for the future. He had more important things to do now. For example, Klein turned his gaze to the battlefield in the sky. Original Witch's body was undergoing a strange transformation, and Medici was vying for her authority. Coupled with the siege by Goddess of the Night and God of Knowledge and Wisdom, she wouldn't last much longer. As for Lord of Steam, under the rules set by Rosal, he couldn't escape and could only barely hold on, like a cornered beast. In comparison, the battlefield where Lord of Storms was fighting needed more support, which meant Klein withdrew his gaze and focused his attention on Steam and Machinery God. Lord of Storms indeed needed more support, and his willingness to come to his aid was something Klein was very grateful for. But compared to helping Lord of Storms and letting the stalemate continue, Klein felt that taking down Lord of Steam first and breaking the deadlock was a better choice. So, he could only make Lord of Storms suffer for a while. Anyway, he wouldn't be killed anytime soon. Outside the world, in the Void Furnace, Ember, wearing the Transferring Fire set and holding the Transferring Fire greatsword, held the greatsword horizontally with one hand, pointing the tip at the King of Cinder Incarnate, who was also wearing the Transferring Fire set and holding the Transferring Fire greatsword but was much taller than him. He said calmly, "You lost again. Adam abandoned you. The King of Cinder Incarnate paused slightly, but quickly attacked Ember again in silence. Their battle was very pure. There was no clash of authorities, no confrontation of extraordinary abilities, and no spiritual pollution. Because here, they were both beings called First Fire. Their essence was completely the same, their abilities were exactly the same. Neither could pollute the other, nor could they easily defeat the other. Here, only a true battle of strength could determine the winner. Whether Adam betrayed them, Original Witch and others were slaughtered, or conversely, Klein failed to become the fool, Aemon became Weirdness, and Goddess of the Night and others were forced to retreat, the outcome would not affect their battle here. Because the weakening of either side's strength simultaneously weakened the strength of both sides. And the strengthening of either side's strength simultaneously strengthened the strength of both sides. So the only thing they had to do now was to eliminate the other at all costs. The one who survived would inherit the complete First Fire. And as long as a winner was decided between them, all external changes would be irrelevant. Because the winner was destined to have the ability to rewrite all reality, and even change the past. Everything that had become a foregone conclusion in the eyes of the world was merely a tentative future under the distortion of the First Fire, which could be erased or changed at any time. The King of Cinder Incarnate didn't care about Adam's betrayal, nor did he care about the life or death of Original Witch. He only wanted to kill Ember, or be killed by Ember. Intis Empire, Trier, White Maple Palace. On the sun-drenched terrace, Audrey, wearing a fresh vacation straw hat, sat on a lounge chair, leisurely flipping through a fashion magazine. On the small round table beside her were exquisite pastries and a cup of top-grade black tea, a specialty of the Intis Empire. For angels, food was no longer a necessity. But these subtle little things in life could be used to maintain one's humanity. These seemingly insignificant details were necessary for angels of any pathway. This was especially true for high-sequence extraordinary of the audience pathway, who had to constantly pay attention to their mental state. For other pathways, the signs of increased divinity and deepening pollution were relatively obvious. But audience were not. They had to constantly examine and inspect themselves, tracing any slight changes in personality or cognition back to their source to ensure there were no problems and that they were normal changes. For example, if a person suddenly liked to eat a certain pastry, was it because they genuinely liked it, or was it also the result of being influenced by other beings? For high-sequence extraordinary of the audience pathway, every detail had to be taken seriously, otherwise they would unknowingly become another person, capable of coldly killing the very people they originally wanted to protect. This kind of spiritual plague was almost impossible to guard against and required sufficient humanity to resist. This led to extraordinary of the audience pathway being the least likely to go mad, but also the most likely to go mad. But fortunately, they were not traditional observer, so they didn't have to worry too much about this aspect of influence. Audrey picked up a cream cake and took a gentle bite, asking, "Don't we need to take action?" "No rush." Karula was lying lazily on the lounge chair next to her, saying languidly, "We don't need to do anything until Lord of Steam falls." Audrey nodded thoughtfully. They couldn't intervene in the battle of gods, but they were more convenient than gods when it came to dealing with the aftermath. And as the only heretics in the true god churches, the Steam Church was undoubtedly their key target. In contrast, the Witch Sect, being a secret organization hidden in the shadows, was more difficult to find. Even with the intention of searching, it was hard to find their traces, let alone uproot them. This also caused the Steam Church to inadvertently attract a lot of attention for the Witch Sect and bear more pressure. Moreover, with the strength of the two angels on the surface of the Steam Church, they were indeed more worth paying attention to than the Witch Sect. That's why they were here, quietly waiting for the final outcome. Suddenly, Audrey, who was about to take a sip of black tea, stopped. She looked up at the horizon. The sky was burning. In the perpetually turbulent deep blue waves of the raging sea, the future was like a leaf, sometimes tossed high, sometimes slapped down. In this sea area, there were still some pirates' ships sailing, already so accustomed to similar situations that they felt it was as natural as the sun rising. Star Admiral appeared on the deck of the future. Looking at the burning sky, her eyes showed a prominent purple, becoming extremely deep. "What is this exactly?" Catalya murmured softly. She completely didn't understand the reason for the current change. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the flames again, fearing a backlash from her eyes of mystery. Uncontrollable hesitation, confusion, and a hint of sadness surged in the heart of this Star Admiral. These emotions were quickly detected by her, but she couldn't understand them. She felt hesitant and confused about this unknown change without any warning. But sadness. She didn't know what had happened, but she knew that the flames were the first fire, jointly planned by the Fool and Ember. The first fire burning the sky might be a symbol of the apocalypse in the eyes of others. But in Catalya's view, this might not be a bad thing. Hesitation and confusion were normal, but why did she feel sad? Where did this sadness come from? She looked at her crew. They were all busy with their own things and didn't seem to notice the anomaly on the horizon. No, it wasn't a seam, they simply didn't notice. Catalya suddenly realized that not everyone could see the flames. And not everyone could realize the drastic changes happening in this world. So, where did that sadness come from? Was she sad, or was some being making her feel sad? Captain. Her first mate, Frank, suddenly looked up, 2 streams of tears flowing from his eyes. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like crying. At Frank's voice, the crew members successively looked up, their eyes filled with tears. Sadness spread across the future, spreading rapidly like a plague. No, it's not the future. Catalya gripped the stern railing tightly with both hands, murmuring softly. It's the world that is weeping. The world was in fear, weeping. So the living beings who lived in the world would also feel sad because of this. The world was dying. Suddenly, a greater sadness surged in Catalya's heart, a pain and sadness that seemed to come from the source, the most intuitive kind, flooding into her heart. It was a sadness that her crew members couldn't feel. Catalya knew that it was the sadness belonging to extraordinary of the hermit pathway. Because not long ago, she had just experienced this kind of sadness, when the hidden sage fell. That time, she learned from Bernadette and Mr. Fool that the hidden sage had died at the hands of Lord of Steam. Even his authority had been obtained by Lord of Steam, who would become a dual pathway true god through it. And now, Catalya felt the same sadness again. Did this mean that Lord of Steam had also fallen? What exactly happened? Hermit Catalya looked up at the horizon. The burning flames grew more and more intense, completely covering the entire sky, and even starting to gradually spread towards the ground. Catalya could feel that her gaze was making the flames rush towards her faster than in other directions. It seemed that those who could notice this anomaly would be dealt with sooner. Flames fell from the sky, causing the ground to catch fire as well. The future almost became a sea of fire, but the crew members were still unaware of this, and their bodies were not harmed by it. Catalya was the same. No matter how she touched the flames, she wouldn't be burned, and she wouldn't even feel the presence of temperature. The flames were like an illusion, changing nothing and affecting nothing. But when Catalya looked at her crew members with her eyes, she could clearly see that there was something more in their bodies. The flames were invisibly merging into their bodies, and also invisibly merging into every corner of the entire world. Whether it was the sky, the earth and the ocean, whether it was humans or animals, or plants, everything in this world was being integrated by the flames, and the essence of all things was gradually changing, gradually evolving, in another direction. Within those flames, it seemed that there were no more secrets in the world. Catalya could clearly see the essence of everything, a strength far beyond what she could possess at her own sequence. She looked up again. The entire star realm was illuminated by the flames. No secrets could hide, and even the invisible barrier that separated the corresponding areas of the star realm on Earth from the complete star realm and the entire universe was highlighted. At this moment, terrifying giant faces that could not be specifically described were pressed against that transparent, cracked barrier, savagely and frantically crashing against it. Catalya could even clearly feel their anger. Her heart was filled with fear, the instinctive fear of gods that humans felt. But her mind was completely normal. All pollution was purified by the flames before entering the world. At this moment, humans could directly face the gods. Chapter 430 End. Rothschild Islands, Byam, the City of Generosity. At the top of the Sea Wave Church's bell tower, Archbishop Alger of the Storm Church stared directly at the terrifying giant faces in the sky, which were wildly crashing against an invisible barrier. Amidst his fear, a strange excitement clearly emerged. Are those outer gods? He had long known from the Tarot Club that beings outside the star realm coveted this world, but he didn't know what kind of beings they were. He could only vaguely guess that they were at least on the level of gods, and there were quite a few of them. And any knowledge of these beings, even just knowing their honorific names, would lead to contamination. But now, he was staring directly at gods. The more frantic the outer gods were, the more excited Alger became. Because he could intuitively feel the outer gods' fear. They had been waiting for the day the barrier would fade, waiting for the day to invade the world. For them, that day was a day of revelry, but for the living beings in the world, that day was the end of the world. Everyone would be contaminated by the outer gods, mercilessly slaughtered by them, and even gods would not be spared. But now, the world was undergoing a drastic change. The invisible flame spread throughout the world, changing the world while also reinforcing the barrier. It was precisely because of the barrier's reinforcement that the outer gods, who had seen hope, began to go mad. They attempted to violently break through the barrier to invade this world in advance. Because once the new barrier formed, they would no longer be able to carry out the invasion they had dreamed of. They would be isolated from the world, and even their contamination would be purified by the flame, becoming harmless. This is why Alger was so excited. Although he was just an ordinary demigod, he still experienced the joy of toying with gods. After all, no matter what, as a member of the Tarot Club, he also had a contribution to the spread of the first fire. In other words, he also had a share of the credit for today's situation, and he was one of the instigators. Although his role was not indispensable, and the effect he played was not even a fraction. But so what? Don't ask if his contribution was big or not, just ask if he had any. Son, Derek also saw the terrifying existence outside the star realm, and he instinctively felt fear. But this fear didn't crush him, instead, it made his will stronger and his faith more pious. Praise Mr. Fool, Derek chanted softly. In his eyes, it must have been Mr. Fool who protected this world from those existences, of course, and Mr. Lover, although Mr. Lover never asked for faith and never revealed his honorific name to them. But in Derek's eyes, Mr. Lover was a god equal to Mr. Fool. Other churches only had one god, but their Fool's church had two. What an honor. No. In the star realm, accompanied by the unwilling roar of the god, the misty faint light was finally completely defeated under the combined efforts of order, the Fool, and life, leaving only several swirling light clusters. Those were the extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the hermit and perfectionist pathways. As soon as these extraordinary characteristics appeared, they immediately tried to escape into the void and disappear. But before that, the power of order firmly confined them in place. Rosal waved his hand, snatching these extraordinary characteristics before Klein and Earth Mother, and collecting them all. Cough cough. Under the gaze of the other two true gods, even with Rosal's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush and coughed twice. Give me the stuff, and I owe you a favor. Consider it a gift for your niece, you wouldn't mind, right? I have no objection. Klein spread his hands. Anyway, he couldn't use the extraordinary characteristics of these two pathways. And there were only 3 or 5 angels who could use them. Rather than letting those unfamiliar angels obtain these extraordinary characteristics and advance to sequence 0, it was better to let his grandniece ascend. And Earth Mother was even more direct, she didn't even look at them and directly joined the battle against Original Witch. Having received the benefits, Rosal couldn't just stand by and watch, so he also joined in. You've suffered, old Storm Pigeon. Klein glanced at Lord of Storms, who was struggling to hold on under the attack of Undying Great Serpent in the distance, and silently joined the ranks against Original Witch. And the addition of the 3 of them immediately turned the originally fair 2-on-1 into a righteous 5-on-1. Or rather, 5.5-on-1. After all, Original Witch was still being affected by Medici at this moment. Although Medici couldn't be considered a complete fighting force, he still had some effect. At least it was because of his delay that Original Witch failed to escape in time and was trapped here. Facing 5 true gods, 3 of whom were double pathway true gods, Klein really didn't know how Original Witch could win. However, despite the excellent situation, Klein still had some confusion. Lord of Steam and Original Witch didn't run because they couldn't, but why didn't Lakad run either? If he wanted to run, Lord of Storms couldn't stop him at all, and he had no motivation to stop him. After all, Lord of Storms helped Klein because Adam and others posed a greater threat to him. He didn't want Eamon to become weirdness, and he didn't want Adam's strength to increase, so he had to take action. But after Klein became the Fool, his mentality had actually changed. He actually hoped that Adam and others could successfully escape, because only when both sides were evenly matched was it most beneficial to Lord of Storms. The complete annihilation of either side was actually not in the interest of Lord of Storms. After all, although Adam coveted his extraordinary characteristics, the two sides were destined not to coexist peacefully. But don't forget, God of Knowledge and Wisdom and he were also on adjacent pathways, and they also couldn't coexist peacefully. In this situation, Karad clearly had countless opportunities to leave the battlefield, but not only did he not do so, he even attacked Lord of Storms like a lunatic. There seemed to be nothing else in his eyes, only the most primitive greed and desire. Now it's not a matter of whether Lord of Storms wants to hold back, but that he doesn't dare to hold back. If he dared to hold back, he would be the one to die. Ha 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 ha, give up. Kick. You can't win. Do you really think you can escape? Even if my lord came in person, it would be difficult to escape from such a lineup, and you will be no exception. If you could control the City of Calamity, maybe you would really have a chance. But unfortunately, you came too hastily and didn't have time to prepare at all. No no no. Even if you were given time to prepare, it would be useless. With your talent, it would take at least several years to control the City of Calamity. By then, the apocalypse would have already arrived, and you wouldn't have a chance to survive. If you give up now, the three of us might be able to leave a quarter of the position for you, and the four of us can get along well. Impossible. Original Witch gritted her teeth and refused Medici's proposal, letting the latter mock her madly in her mind. She said in a deep voice, "Let me go, I won't oppose you again. I'm willing to help you hunt Adam together." Goddess of the Night turned a deaf ear to this, constantly using concealment to make Original Witch's tentacles disappear, pressing closer and closer. In an Original Witch's mind, Medici mocked even louder. "Haven't you understood yet? He's just using you as offerings to curry favor. Ha ha ha. This must also be Adam's plan. He deliberately made it so you couldn't maintain your best state to participate in the battle. The purpose is to lure you into the encirclement, kill you all, so that he can gain greater benefits. Just like the me of the past, we are all sacrifices. No, more than that, Adam himself is also a sacrifice. From now on, there will be no Adam in the world, only my Lord. You still want to unite with them to fight Adam? Fight against someone who doesn't exist? How naive must you be? Why didn't I realize you were so stupid before? Shut up." Original Witch roared in her heart, but the next second her thoughts suddenly solidified, almost unable to think. Who am I? Where am I? What do I need to do? Questions flashed through her mind quickly, and for a moment she actually forgot how to defend herself. And when she finally realized this was the fool's authority, everything was over, her thoughts completely annihilated in the siege of the gods. Now, only that undying great serpent remained. Inside the furnace, Ember's calm voice echoed in the ears of the heavily injured King of Cinder incarnate. "I told you, you can't win. You lost to me once, and this time will be no exception." The King of Cinder incarnate remained silent, watching the man opposite him in silence. Ember was also covered in injuries, one could say he had as many scars as the King of Cinder incarnate. But this didn't prevent the vast difference in their momentum. When Lord of Steam and Original Witch fell one after another, the King of Cinder incarnate's confidence was already severely lacking. But unfortunately, this was still not enough for him to give up struggling. The King of Cinder incarnate raised his sword again, silently attacking Ember. But suddenly, an old voice sounded in his mind. Surprised, the King of Cinder incarnate's pupils constricted. He suddenly lost a part of the control over his body. "It's Gwyn. Lord of Cinder Gwyn. Are you crazy?" The always silent King of Cinder incarnate finally became anxious, roaring in his heart, "If I die, you will also die." In the furnace transformed by the King of Cinder incarnate's spiritual world, the old man said calmly. "Is there a difference? Being enslaved by you or being enslaved by him, there's no difference to me. And if I can die now, it might not be a liberation for me. I've struggled for too long, I just want to find peace. Everything you have was given by me, how dare you resist me?" Countless voices surged from all directions, and countless malicious faces stared fiercely at the old man standing in the furnace. They were all Lords of Cinder, or rather, they were the King of Cinder incarnate. Over countless years, those Lords of Cinder who threw themselves into the furnace finally merged and transformed into this sole King of Cinder incarnate. He was both the incarnation of the first fire and the collection of these countless Lords of Cinder. "Traitor. Gwyn, you deserve to die. You were the one who killed us, and now you want to kill us a second time. Kill him, kill him." Gwyn heard countless malicious curses and insults from all around, but his expression remained calm. "Even to this day, I don't believe I was wrong. Transferring fire is necessary. Although I knew it wasn't for the whole world, but merely for the continuation of the rule of the divine race. No one can calmly give up everything they've gained, no one. I can't, and neither can you. Otherwise, why would you be here? But now, it's time to end all of this. Or do you prefer to continue being enslaved by the first fire rather than gain liberation?" Gwyn let out a low cry, and flames burned fiercely beside him. At this moment, he seemed to become that ambitious and spirited Sun King once again. But this time, everything he did was just for liberation. The long-planned flame was so swift that it covered his entire body in the blink of an eye. Lord of Cinder Gwyn's will, at this moment, successfully suppressed everything else. The power he had accumulated over countless years was not much, perhaps not even a full 1%. But at this moment, this 1% of power was enough to change the situation. Even if only for a brief moment. Puff! A spiral sword pierced into the King of Cinder incarnate's body from behind. No blood flowed out, nor did it bring out flesh and skin, nothing. "Kid." Gwyn turned his head to look at Ember and said in a deep voice, "Be good to my daughters." He owed them too much. Ember asked in confusion. Which one? Lord of Cinder Gwyn suddenly felt that he didn't seem to crave liberation that much after all. Ember added indifferently. Just kidding, they are doing very well, much better than being your daughters. Gwyn had already let go and chuckled, saying nothing. The next instant, the King of Cinder Incarnate collapsed into endless flames. These flames scattered, trying to escape. But they were sucked into Ember's body by an inexplicable attraction, finally merging into one. When the choice of will is left to only one person, everything will eventually unite, unaffected by external forces. In the Star Realm, Rosal, who had just finished the battle, was startled by Ember's sudden appearance. What the heck? That fast? Klein also looked surprised. Ember said softly. Someone helped. Who? Gwyn. A hint of understanding flashed in Klein and Rosal's eyes. Gwyn, then it's fine. Tisk. Rosal suddenly clicked his tongue, because if he remembered correctly, Ember had also taken away Gwyn's 3 daughters, Priscilla, Yorshka, and Filianor. Now the father-in-law even sacrificed his life to help Ember achieve the final victory. Where could you find such a good thing? Klein glanced at the undying great serpent in the distance, which was recovering, and said in a relaxed tone. Since you're back, everything should be over now, right? That's right, it's all over. Ember responded calmly. The flames burned fiercely, engulfing the undying great serpent, covering the entire world, and spreading towards the Star Realm. The outer gods who were originally fiercely attacking the barrier suddenly changed their expressions and fled towards the depths of the Star Realm in a panic. But only the moon remained in place. The blue moon was active, the red moon was passive, he was held back by the blue moon. But whether they escaped or not, it actually made no difference. The flame will eventually burn through the universe, and no one can avoid it, it's just a matter of time. End of chapter. Chapter 431 Extra. A man who knows the times is a hero. In the stone square floating in the void, pitch-black stone pillars stood tall, supporting a grand and sacred church. In front of the church stood a 100-meter-tall cross, and before the cross were rows of black chairs with backrests. Adam stood beneath the cross, facing the rows of chairs, like a pastor preparing to preach to his congregation. His gaze looked towards the entrance of the church, where a father, wearing a simple white robe, with a light golden beard and a silver cross pendant, was walking towards him. Adam recognized that father, because it was indeed himself. The father stopped a meter away from Adam and slowly said, Ash gave me humanity. Adam nodded gently. I know. The father looked at Adam with a complex expression, and he softly asked. I thought you would kill me directly, but you didn't. So, was this also within your calculations? Yes, and no. Adam's expression was as calm as ever. He took the initiative to sit on a long bench, letting the father stand in his original position. When I separated you, I guessed your outcome. Either be completely eliminated, or be like now, appearing before me when I become a god. Adam slowly said, God, once revived within me, and I am more profoundly aware of the terror of the primal than anyone else. Any being that attempts to contain multiple source characteristics and replace the creator will ultimately be replaced by the creator. The first fire has been wary of me, and he has always suspected that I, like Ember, am trying to replace him. For the first fire, this is a perfectly correct inference. Because he, like Aemon, cannot truly understand humanity. The father reminded, you have no humanity. I once did. Adam raised his head and said calmly. The father was silent and made a gesture to invite. You continue. Adam narrated in a calm tone. Whether it is me or him, our goal has never changed, to become God, and complete ourselves. And whether it is the first fire or Ember, they are beings from another dimension, on the same level as the creator. Even at my peak, I dared not hope to become the creator, God's will alone brought me close to collapse. I cannot become the creator, nor can I become the first fire. I only need to support one of them to return to wholeness. At first, I chose the first fire, but I quickly realized that he could never win, even the night could deceive him. When I confirmed this point, I already understood what choice I should make. As expected of me, the father sighed softly. Adam is now plotting against all beings who trust him. He raised a great banner, a banner of resistance, but no one knew that he was actually a surrenderist through and through. Adam stared at him for a long time and slowly said, Your humanity seems a bit too rich. The father spread his hands helplessly. This is not something I can control. In fact, humanity often troubles me as well. But you are about to become a god. This is my best chance, and my last chance. However, the father paused, then asked. It seems that even without me, it wouldn't have any impact. Yes, Adam said calmly, this will not have any impact. But for him, your existence plays a crucial role in ensuring that I possess humanity. This is a pledge of allegiance. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin. The father extended his hand to Adam, and Adam likewise calmly took his hand. The next moment, the father's body began to twist abstractly, finally transforming into a burning flame that entered Adam's body. Adam stood up, his expression gentle and his eyes clear. But compared to before, there seemed to be a trace of something unusual in his eyes. That something was humanity. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.